5 years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent? It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
the reigning, defending, undisputed WSOP Player of the Year, Shaun Deeb, has arrived. A threat to his run at back-to-back POI honors, Texas Mike is here. And one of the greatest players in history, and Norman Chad's best friend, Phil Ivey, at the World Series of Poker. And with that, we welcome you to the 57th Annual World Series of Poker, coming to you from the Horseshoe, and we're almost live at the Paris Ballroom in beautiful Las Vegas, Nevada. Look at this stage set, mothership, Thunderdome, whatever you want to call it. It is outstanding. Jeff Platt alongside David Williams, the icon that is Norman Chad. They upgraded you from legend to icon in the script, and Joe Stapleton.
That's me, yes. Hello, my babies. One of us had our first commentary shift yesterday. Are you tired, buddy?
I'm exhausted. That heads up went pretty long. We were here till almost 5 in the morning, and we got 3 more days of it. It was fun.
And you're right back here 4 hours before this show started for rehearsals. Yeah. We love it. Folks, we are indeed WSOP Countdown. I won't explain this every day, but just to give you a bit more of a preview, we want to take you inside the World Series of Poker, give you a sense of what's going on today, perhaps what happened last night, especially during our live stream coverage, which leads me to this. As Stapes, we have to break down day 1A of the 25K Heads Up Championship, and you have been anointed the highlight guy on this show. So with that said, the floor is all yours.
All right, let's do this. Day 1 of our coverage started with what some would call the purest form of poker there is, a 25K Heads Up, a little one-on-one action in which 64 players whittled themselves down to 8. After streaking through to round 2, Martin Kabrhel lost his footing. That's one way to make trips. Not too long after that, Masato added insult to injury. Kabrhel calls this hand the greatest bluff of all time. He wasn't bluffing. Nope. The full house was way good, and Masato moves on. Glad you made the trip, Martin. See you next fall.
Or today.
Taking it on, that's right. He'll be back. Next up, Grinder Coolers Helmuth, and Phil responds in the way we all know and love. He drops an effing F-bomb. But it was quiet, though. Rather controlled for Phil, if I'm being honest. Those anger management classes are paying off. Use promo code POKERBRAT for 15% off your first session. Congrats to Grinder. Kid's got a bright future here. Next up, soon to be kid father, is Kid Poker. That didn't sound right. Daniel's Ace King held against the straight draw of Harvey Castro, the good Castro, as Daniel also moves on to round 2. Despite being a winner, he still had to speak to Jeff.
Rude.
Speaking of round 2, Masato Yokosawa, having taken out Kabrhel, doesn't hit the 2-outer as Tokyo is once again destroyed by a very tall monster, Justin Saliba. Masato heads home, and Saliba moves on to round 3. And speaking of round 3, only 8 players survived that round, and one of them will shock you.
Oh.
Sorry, I'm working on my clickbait titles. And that's that for day 1 of our coverage, and that's what I'm calling yesterday's tight laydown.
Ooh, tight laydown. I like that. David Williams, we saw David Baker make a pretty tight laydown versus Phil Hellmuth yesterday, yeah?
That one hurt. I mean, we knew while watching it, you know, when he folded the better kicker with his 9 against Phil. It's just so not like Phil to be bluffing there. So it's a fold you can make and be comfortable and confident in usually. But
that's going to be pretty painful for Baker to relive. A painful exit for Hellmuth. Hellmuth actually not coming back for day 1B. Here's who we will see tomorrow for day 2. They will be part of the final 16. Alex Foxen moves on. Barack had a tough path, including
Barack
Sam
Hussein
Sabro.
Wizbrod.
Yes, Gary Katz, El Jefe does move on. So does Daniel Negreanu, as Stapes mentioned. Michael Mizrachi, the World Series of Poker main event champion, is already free-rolling his first event at the WSOP. Justin Saliba. Demeter Danchev, yes? Demeter,
that's right. Yeah, I have a lot of experience. He's my #1 favorite Bulgarian player.
Is he really?
Yeah.
But that's a list that evolves, right?
It's an ever-changing list, but as of late, he is my #1 favorite Bulgarian player. I did have a quick question before we get to the meat of this.
Sure.
Did anybody's players that they picked make it through there?
I had 2 out of 4.
2 of yours,
Wow,
pretty
congrats.
good.
Out of 4. Norm had
good.
1, the Grinder.
Yes.
He stole the Grinder from me.
And John Smith lost and is not back today. He's more of a one and done guy. All right, so today we have day 1B of the Heads Up Championship. Now, I saw in the bracket Alan Keating's name. Alan Keating was in the bracket just for a little bit amount of time. He lost to Peter Krupa. Well, he lost because he didn't show up. How rich is Alan Keating?
Wait,
he
someone
gets in there.
actually got a bye?
Well, it got a bye, but it counts as a W.
Joe's probably going to pick him now.
It just counts. Yeah, right, probably so.
Jeff, he's so rich, it's Mr. Keating.
So well, that's fair. It is Mr.
Never
Keating.
Alan.
So we're going to take Peter Krupa, who I'm sure you guys were going to pick, but he's not eligible to be picked. Norman, let's start with you. Who's most likely to advance on their second bullet, since this is a re-entry championship, which I know you know and love?
One of my picks is thankfully back again. Yes, Martin Kabrhel is back again. And this is what I've learned about Martin. He always is back again. I get asked a lot about Martin Kabrhel and Will Kassouf. And here's the thing. Martin, like Will, can be unrelenting and insufferable and exhausting. But unlike Will, he does mix in a dollop of entertainment.
Absolutely.
Martin actually is very funny at times, but he just never turns off the faucet. Now, David, you brought up something very interesting yesterday that I wanted to ask you about when you were commenting on the Heads Up. You mentioned that it's tough to play against Martin because he's in your ear the whole time, but it's got to be tough for him to play well, always performing.
Right. I mean, if you think about it, when you play, sometimes you want to take your time and think about what your opponent's doing, but this guy has an act to withhold or to keep up, I guess. I don't know, maybe it's just who he is what Ali said. But I mean, that's got to be tough for him too. So for him to be able to do what he does and still put up results when the guy's a hell of a player, it's actually remarkable.
I talked with Martin Kabrhel yesterday. I mean, I talked to him a lot because he talks at us a lot. But specifically after he lost to Masato Yokosawa, we played a little bit of the blame game. Here's me and Martin from yesterday. It's me and Kabrhel, as you can imagine. He says, oh, I have to talk to Jeffius Platius. And he always blames me when I'm right by him, when he loses, and I never get any credit when he wins. Do we have that video or no? If not, no problem. You guys know what it's going to be. It's going to be Martin yelling at me. He says to his vlog camera, "Don't be like a Jeff." That wasn't a good Kabrhel impersonation, but you got the overall point.
Wait a second. So he vlogs now on top of it? He was doing all that for nobody before. Now that he stands to gain from it, it's about to get ratcheted up to 11.
Oh, we do have the interview. I know Norman, you were waiting for that, and here it is. Let's roll it. That he was eliminated from the tournament.
No. Tell me what happened. You come to the table, and I lost the pot.
Lost the pot, and then what happened?
And then I lost another pot.
But then I was gone. So his story doesn't really add up.
We will probably never speak with this guy again.
I doubt that.
During this day.
During this day, yeah.
Because we are going to sleep. Jeff?
Okay, well, good night. You have a lovely evening.
You know what? You improve from Prague really well. I think you should get a raise. Who is your boss? I will speak with your boss.
Okay, go speak with...
Spunky?
Yeah, sure. Speak with Spunky.
Okay.
I'm going to go speak with Masato because he won.
Can I do the losers interview? Or is this all?
This is the losers interview.
Are we live? Guys, this was so embarrassment, but we ran so bad, and it's all Jeffius Platius' mistake.
But if you win, it's all you.
And the winner takes it all. Good night, guys.
Thank you. Good night. Have a lovely evening. I'm going to go talk to Masato. Get used to that, folks.
Do you know what professional malfeasance that is? Giving up the microphone to Kabrhel?
It's terrible. That
you
one's
do deserve
on me.
a raise, though.
Accountability lead from the front. Thank you very much, David Williams. Speaking of David Williams, why don't you get to your pick for today?
You know who my pick is? My guy, Summer of Sean Deeb. He didn't fare well yesterday.
Sean Deeb again, Stapes. You surprised that he's blasting that?
I am not at all surprised.
Look, if I got to pick someone outside of Sean, two players performed very well from me watching yesterday. I was very impressed that they didn't move on, but they were really good. I'm going to go with Harvey Castro and Brock Wilson. I really liked what I saw from them yesterday, and I think today they're young enough to where they won't be tired.
What? You step in on Brock Wilson?
What?
I know. I got to steal your guy.
Didn't I get shut down for Brock Wilson yesterday?
Was
that in my head?
That's for Player of the Year. A little different. This is advancing in a field he's
already doing well. That's why.
No. He lost. I'm picking a loser.
Okay.
Your guy lost. I still was happy with how he performed.
You know that right now he's poker's hottest nerd.
He's pretty hot.
The first tweet that we're going to get from Sean Deeb, by the way, is he's like, I saw on the Countdown show, you guys said I had 6 bracelets with that little graphic. I have 8 bracelets. So don't worry, Sean. I'm getting ahead of your complaints on social media. Sean Deeb, by the way, plays Eli Berg in round 1, and he's out. He's out already. So another great pick by David Williams. Stapes, let's get another great pick from you.
Okay, well, the reason I asked if anybody's picks were still in, because 2 of my picks from yesterday are back today.
But it's re-entry, so that means they were eliminated.
But it is the second day, so I'm calling it day 2.
Tomorrow.
I'm calling it day 2. 2 of my players are back. Look, here's the thing. I am going to say this. My pick is the rain from Spain is going to cause some pain. Buenos dias, Adrian Mateos is playing today, and I think yesterday we weren't sure if he was playing at all.
But he's playing Nikita Kuznetsov, and I promise you all this is not a bit, but Mateos is out. But you can still pick this guy. Mateos out already.
I can pick Arthur Martirosyan.
Yes.
I swear to God, I almost picked him. I almost picked Arthur Martirosyan. Would have been my guy.
He still can be because Mateos is out.
Okay, great. I'm switching my pick. I'm switching my pick to Arthur Martirosyan.
Oh, won this thing in 2025. He plays Shogo Ohtani today. Let's see.
Which Ohtani?
The Shogo.
Oh, Shogo Ohtani.
Shogo Ohtani, not
That's
Shohei
going to be very
Ohtani.
annoying.
That guy's so talented.
It's like being another poker player named Helmuth.
We'll get to my picks just very quickly because, why not? I'm going to take Faraz Jaka, and I get free reign, right? Yeah, okay, I'm going to take Faraz Jaka. I'm going to take Doug Polk, who's back. He's not only back, he faces Alex Keating again.
Yeah.
Yesterday they get the chips in. Polk with the jacks, Keating with the jack-8 suited, and Keating got there. Do you believe in Polk today? I know yesterday you said Polk had no chance.
It's going to be Groundhog's Day for Polk. No, he has no chance.
Unbelievable.
Sorry.
Unbelievable. I would also like to take Masato Yokosawa. The winner of his match against Brian Battistone plays the winner of Juno Barra versus Stapes Alexei Ponikov, who is at least here at the World Series of Poker.
Alexa Ponikov's is on my list, but also Brian Battistone's on my fantasy team. So I'm pretty excited about that. Big sweat there for our 25K fantasy team. More on that in future shows.
Stapes, I heard you say this earlier in your wonderfully executed highlight package. Heads Up could be the purest form of poker. Now, the longest heads-up match in WSOP history didn't start as a heads-up tournament. It was the main event in 2018. It was Johnson and Tony Miles. You guys were here forever. That was 10.5 hours across almost 200 hands. Where do you stand on this overall, though?
I am, in general, first of all, it is the purest form. Anyone that watched Jesse Yaganuma versus James Carroll last year knows that it is the purest. No, I'm actually an anti-heads-up guy. It is not my favorite. Here's my reasons why. Number one, there's no drama. You already know 50% of the field is going to win.
Great point.
Right? Number two, you can't be that big of a favorite in a heads-up match.
Right.
Put me in against Phil Ivey, and I'm still like 32% to win. 20, 25, 10? Can I get 10%?
No.
1 out of 10? I'm not going to be
That was
Phil
the most
Ivey?
aligned this crew has been after Stapes at 32%.
And number three, you're only playing against one person.
Great point.
You got your aces to hold up against one guy. Whoop-de-doo. I'd like to see you do it in an 11-handed 2-4 limit game with the half kill on. That's the purest form of poker.
Oh, man, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. That's a pretty compelling argument, Norman. What do you have to say?
One, he is a raging idiot. We'll give him most of his major points. But anyway, in the interest of full disclosure, asking me if heads up is the purest form of poker is like asking a Franciscan monk to rank the best OnlyFans accounts. I have never played heads up. My best tournament finish is 4th, and that was in a 5-person field.
Yeah.
Still, I've watched a lot of heads up. Yes, Mr. Stapes, it is the purest form of poker. There's no hiding. There is no waiting. There's no taking off a few hands while you solve the Wordle or you play Candy Crush on your iPhone. It's the most psychological, soul-reading form of the game. You play the man, not the card. So I should say you play the person, because I don't think we had a single woman in this 25K heads up this year. Maybe they're all barefoot pregnant and in the like we're back in the 1950s.
You guys were allies yesterday. Norm had to take it down a little today.
And I say this as someone who proudly has an enlarged prostate. You can't be missing hands running to the bathroom every 10 minutes. So yeah, it's pure and organic. The purest form of fighting is hand-to-hand combat. That is heads up.
Look, most of poker, as we know, is folding, and there's almost no folding in heads up. So anyway, let's go. Who's next?
I think next is, let's see, Stapes, Norman, you.
All
David
right.
Williams.
You know, you talked about the longest main event heads up final table. Think about 2004. I think me and Greg Raymer might be the shortest. There's probably one that finished on the first or second. We were 6 hands. It was about
6.
It was about
they
5
could show
minutes.
every hand.
It was
in that
about
ESPN
5
broadcast.
minutes that I was just out of there. And I think my record at the World Series is, if when I get to the final 2, is like 1 in 5, 6, 1 in 6. I think I have 6 seconds, and I've won once. I'm not a big fan of heads up, as you can tell. So I think it's BS. I think it's crap.
The good
to
news,
be honest.
the good news is you only have 3 more days of like 12-hour commentary featuring heads
Look,
up.
I enjoy watching it. I enjoy commentating on it, but playing it, ooh.
You can catch Ali Najad and David Williams on the call this evening. Norman, Chad, let's just get right to it. We already have the title. We created the title for you. Something was bothering you today. Big surprise, I know. So, why so mad, Norman, Chad?
Why am I so mad?
Yes.
I'm on a player break during my first World Series of Poker event the other day. I go to the bathroom. I'm at urinal 3.
Oh.
Yeah, I know they're not numbered, but it was the 3rd urinal from the left. The fella at urinal 2 catches my eye and says, "Hey, Norman, you can't believe the bad beat I just took with pocket kings." Let me interrupt myself here to tell you that this type of exchange has now happened to me in WSOP bathrooms maybe 5 or 6 times over the years. And let me be abundantly clear on my position in regard to this activity. Bathroom breaks should be reserved for bathroom-related business. Bathroom-related business does not include relaying bad beat stories while at the urinal or making phone calls while in a stall. It's a bathroom. Pee or poop, wash your hands, and leave. In the words of George Costanza, you know, we're living in a society.
I love our graphics team so much.
Norm, I think you would call that a hand pistery.
That's good. That was good.
I got
Norman's
one.
like, I got to get out of here.
Guy
Why did
tried
you
to shake
sign
my
up?
hand at the urinal
Norman's
once.
thinking, why did I sign up for the show, right?
First of all, I have a bad
did
contract.
not sign up.
Yeah, you do. You must have a bad contract. I did hear the beep. That cuts us off for today on WSOP Countdown. And, of course, that sound means that the blinds are going up. It's time for us to make our move in prey. So, again, thank you all so much for being here. We appreciate you all joining us. We will see you right about now for our World Series of Poker Heads Up Championship live stream. Enjoy.
Did he say pray?
I did.
Years ago, we changed Hold'em. Now it is PLO's turn. Study any spot, any flop, turn, or river. We've got them all. Set your own custom sizings, all solved in seconds. Practice against GTO with instant feedback, powered by GTO Wizard AI. Early bird pricing is live. Try it free at gtowizard.com.
I've played against the best, I've won on the biggest stage. But what if I told you, it's not just about luck or talent. It's about using the right tools. GTO Wizard is the fastest and most efficient way to study any spot in poker. This is how you level up your game. This is how you unlock your potential. Don't get left behind. Get GTO Wizard today. Beat the best, crush the rest.
We'll be packing a little something extra. $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
The life of a professional poker player is unique. So I need a bank that understands me and what I do. And no one understands that better than Lexicon Bank. I wouldn't bank anywhere else.
Welcome everybody to the 2026 World Series. I'm so happy to be here, and I wish you all had the same year I had last year. It's pretty tough, but with that said, I wish you all the best of luck and shuffle up and deal.
And with that, we welcome you back to Las Vegas, Nevada. This is the 2026 World Series of Poker, the 57th edition of poker's premier event. Today, it's the second starting flight of the 25K Heads-Up Championship, where advancing means taking on the likes of Daniel Negreanu, Michael Mizrachi, and Alex Foxen, all of whom have already advanced to tomorrow. We're at the Horseshoe and Paris, and what a fantastic host for this event. Week one of the World Series of Poker is always electric, especially on that first Saturday. It is an absolutely packed house here. I still can't get over our setup, our stage, our set, our Thunderdome, our mothership, whatever you want to call it. But before we set the stage for the specifics of today, let's take a look at the tournament structure before we get to Martin Kabrhel. For the first time in this event, we have two different opening flights, Day 1A and Day 1B. The players eliminated in Day 1A could have shown up today to fire off once more, like Mr. Kabrhel, in Day 1B. Day 1 flights will consist of 3 rounds each. Round 1 earlier today narrowed our field from 64 players down to 32. Round 2 is the one that's about to start with 32 players, including one, Martin Kabrhel. And of course, this 32 will play down to 16. In round 3, our final round of the Day 1s, that will determine the final 8 players from each flight. Those 8 players who advance from each flight will then be combined, reshuffled, redistributed to create our round of 16 bracket. Day 2, that's tomorrow. That will feature our round of 16 and quarterfinal matches and will be in the money on Day 2. Then the semifinal and final matches will be played out on Day 3. And that brings us to Day 1B action, where once again we find Martin Kabrhel. He intentionally did this. He walked up. He knew it was his moment, and then at the very last second, he ran off camera. But trust me, he is behind me here. He faces Julien Sitbon in today's round 2 matchup. Now, right here on this very stage, yesterday, Kabrhel lost to Masato Yokosawa. We'll see if he can make round 3 today. Are you ready? Nope, he's walking away again. He has lost his chance. He has lost his moment. I was going to say, yes, he's back. Thumbs up.
Welcome to the World Series of Poker. Shuffle up and deal. Why we have delay again?
Okay, but let's not worry about the delay. The shuffle up and deal part, though, that's great. You're a huge star, I gotta say.
What about delay? You wanna steal my?
I'm not gonna get to the delay. I'm just gonna keep talking about stars because the biggest star is on the main stage. And to get with that, let's go to our 2 stars in the booth. It's Phil Ivey.
Ivius?
It's Phil Ivey. You understand.
Ivius is great. We
But
love
can
him.
you just send it to Ali Najad and David Williams in the broadcast booth?
Okay, I am sending it not to Ali, but only to David Williams. Okay, Martin Kabrhel from secondary feature table. I think I get this job whenever I want from Jeff Platius because I think I'm doing better job. But we still love Jeff. Jeff, come here. Don't worry. You are still not fired.
Send it to him. Send it.
Okay, I'm
Ali and
sending it
David.
there.
Ali and David, take it away. Thank you.
Well, that is one way to kick off today's coverage of the $25,000 Heads Up Championship. However, it is not David Williams, who I am alongside, but rather my man, Nano Noko himself, Randy Liu, yours truly, Ali Najad, here inside the booth. You know, handling the proceedings here today, Randy. And as you take a look at the matchups, round 2, you will see some names that were in action yesterday. That's because this time out, you get a rebuy. And isn't it a little bit awkward if you dust somebody off the first day to possibly face them later on in the round of 16?
Of course. I mean, like, do you want to be in for 50K? Do you want to be the guy that kind of gets vengeance? That's something that could happen. But I do love the introduction. My name is David Nanonoko Williams.
And, of course, Martin Kabrhel did fall to Masato Yokosawa, as Jeff mentioned yesterday, but here he is again, facing off against the Frenchman Julien Sipon. Patrick Leonard out there as well. Pads Rabichow, none other than your man from in the booth.
Coach K. Yeah, we'd love to watch him play as well.
Plenty to sink our teeth into here. This is, of course, the second of the 3 rounds on the day. Round 1 matches were already won by all those who are here, including, of course, Phil Ivey, upon whom many eyes will be trained, facing off against some of that Japanese talent in Shoto. And here we are with Ivey on the button. Blinds begin at 600, 1,200, everyone with 300,000 in chips. You must win 3 matches to get yourself into the money and day 2. Nakanishi with a couple of 7s here, defending against the Queen 6 and hanging on a Jack 9-8 board.
And not a great board for Nakanishi because when he makes a straight on the 10, Ivey will have a bigger straight. So he needs to be very careful in the spot.
Yeah, this is actually good board texture for this little C-bet to get things done as Nakanishi quietly goes into the night. 3 overcards on the wrong side of the gutter, just not enough. You will see from time to time people peel on 3 overcard boards, but when they're that wet, it's just best to exit stage left. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the stage, we find the heads-up specialist himself, Doug Polk. King 7 off, making it 3K to go. Mahmoud in the big blind with Queen 4.
Yeah, I would say that Doug Polk is the most dangerous player in this heads-up tournament.
6-5-3, Rainbow, both players with the straight draws. Advantage Mahmoud in that department, given his is open-ended, and he's actually blocking Polk's path. But King High is still best and betting.
Yeah, for Mahmoud, this open-ended straight draw is much better than the last hand. He's going to definitely continue. Comes in with the call. Makes sense.
Turn is a queen now, giving Mahmoud top pair. Polk does not fire again. Second 3 on the river.
Mahmoud should be going for value here. He can get paid off by 6 of 5. Even ace high would consider call because he has a lot of missed draws.
Not a good hand to call with.
Down goes the King High in the face of the 18K barrel, and blood drawn by the Russian.
So you guys actually committed to jamming.
Oh, it's nice to win the first pot.
Yeah, gentleman's agreement, I guess. Yeah.
Well, yeah.
You are friendly guy, friendly offer.
Well, it looks like Martin's got his cup of joe and certainly his chirping chips as Julien Sipon is getting the full experience, I would imagine. The winner of this match will move on to face the winner of Otani Zamani.
The winner takes it all. How much?
3.
Certainly hope that this poker thing works out for Martin because karaoke is not going to be how he makes a living anytime soon. This much we've learned.
He will not do well on The Voice.
No. But, you know, William Hung got famous on American Idol, so perhaps there's hope.
Okay? I don't want to bust you. Check blind.
No joke, I ran into William Hung at the Hollywood Park Casino. He tried poker for a while. I think he got divorced because he had a gambling problem. I mean,
I guess he wasn't a winning player.
No, I don't think he was. Unclear whether or not a pair of 10s is a winning hand here. Bottom pair versus
Check
the
blind.
mystery for Kabrhel.
I think that sit-on
already
feels
did,
pretty
too.
good about the 10, but it's hard to go for value with third pair, no kicker. Nice card for Kabrhel.
In comes the Broadway for Martin. And he's going to barrel.
So here he's gone over bet the pot. He's saying he has a jack or nothing. That might make sit-on make the call, because if he was up against a smaller bet, you could see a world where Kabrhel is value betting even one pair like an ace. Looks like a payday incoming.
Is it the call?
Yeah, when the cards are shown that way,
You didn't
typically
see the
Martin
straight?
is
There
going to
was
be
4 card
scooping.
straight. You didn't see that? Hey, buddy, buddy, you can do better, really. I don't understand that. So I win all the hands or not?
I think like
No.
Stepping away briefly to find Otani in action. Like this guy's swag, by the way.
Nice trip.
7-8 suited. Zamani all decked out in Team ACR gear. Queen 10-5, couple of hearts, and neither player in this territory.
Doesn't mean he's not going to fire out a C-bet.
And sure enough, 2K getting things done. I got to tell you, man, that Japanese delegation, they really do have a sense of style about them, don't they?
Of course, man.
Everybody just... This for me is like kind of a 70s vibe.
It's the glasses, too, I think.
A little bit of that, and I know before anybody gets on me here, Bruce Lee, of course, is not Japanese. But famously, back in his heyday, late 70s, early 80s, I feel like there was a lot of photos of him with the rose-tinted shades, and he had a very similar trip to Otani. Meanwhile, a couple of hooks here for Zamani. That'll activate the salivary glands up to 3,000 as they're playing quickly here in this match.
You would think they're speed running this match.
Yeah. Somewhere to be, boys. 8-7 deuce. Open ender for Otani, threatening the overpair.
Is he still going to play fast? Looks like he's slowing things down. Contemplating a raise, of course.
Does come with the flat, however. Another 10,000 into the middle. Now the 10 is problematic, as we know, because now the 9 would give Zamani the bigger straight. Only the 4 is clean for Otani.
Yeah, so having said that, he's unlikely to want to continue again, knowing that sometimes he hits the 9, his opponent does have the jack, and he just has reverse implied odds.
Yeah, dirty outs.
Oh, he is coming along. I'm a bit surprised here.
I agree.
I think it's a little loose.
Still early in the match, though, and the stacks are very deep. But 6 high stays exactly that here on the end. And look at Zamani chasing value despite the arrival of the ace. So credit to him, and also credit to the pace with which these boys are playing poker. 2-time bracelet winner is Martin Zamani. Lives here in Vegas. Career earnings of nearly $7.5 million with his largest score, almost 900K. There you see the stats on both Nakanishi and Ivey. 11 bracelets for Phil.
Hey, Nakanishi's got one.
Yeah, just 10 more to go. To level things, as unlevel are these holdings pre-flop. The 10-4 suited, however, is going to make the additional investment of 7K demanded by these 8s. Queen 7-5 with spades.
Looks like he's got rewarded with that loose call pre-flop, has the flush draw. Actually flipping against pocket 8s.
Coin weighted toward Ivey.
It's always concerning when there's an overcard, but you can't be scared just yet. You can definitely get value from the 7, the 5, the spades.
I don't think anyone has ever observed Phil Ivey in his natural environment and thought to themselves, scared. Fear is what he pumps into the hearts of the opposition typically. His table presence very intimidating.
So this is a very good card for Ivey, because if he's up against a 7x or 5x, they have less outs. You can See that he is emboldened to bet once more. Still, though, the flush draw is pretty good in this spot. You have position. Maybe you spike in and win the big pot against the queen. And there comes the flush.
Bingo. Nakanishi has this one sewn up. Ivey, of course, is going to have some concerns about what his man was hanging around with. His spades certainly could be a part of that equation, hence the check.
Now Nakanishi needs to ask the question, is he up against a queen or a pocket pair like this? Because if he thinks he's up against the queen, he should go for a big value bet. That's a big bet, so he's saying, or he thinks, that Ivey has the queen that's not folding.
You know, intent behind the polarity of the bet, obviously, where you want Ivey to be suspicious of what it is that you have here. It does feel like there aren't a ton of bluffs, though, to identify as played.
I honestly think there are no bluffs, so I think Ivey should be able to get away from this easily. But, of course, when you see a big polarizing bet like this, you kind of want to break it down and take your time. Ivey should be thinking if Nakanishi had a 7 or a 5, he wouldn't need to turn his hand to a bluff and just take the free showdown. Even if Ivey had a queen, maybe he could even fold that as played. Nice laydown.
Yep. A little tough, but certainly no cause for concern as the match is still very much in its infancy, and these two are likely feeling each other out for the first time, as I doubt that Ivey has any experience playing against this opponent and vice versa.
Look, I don't know much about boxing, but I'm pretty sure you don't go for uppercuts right away.
Yeah. Generally speaking, it's dangerous to throw those haymakers and open yourself up to a big counterpunch. Keeping it right here.
Small win. 10 seconds. Raise to 3,000.
Looks like the standard raise sizing they're using is 2.5x. Seems proper given the deep stacks.
Clear what's motivated Ivey. What is clear, however, is that Nakanishi has got bottom set. And if this is premium kit that Ivey opened with on the button in the form of ace or queen X, this could be very troublesome.
He's getting very sneaky with the set of deuces and just check calling.
Yeah, no reason to announce himself here and now, as he would love to see Ivey continue to barrel away at this board. Quick check back from Ivey, however, suggesting that he doesn't have the ace.
Yeah, if you don't think your opponent has the ace, then you probably want to size down. But we've seen Nakanishi go for greedy value with big hands.
Bet 3,000.
I love this bet sizing he's using. Ivey often bets an ace on the turn.
And you see him kind of reluctantly, but maybe in an obligatory manner, putting that 3,000 out there, just keeping an eye on the opponent. You know, sometimes we make these investments inexpensively to get the info, because the match is certainly going to draw out, and now we get a sense of what kind of lines are being taken with what kind of ranges, both pre and post flop.
Yeah, just think about it. You're going to a discount store and you only have to pay $3K to find out.
Yep. He did end up turning an 8, did Ivey. Do want to remind those of you who are out there streaming us live on the World Series of Poker YouTube channel that there is so much to come this summer, and the best way that you can make sure you don't miss out on any of it is to click the subscribe button. And if you're enjoying what you're watching, then by all means let us know by clicking that thumbs up as well. Both Randy and I have the chat open. Do our best to try to keep a keen eye trained on that. But first, the eyes are trained on the pocket kings of Nikolai Mahmoud.
Uh-oh.
And this is a problem. Doug has chosen this 10-8 offsuit with which to put the 4-bet into 36,000. And this is just kind of a little bit of jockeying early in a heads-up match. try and address down maybe some of the 3-bet ranges of Mahmoud, which would include stuff that just doesn't want to see a flop from time to time.
That's definitely right.
And once your man makes the call, you know that something serious is across the way.
Now, I like that Mahmoud is just calling a 4-bet here, because if he was to 5-bet, his hand becomes face up and he can't get much value.
6-4-3 with a couple of hearts.
I mean, Mahmoud always has the best hand unless he's up against pocket aces specifically. Doug did 4-bet quite big, so he's trying to figure out the range that Mahmoud called with. For now, looks like he'll fire out a c-bet, trying to take out unpaired hands. And notice that he's going more than half the pot. This is to dissuade these high card hands with backdoor hearts to call. Something like an ace-queen with the queen of hearts. But if he bets small, those hands are willing to call.
Well, you know that the kings aren't going to dismount, but given this sizing, are they eager to get more into the middle here and now, or are they going to be content to take the passive approach?
For me, I prefer calling in this spot. I just feel like raising just blows out all the air. If you're up against aces, you lose anyway. You need to figure out how to get the max out of the bluffs, and it likely is just check call. I also don't think Doug Polk is 4-betting this deep with like pocket tens, so you're not looking to stack that on the flop. Looks like he's playing it very fast.
Yeah.
How much is that?
Well,
too
anything,
much.
Yeah, anything over 48 is definitely more than...
He could have raised it like 10K more.
Yeah.
He would have folded.
So, all of a sudden, Doug Polk finds himself out chipped 2-1 here by Nikolai.
Well, Nikolai has 1.5 million in earnings. No stranger to the stakes.
Keeping it right here. Polk, of course, involved in perhaps one of the more famous heads-up feuds ever to take place, when he and Daniel Negreanu were very much at each other in the social streets and decided to settle it online. And even though Doug did, let's say, dismantle Daniel heads up, he did offer up a great deal of respect for the fact that Daniel was willing to put his money where his mouth was and take him on.
I would dream for Polk to play Negreanu in this tournament.
A little rematch.
Well, Polk will have to get out of this side of the bracket if he wants to face Negreanu again.
Yeah. Sorry. That 10-8 was costly, but 8-8, hoping to do a little bit better here as he 3-bets the Mammoth Open with ace-5. Jack-9-4 board. Couple of pesky overcards, no club in hand. Doug doesn't follow through.
Yeah, because if he was to follow through with c-bet and he gets called, he really doesn't know where he's at. Checking makes the most sense.
Now we've got the bad side of an open-ender on this turn after the check back from Nikolai.
Check.
Still content to try to keep this pot small.
It's a confusing turn card for Polk. Does pick up outs if he was behind, but yeah, I like the check. Betting doesn't really do much, but confuse yourself some more. More checking, it seems, is what we got. And that's a fun card.
Yeah, finally something that Polk can get excited about as he makes the jack-high straight. And, of course, with 2 8s in hand, we are interfering. Nice to have that 8 of diamonds as well. Note that Mamet has that ace of diamonds if he were to decide to tell a story here on the river. Full pot from Doug.
So Polk kind of just saying he has a straight or better. Mahmoud just quickly folded. Didn't think about using that ace of diamonds blocker.
Out to the outer regions of this one. How about Ying Biao squaring off against Julian Desnos, who is the prolific streamer known by the handle Toof. He was dispatched yesterday during Day 1A.
Ding Biel, 21 million in earnings.
Pretty remarkable, isn't it?
Versus the streamer.
That's the thing.
This is not fair,
It's
right?
not fair to just put streamer there. You know, it makes it sound like we found the kid with, you know, a selfie stick out on the strip and we're like, hey, you want to play this heads up thing? It's not right.
Hey, this kid found 25K to play this tournament.
Bravo, Dennis. They like you. How much? 12. Okay, Dennis. So, put quads for me, okay? Just nice little
Ace
easy
King
quads.
3 betting.
But make sure you put free freeze. Concentrate. Not
Martin
like that.
dominated here. And he finds the side card for the lead on the jack-high board. Middle pair.
Yeah, Kabrhel did get Zipbon in this one, but to 2 overs and the gut shot will follow through. Makes sense. Try to just win the pot now. Clean draw to the nuts.
Can you help the dealer? It's a big table. Can you just push the chips to him? Thank you.
Zipbon didn't say anything back. Oh, nice turn card.
Well, he's going to let this queen do the talking as he is now sitting on the nuts. Kabrhel, of course, with the redraw to chop, but real issues for him on the horizon. Pot at 40K.
What is it?
And full pot the sizing from Julian here. Is this a little greedy?
He's hoping that Kabrhel has 2 pair or a pair flush draw that he can get value from. It is greedy, but they're deep.
No. It's like huge, yeah?
You think that that King 10 sticks around in the face of something a little bit more
Come
sheepish?
here, sit
I
here,
think
and
so,
we play
so
like
that's
this,
the
okay?
flip side.
Dennis, come here, and we play like this. It's better, yeah?
I guess for him it would be.
Okay, go there, please. Be nice. Go there, Julian. Julian, if not, I will bust you with no mercy.
You never have mercy.
Huh?
Put your blinds, please.
What blind? You wanna steal it or what?
Of course. That's why I need
Do
to
that. Try. Try.
3.
I mean, couldn't Martin move over there? Closer to
That-
Zipbon?
That's another option, you're right. Although, in reality, it's a bad option because we don't have cameras
Steal
blocked
my big one.
for
First
that
time I
shot.
put my big one, he tries to steal it. This guy is like amazing. Really amazing. Unbelievable, right? Just unbelievable. Nudíš se? Makej, makej.
Martin spun around like an exhibitionist at a nude beach there. What was that about?
Takový job bych chtěl mít.
It's just, you know, maybe we'll just close the legs a little and just turn back toward the table if you would.
Don't want that image in my head.
Yo, I'm going to tell you something. You've been to
Who is
Barcelona,
playing?
right?
Yes.
The lucky
Did you go
guy?
to the beach while you were
No,
there?
I didn't go to the beach.
Do you know where I'm going with this?
Yes, go on and tell everyone.
No, but do you know where I'm going with it?
I'm assuming you're talking about some nudist beaches.
Guys, who you
I
are
don't know
rooting
that
for?
it's an actual nude beach, but certainly
are
there's
you
a gentleman
rooting for?
who's been christened by the locals Elephant
Go
Man,
away.
who has taken his own liberties.
Only 12?
I don't need to explain beyond that, but
Can you push the
he
chips
likes
for
to
him,
give
Julian,
the
please?
tourists
Like,
a
seriously?
peek at the trunk, if you will.
Sorry,
Sure.
Dennis. He's
Do
like,
you want to rate that
he's
trunk?
like-
I've never seen the trunk. I just know that Elephant Man, you know.
I did already.
I don't think he
Hey,
has any
buddy,
tusks.
Buddy, relax, okay? I did
Just,
it already.
Cool.
Not
Interesting
cool.
hand even. Jack,
Ooh,
7.
pretty cool. Trip
He
jacks
bets.
here with an ace kicker for
For a bubble
Kabrhel,
eight, he
along with
goes all in
Sipbone
and
with a
that's it.
taste.
Right?
Backdoor
Right?
diamonds.
Right.
Backdoor straight
Right.
prospects, the 7. All of it could be trouble.
6,000.
Wow, he
Okay,
felt
and
fast.
and
Yeah,
now
he
it's a
3-bet
real
this one
bubble.
pre, mind you.
Not like that.
Oh.
Always 7 on the river like yesterday. You remember 7? All the time 7 and jacks. Same hand, same everything, but different result hopefully. Did he check already, Dennis? No? This guy is so slow. This is so slow. So slow, yeah? It must be so boring to watch. Me? Ace! Concentrate.
Check
Not like that.
from Martin here, trying to disguise.
I think we
Now,
won.
the 9, of course,
Looks
doesn't
like he's
help.
trapping, but we will bluff him.
Sipon still playing 7s full of jacks.
Sipon's trying to decide if he should check to induce from a counterfeited pocket pair lower than the 7 or just value bet himself.
He said 9?
He's betting very
I
small,
understand 20.
trying to get called by ace
He said
high.
9? You sure?
Well, in come the raise, of course. Just how much?
The thing is, it's so easy to get lured into the perception that Martin is just putting on a show and that there isn't any legitimacy behind the action. As we know, that's not the case, and hopefully Julian will know as well, for his sake.
But it's just so hard to get away from this full house. Especially when you bet very small, you look like you've got ace high. But he's up against the greatest showman.
Into the blender he is placed to the tune of an extra 32.
Kabrhel is saying he has a jack. Not sure if he would play a 7 for this size.
It's a call?
Payoff. Those ones sting.
Closing the gap.
Thank you, Dennis. That's for you. Take it. Dennis, take it.
Oh, you can tip?
Can I see that as well?
With your chips?
Okay, this is for you.
Yeah, this is...
You made it. No! For you, buddy. You make me good.
What a character.
I'll tell you what, it's a lot easier to tolerate him when you're here in the booth than it is when you got 25K on the line and you're trying to square off against him, especially considering the guy can play, Randy.
He is quite good.
Now, Otani. King 9 takes us upstairs.
Zamani has 3-bet 7-5 offsuit.
Cool.
It's a little loose. It's very loose.
Yeah, he's definitely thrown some curveballs out there in this match so far as the deck throws top pair out there for the opposition, and trouble for Zamani as a fruitless 10K is deployed.
Yeah, he's trying to sell the story that he's got ace, king, kings, or queens, but the king is lurking for Otani.
Cold. Flat call, keeping a lid on things. Extra 20 into the middle. Looks like Martin's waving the white flag here.
Yeah, rarely is Otani behind once his opponent bets the flop and checks the turn. If Zamani had a king, he would continue to bet.
25,000. And case closed here quickly. You know, it is easier to pull off some of those frisky maneuvers when you do have that cushion and a chip lead than it is when your back's up against the wall. But as I pointed out, these guys are so deep that they have an opportunity, especially in these early levels, to run some experiments, to do some things. Maybe even, as I characterized it yesterday in the booth with David Williams, make an investment in a marketing budget. You know, I want to show this one down so that this guy all of a sudden has to wonder if it's 7 high or if it's aces when I'm putting the big bet out there on the end.
Yeah, it's a very good point. You know, early in the match, you can kind of sell this image that you're a maniac and then tighten things up when the stacks become shallow. It's just psychological warfare when you only have one opponent across you, and you gotta just try to create any edge you can find. And sometimes you do splash a little. That marketing budget, I suppose.
Mm-hmm. The one thing you know for sure is you can't simply sit back and expect the deck to slap you in the face and deliver nothing but top shelf materials. You're going to have to put a wide array of holdings to work. Things like a Queen 5 suited.
Cool.
or for that matter, a 9-deuce suited, as Zamani again comes with a 3-bet directly after an unsuccessful bid last time Ohtani was on the button. So credit to him for staying the course here, and he finds bottom 2 pair against top pair. How about this for timing?
And his 2 pair is very disguised. There's nothing Ohtani can do but call for now with top pair no kicker.
Call.
I'll tell you what, I like Zamani checking no matter what hits the turn here, because that's the exact line that opened up the door for Ohtani to bet and take it. Jack is moist.
Yeah, it's a weird card because now if he was to check and give a free card, he could be giving a hand like Jack 10 a free chance to just spike it. It makes sense that he bets here again. He needs a charge.
45.
Now it's very uncomfortable for the Queen 5. The fact that he called the flop and this card comes out on the turn and his opponent is still betting means that usually his opponent has something, and if they have something, they usually have the Queen 5 in a world of hurt.
Okay,
It's so hard to fold top pair.
Did Masato tell you I'm crazy? No, he didn't say that.
Masato is not my friend.
Not your friend?
Ah.
Ooh. I don't know if that was
all in.
Just like a normal statement, or there's a grudge there. Zamani just jams on the heels of inquiring as to whether or not Ohtani had any scouting reports as to Zamani's craziness.
Under normal circumstances, you're only up against ace-king or ace-10, but given the hands we've seen Zamani play, there could be more bluffs like 10-5 offsuit, given the way he's been playing.
What would the bluffs be in this situation as played?
Zamani has 7-5, 9-deuce. He can have any 2 cards.
Yeah, that's fair.
Most bluffs are tethered to 10x, I would say. I'm sure Ohtani's been getting 3-bet relentlessly throughout this match too. So it's not lost that Zamani doesn't have the goods all the time. The problem here is if he calls and he's wrong, this match is over.
Yeah. Added weight, of course, to the decision for Ohtani.
He needs to be very sure in this spot. Even if he folds, he still has 129K, and it doesn't sound like a lot, but the blind's only 1.2K. He's got 100 blinds.
Relatively early in his World Series of Poker career is Ohtani, with just north of 12,000 in career earnings, a podcaster by trade, 39 years of age. Biggest score at the series, alone cash for 2,800.
Last 9 seconds.
Say it again?
Last 5 seconds.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, he lays it down and gives himself some hope.
I know what's the new episode on his podcast? I made the right fold against 9-deuce.
Sure. Of course, we're not going to be able to produce that one quite yet. We still got to get through the minefield.
You're helping them get
Elsewhere on the minefield, we find Faraz Jaka
How are you? And
squaring off against Stoyan Mandangiev.
Time and 5-6 part-time people. But yeah, it's not easy.
Boy, Faraz is giving Bob Ross right about now.
We just hired
Pretty strong.
Live in Danny, which is helping a lot.
Some happy little trees.
But she has to leave in 10 months. Here it's very
You want to
hard.
get him an easel?
For sure.
The cost is high.
Man knows how to paint, by the way, in terms of creative poker. Longtime coach of the game. And once again, we cast our eyes on Bulgarian talents. Two-time bracelet winner is Mandangiev. Been beasting for quite some time out in these streets. There's Dario Sammartino, not in a tuxedo here at the World Series of Poker. Of course, very much famously donned that kit during his main event run.
He was playing against Insan, right?
Yeah, Hossein, 2019. Runner-up finish. There's Thomas Boivin of Belgium, $17 million man. Another one of these known commodities in the high-stakes circuits.
Pretty sure he perked up when you said his last name.
I'm always trying. I'm not always getting it right, though.
Yeah.
Things haven't been going right for Doug Polk. He's got the diaper on the button, though.
It's a designer variety. Might be Dior.
Pull-ups. Dior doesn't really make diapers, do they, Randy?
Baby Dior. It's a thing.
He's walking across the whole thing.
Yeah, but not diapers.
I haven't looked.
Ace, jack board here. Queen high, defended and slips it.
1800's a bet.
He's bet exactly a quarter of a pot. This is the type of board that you would range c-bet, your air, and your ace, and your jack.
And knowing that, queen high sticks around. These are the kinds of things which would have left us breathless once upon a time, but in the modern era, they are sort of standard and customary, and that is a delightful turn for queen high as he picks up the Broadway draw along with spades.
Yeah, if you play hit or miss, you're just going to get run over and heads up. You need to make some lighter calls, and queen 3 suited does qualify. Look at Doug Polk reaching for more chips. He's at the bottom of his range, I suppose.
Yeah, I would say that's bottom of range, Randy.
Can it get lower?
Didn't take me too long to unpack it.
Now Mamet should probably just call here because his opponent isn't supposed to really bet a king or ace on a turn, so you can't really bluff out those hands, and you got to be worried about the jack.
Oh, a third jack on the end now leaves Mamet playing the board. So it's a chop if we get to showdown, but as played, do you think Doug continues to get after it?
I don't think Doug will continue to get after it. I think there's actually some merit for Mamet to lead, because if Polk isn't supposed to bet like an ace-5, ace-4 on a turn, oftentimes you can just take the full pot, especially if your opponent was bluffing with some kind of random draw. I love this play from Mamet. He bet so small.
2,600. And on almost every occasion in which this barrel was fired during yesterday's coverage, it was a hand that was best. This time it's a chop.
80,000. 80,000 is the bet.
Oh, wow.
80,000. He's saying he has the jack.
Not even kings full or aces full would behave this way?
Probably not, because they...
Like what calls us?
What calls you, exactly. 80,000 with 3 deuce. There's a reason he's the best.
That was pretty sexy.
He found the perfect price.
Yeah,
and he shows it.
Show him.
The 3-time bracelet winner just couldn't help it.
Bluff.
Got him.
There's your big bluff that gets.
Tell you what, I kind of
That's it.
like the show there.
I'm done now. Had enough.
He's
Folks suggesting, yeah, he's not going to do any
Not
more
a
bluffing, but
particularly
you know,
attractive bluff spot either, but you gotta rep quads sometimes, you know? Just once in a while.
Once in a while.
I was like, yeah, I got the nut low. This feels like the time. I don't think you want any of the straight stuff. I want you to have those cards. Yeah, seems fine. 4,000.
Mamet takes it to 4,000. In the aftermath, Polk flats the suited king. Here comes king, queen, 8. Both players with a taste. Of course, advantage Polk with top pair versus middle pair.
Looks like Mamet is going to lose some more chips in this spot. However, he does have just middle pair.
Using a different size screen than I'm used to these days.
Check call of 2K. Brings the pot to 12. Now dampness on the turn in the form of the jack. Things straightening out a little bit.
I guess you're probably splitting flops. I'm thinking about it.
The street goes check, check, and a very arid deuce on the end.
Sounds like Polk is talking about strategy to his opponent mid-hand. However, here comes the value bet.
12,000.
Sounds like full pot. So given the way the hand's playing out, bluffs are for Polk is usually missed diamonds, I would say. If Polk had Jack 10, he wouldn't need to turn that into a bluff. It would be strong enough to just check it down. Polk could also have like ace of diamonds other. Good fold.
Splitting
Yeah,
flops
Nikolai
over there?
does correctly
You splitting flops?
get away.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Oh. All right.
I don't buy it. Off and running is Nakanishi against Phil Ivey. 2-1 chip lead as we catch up with them. Pre-flop action was a raise and a defense. 7 high fans on a queen 8-6 board. Nakanishi checking back. Now an open-ender developing.
This is the card that I would want to bet if I'm Ivy. When you see a flop check back, there's a lot of hands that just whiff like ace high. Might even go meaty here.
Bet 6,000.
This is a very good call from Nakanishi. Ace king high on this board.
Still perilous as he did peel. Now Ivy doesn't have a heart in hand. Backdoor hearts have arrived. That 10 is also problematic insofar as any of the inside straight stuff has either paired or gotten there.
Still, I wouldn't mind bluffing his hand even without a heart in hand. You can just get so many, maybe ace nines, these kind of fold, or a random pair. They don't feel very good.
Full pot, the effort here. Gotta appreciate that he's still showing so much fight, despite the fact that things haven't gone his way. And Nakanishi isn't done with ace high. Now he is.
Phil Ivey. Always love watching him play. He's an icon.
And continues to be all these years removed from when he was the young buck in that Houston Rockets jersey during Chris Moneymaker's run at the World Series of Poker in '03. Making a deep run himself and very much catching the attention of the poker world, which he turned on its head not long after that, playing in some of the biggest cash games that had ever been televised at that point. Countless hours spent here in Las Vegas in the high limit rooms, ultimately having the high limit area at the Aria Resort and Casino named after him. It was the Ivy Room for a time.
That's right. He stands the test of time.
Great to see him still battling. 4 to go. Says 10-8, dominating Nakanishi's suited variety. But
they're going after it.
Finger wag here from Shota.
Yeah, you see a lot of these random suited hands 3-betting right now in all of the different heads-up matches. They know that the opponent is raising the button almost the whole range, so there's a lot of hands that just can't call a 3-bet.
That one bracelet that Nakanishi holds, by the way, was in short deck back in 2022. 277K went his way for that. Total prize pool in this one comes to over $3 million. Courtesy of 128 entries. 16 places will be paid. All those who win their first 3 matches on day 1A or B will enjoy some distribution. And of course, ultimately, we will work our way down to a champ on the 4th day of coverage. This the 2nd of those 4 days.
Raised to 4,000.
King 10 suited now. versus King Jack. And Ivey electing to bring the 3-bet.
So in heads up, hands like King Jack go up in value. You can get called by worse a lot more.
Two queens and a 6 rolling off here. Nakanishi's eyes trained on that Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, I would say that rarely Nakanishi will be folding this flop.
9,000.
Especially against a small bet. He's getting a good price.
9 into 32. No hesitation on the peel. Extra 18 into the purse. Another hard on the turn is going to keep Nakanishi even stickier.
If Ivey was to bet, he's trying to shake out ace high. And given that he bet so small on the flop, ace high would certainly be calling at least one. But we know King 10 of hearts would call another bet.
35.
35,000.
Now a little bit chunkier, 35 into 50. Do you prefer just a flat to ensure you realize the equity? Do you ever semi-bluff in this spot?
No, because Ivey is rarely bet folding a made hand on the turn. So I like just calling there, maybe spike the heart. If your opponent does have a queen, you'll win a big pot.
What you don't like is looking up at the 7 of clubs. Conversely, Ivey didn't like that call from Nakanishi, but I think he's got the sense that he's not going to win one at showdown here. And if that reality is one that he is grappling with, then trying to blast out could be on his mind.
He's definitely concerned about the queen. He's also wondering, a hand like 8s, 9s, a 6, would they call? And he is jamming. Phil Ivey is the man.
Note that he jammed with the best hand, but certainly had no clue it was.
I love watching him play.
He makes those moves look so effortless and easy, by the way. The sheer terror coursing through my veins as I'm even trying to assemble my stack to push it toward the middle would certainly leave me feeling like anyone on earth is going to make the call, knowing I'm dust.
Not many people are able to make that play.
I will not see that. Queen.
I'm still doing karaoke.
Ah, Dennis.
That's one way to describe it.
Dennis. Why you do this to me? The Dennis boy. Okay, here is the update from the heads up. We are losing a little bit, but we're gonna win.
Who is he talking to?
You know, anyone that'll listen, in my experience.
This Dennis guy, is the best poker face in Vegas. You should have it on camera. Best poker face in Vegas. Like, he doesn't even like make a smile. Unbelievable, this Dennis guy. Fold! I will help you. Don't worry, Dennis. I'm always helping you. I'm not like a Parisian. I'm not like Parisian. Don't be like a Parisian.
Shots fired.
Go and do losers interview
Parisians.
after with Parisian, okay? Thank you, buddy. Okay, who is
By the way,
big
you
blind?
know, that little angle there,
Myself?
saying snap multiple times, knowing that that's not one of the terms that's going to,
Phil.
you know, get him held to a call,
Do me a favor. Be a
checking to
little
see
bit more
whether or
quiet,
not
please.
there's any
Thank you.
reaction.
Right? Phil is
Those are the
talking way
sorts
too
of
much.
things which I think
Way
make
too
people
much.
not fans of Martin.
Silly boy.
They can be
Silly
irritating.
boy. Talking way too much. How much? 16. No, how much he raised? 4?
4,000.
Snap. Snap call, I mean. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. And show me some decent flop. Check blind.
Ace 10-5. Both players with bottom pair. Advantage Sipon.
Looks like he's going to continuation bet. That's played. Kabrhel's got a decent piece.
Yeah, 3K ahead will take us to the turn.
Check blind.
Oh, now spade draw acquired here for Kabrhel. You know, I play with a guy that says, check blind. in the light constantly. And guess it never gets old as the deuce of spades rolls off free of charge to bail Kabrhel out of what was a bad spot. And he's
where is he going?
My time already? He's going so fast. He's going so fast.
He has too much space around him. He doesn't bump into any players on our feature table.
20,100.
So he's gone over bet after giving Sitbon a mouthful.
I believe it's earful.
Oh,
Randy, mouthful is a very different sort of thing.
Thank you for correcting me. I miss you, buddy.
20,000, as Martin didn't miss. Now here's Julian wondering if he needs to do something heroic, but ultimately does concede.
Poker player.
He is content creator?
He is Piero.
Huh?
He is content creator and Piero.
And P?
Cole.
And you?
Well, Martin got almost all of that.
No. Businessman.
I like that.
Oh. Podcast.
Podcast?
Yes.
Maybe you need a new guest.
Thank you.
It's pretty funny, these two guys.
I mean, you have to appreciate that poker truly is perhaps the only means by which these two human beings would ever find themselves in the same room engaged in conversation. Eight on the turn now, delivering the open-ender to Otani. Two quick checks. Zamani's fives hanging on.
Queen High is not going to win in at showdown. Probably need to bluff at it. Given there's some chips in there already. Here comes the bet. It's a really big bet. Zamani's thinking about calling with
You don't have
five.
anything, right? You were just kidding? It's just a joke. Okay.
What do you mean?
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
Wow.
Caught him.
Pair five. Nice goal.
Oh, really? Zamani definitely not going to be a guest on his podcast.
Yeah, this is one of those that sticks with you. And it does take, as I touched on yesterday, so much mental toughness to get out into the 25K heads-up streets, not just because the caliber of opponent that you're going to have to contend with, but, you know, there's going to be a lot of ebb and flow invariably in every single one of these matches. Sometimes you front-load the run good when the blinds are small. You feel like you're winning a ton of pots, and then you lose one pot, and it's all vanquished. That requires a little bit of recentering and making yourself realize, like, I'm still playing good poker. All is fine, you know.
Yeah, so the problem here is that you're playing heads up, so you can't really take time off. You know, if you're playing a full ring table, you can just fold some garbage hands. It really is soul crushing when you get called into that spot by bottom pair. Everything got there for full pot.
Both players getting there on the turn with a queen, but advantage Otani on this occasion. Out kicking. Brisk check call from Zamani. Did he just bet 2K?
Blind.
Just a weird.
Just before the jack came out, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, I mean, all the things being put to use here by Martin.
Have to raise here against 2K.
Yeah, Otani agrees and cobbles out some extra value.
Showed the queen as well.
Good.
So recovering nicely and in short order.
Just wanted to set the scene for you in the cluster, give you an idea of a couple more groups in the bracket. Let's start with some of the best young guns in the game. Harvey Castro taking on Brandon Wilson. You saw Castro late last night battling one Daniel Negreanu. Negreanu had some kind words to say about the young Texan, and he has had some really kind words to say about one Brandon Wilson, including his new nickname for him, One Seed. Thinks he is currently the best no-limit hold'em player in the world. He did lose, though, to Kabrhel, so we got to bring him down a couple seats. Winner of that match faces the winner of this match. Ivan Dara versus Thomas Mühlacker. Dara won the 3K in 2019. Patrick Leonard finished in 4th in that very event. Pat's also in the field, and we'll get to him later. Mühlacker has to be one of the best players in the world to not have a WSOP bracelet. It's been close a couple times. We'll see if he pulls it off here in the 25K Heads-Up Championship. For now, let's send it back to you guys.
Raise to 4,000.
You know, when I first looked at the shot, I thought we'd hired a sommelier to recommend wine during this heads-up event, but then it was just Jeff. Always looking dapper. Ivey dressed up with an ace-6 suited here and takes 4K up to 17.
One would think this hand is over here, but Nakanishi is taking his time and reaching for chips. He's putting in a 4-bet.
Unclear how many of these have been put to use in this particular match. Fewer and further between are 4-bets generally. But the big little offsuit combo has very much come into focus for its properties and favored for these sorts of spots.
Not as recommended when you're very deep, because Ivey can call 4-bets more at this stack depth and not fold ace-6 suited.
Call, bringing a Jack-8-7. And you know, part of why the King-3 likes to do these things is because it thinks it unblocks all the middling stuff that's supposed to concede. When that hand sticks around, if indeed it is the middling stuff that you've unblocked, it smashes this particular board. As Nakanishi smashes the best hand on the turn. Well, that may be a generous verb to use for bottom pair. It's still a winner at Showdown if Ivey doesn't vacate the holding.
Ivey usually doesn't think he's ever good. He's trying to bet out a better ace-high, ace-queen, ace-king, some king X's. He would have thought that Nakanishi always bets an overpair.
Oh my goodness.
What a call.
50K just casually flung into the middle here with the best hand. And now a 10 on the end puts a 4-liner on board. Range-wise, is there one player who is more likely to have a 9 in hand?
Should be Ivey. Nakanishi rarely 4-bets a hand that has a 9 in it. I think Ivey should bet again. He also unblocks spades, like an ace-king of spades, ace-queen of spades that would check back flop and call turn.
75,000.
He's a bluffing machine.
75,000, milky seeming sizing here into this 190, and not insignificant when you consider it's almost half of Ivey's remaining chips in a 4-bet pot. He could certainly have pocket 9s, I would imagine, Randy.
Even for this sizing, he could have like Jack 10. It looks very value heavy. That's why Ivey uses this sizing. It looks like an impossible call here of King 3.
If he were to make this call, though, this would send some shockwaves through the event.
How much is that? 75.
Oh, you don't like hearing that if you're Phil.
10 seconds.
Oh my goodness, he's made the call, Randy.
Wow.
And you see the smirk on Ivey's face, and it's going to be a deeper one once he's shown 3s. And that is a very big statement from Nakanishi in a match that he has very much dominated.
Ivey's lost. Yeah, let's drop that stack size down to 55 bigs.
Yeah.
So he called me with a pair of 3s. Wait, isn't this a 4-bet pot? Isn't there a 4-liner out there? Surging. for Nakanishi.
Blinds are up. 1,000, 2,000.
That's a confidence booster.
I'll tell you what, it takes a lot of moxie to waltz into this event, square off against Phil Ivey and make that call, let alone 4-bet that king 3 before making that call.
I think it's safe to say he's not scared of Ivey.
It's 1 and 2 now.
10 seconds.
That was street poker. Ivey goes back to work, wounded.
Call.
Still 40 bigs deep.
Yeah, there will be some shift in strategy if he gets any shorter, but for now, 40 big blinds deep is relatively the same.
Not the same are these two holdings on a queen 6 deuce board, where ace high stays exactly that. But Nakanishi makes top pair. C-bet not going to get through, of course. Oh, but the ace says hello on the turn to bail Phil out.
Now it's time to value bet the ace. You know it's a card that you would bluff
15.
at.
15,000.
Should get called by the queen once again.
Still check calling is Nakanishi. Could be some context in his mind. He knows nobody enjoys getting shown a king 3 in that 4-bet pot just a moment ago, and maybe Ivey taking offense to the disrespectful call and just trying to force his way through one.
I like that he's going for value with the ace here. He's already seen his opponent call down for 3.
Yeah. Maybe he doesn't make an all-in under other circumstances, but again, context having a little something to do with it. And this time, Nakanishi folding a whole lot more hand.
I mean, just because he called it for 3 last time doesn't mean he's always going to call any pair.
Yeah, good point. I don't know. I felt like he might have thought about it a little longer. There's kind of two schools of thought in that spot. Would the guy really try it twice in a row for his tournament life this time? Or this time he has to have it? One never knows. Doug Polk having issues in this match and issues in this hand as well. Ace queen suited, opening to 4,500, and Nikolai has 1-1.
So Polk needs to be very careful, because if he 4-bets this hand, he needs to call it off against the jam. If he's not comfortable calling off this many blinds, then he'll call to 3-bet.
38,000.
Ace to 38,000.
Yep. So he's basically committing himself here.
Yep.
But Mamet might just call to 4-bet. He figures if he's up against kings, queens, or jacks, he can stack it on most flops anyways. If there's bluffs, then give him some rope. You've got pocket aces.
So not overly anxious to get the chips into the middle. Mamet decides to chart a course to get all the money in there post-flop, despite what felt like the pot committing 4-bet.
This is fireworks, eh?
Nut flush draw on the jack-high board. Careful what you wish for with those aces.
16,000.
I'm curious to see if Mamet check raises. Last time he had the kings and slow played it, he did play it fast and he didn't get action. Maybe he's got a different course this time. It's a very small bet. But there's not much stack behind. I wouldn't be that worried about still stacking queens and kings later anyways.
Raise to 32,000.
Seems like he's going to go with the same plan when he had pocket kings against Polk.
Min raise, just looking to induce the jam from Doug.
He's also expecting Polk to call this min raise with some backdoor spades. They're just going to run it on the flop.
They are. And as you hear Doug react to the sight of those aces with an oh wow, but the real wow would come if a club could find its way to this board.
I guess
And he's
that was
got
about as
two
good of a
pulls
flop
at
as
it.
I was gonna get.
Yeah. More equity than I'd like to see.
Facts. Nervy moments. As aces versus ace-queen generally expects to be holding a lot more than 62%. And the club rolls off to leave the aces drawing dead. Massive double, Randy.
Polk beats pocket aces with ace-queen suited. What a life.
He's had more than a few L's hung on him by Nikolai thus far in the match, but there's a big W to level the score.
That's a very deflating pot for Mehmet. Could have just closed this extremely strong opponent out. But still, but Doug Polk back to starting stack.
And that's why poker is about discipline.
Yeah.
Picking your spots, waiting for a big hand. It's a very fair game.
Let's just say he's got a second life.
So the reset button has been pushed in this match. And I gotta say, I'm pleased with the way that Nikolai is handling it. You know, it's pretty disappointing when you could have punched your ticket into the third round with ease, it seemed. And all of a sudden you find yourself having to start over. Getting his king 8 suited, 3-bet by a king 7 suited here. As Doug wastes no time putting the new chips to work. Two spades on a queen high board. Polk with another flush draw on the flop.
And he's decided to check it over to Mehmet.
Oh, sorry.
Very balanced strategy.
I checked, but you need to reset this time. It's okay, you're good. We're good. We got there.
You surprised at all by Doug's choice to check post flop?
Well, I know that Polk studies GTO strategies, and he wants to be very balanced in all spots so that you can't just range him on certain hands. That's why he's so difficult to play against. I mean, sometimes he's going to check raise and sometimes he'll check call. Everything on the table for him. He'll play it fast.
Boy, when your man 3-bets pre and then check 3X's your barrel here, it feels pretty ugly, and obviously the king 8 has no further interest.
Yeah, it does seem like Polk has lit the match. He is heating up.
Momentum also such a big part of heads-up battles. A lot of times you'll see that aggression dial up.
I'm over starting. I made it back. Didn't get that low. Let me think about this now. 5,000.
Raise to 5,000.
Suited ace. Takes it up.
Send this hand to work.
Check.
10-5 deuce brings backdoor hearts and the wheel draw. No follow through. And from one pair of fives to trip fives for Mehmet.
That's the card you want to hit. Could also get called by ace highs, even if he goes big sizing. He may not think that Polk has a 10 too often. 10s usually bet the flop.
67.
Polk still has that gut shot and ace high that could be good against busted diamonds. I would like to see Mehmet go for a big bet and polarize his range to be a 5 or nothing. If he bets too small, He lets his opponent get away for a cheap price.
Fold.
23 and done for Nikolai. Looks like we've got some casualties to talk about here. Handshakes happening as Thomas Ashan has dispatched Elijah Berg elsewhere in the room. So he's going to await the winner of the other side of that particular bracket upon his advancement onto the money bubble in round 3 for Thomas. Didn't have a chance to put eyes on that match. His fellow countryman Julian got his hands full here with Kabrhel. Kuznetsov Krupa, by the way, the other match that Thomas is going to await the victor.
We've seen a lot of 3-bets from some trashy hands here today. 4-3 offsuit. It's making it quite big, about 10 blinds off of these stacks, expecting Sipon to not want to defend as much.
Tomorrow on final table, I show everything, okay? Everything. This Julian is too smart. This Julian guy is too smart. Really too smart. But we will do that. Už je hotový vlog? Už vyšel vlog? A proč nepracuješ na tom? Není co? Pracuješ? Místo natáčení pracuji na tom, ať to video. How much? How much? 2,000, yeah? Two to call. Okay.
10 seconds. 4,100.
It's all the little things, isn't it? With Kabrhel, and he just is unrelenting.
Maybe he doesn't play his best if he's not talking, to be honest.
It's kind of a free roll as well, by the way.
Just one time to save some time.
If you can get under your opponent's skin, it's only going to help. Look how fortunate Kabrhel is here. Was up against the better of the 10Xs and finds himself a 4 for the lead on an ace-high board.
I already know this. He's waiting and then fold.
It's getting called by 10-9 high. It was just a min bet on the flop.
This is an ambitious peel.
I mean, it's possible that Sipon is just waiting to knock out Kabrhel and kind of just getting a little hasty here with that check call.
Snap check back on the turn. Does open the door for Julian to lay claim to the 12K.
Did he check already, didn't he? No. I think he will check eventually.
Kabrhel would love for Sipon to check, but 10-9 high should try and bet and fold out a queen or king high. Even these small pairs that randomly get rivered or flopped, they have a lot of trouble calling in this spot. There we go. Well played.
Those peels, of course, can't simply be in the hopes that you pick up equity or make a hand. Also designed to just get yourself further down the streets and maybe pick up an opportunity like the one that Julian enjoyed just then. Meanwhile, back over to Otani and Zamani, top pair. Versus just jack high on the flop, which is now turned into an open-ender after both parties check. Zamani stabbing for 10.
He's stabbing very big here because he doesn't expect Otani to check back a flop with top pair. And in comes the straight for Zamani.
Easy breezy, and of course board texture deteriorating significantly for Otani's queens.
I wonder how greedy Zamani will get with a 4-liner out there. Tend to not want to bet as big, but he's gone very big.
26,000.
I don't think Otani thinks that Zamani would use this size if he was holding just a king. looks like a straight or nothing situation. Even 2 pairs wouldn't bet so healthy, I would think.
Keeping him honest.
Straight.
And that's going to be costly.
Oh, nice.
As Ohtani will unravel down to 117,000.
25, 20.
Zamani getting the best of Ohtani once again.
Okay.
Raise.
Raise the 5. Cole.
Zamani.
5.
4-3 offsuit. Continuing to lean as he puts added runway between himself and Ohtani. 10-9 defending. Fanning on the ace-jack 5 board. Little wheel gutter for Zamani, not to mention the ability to rep the ace. C-bet comes in briskly. And you see Ohtani staring off kind of into space there a little bit, Randy. Shell-shocked, wondering what on earth is going on.
Yeah, there's been multiple times where Zamani has put out big bets. He's paid off and has seen some very trashy hands. It is quite hard to stay focused when things aren't going your way, but you just got to finish the match and do your best.
Raise 45.
45. 15,000 raise.
Wow. Just all over Ohtani is Zamani, and he does it with the Doyle. 10 deuce off. Just living rent-free in his head as we send it down to Jeff Platt, who's going to give us a tour of Group H.
Leonard versus Peschier. I told you I'd get to one Patrick Leonard. I told you I'd get to pads, as he is a World Series of Poker bracelet winner. He won the tag team with eventual main event champion Espen Jorstad back in 2022. You got to go win this one by yourself, buddy. On to Florian Pesch. Pesch won a WSOP circuit main title in Cherokee. Has not won that bracelet yet. Did get a pretty impressive ring. That ring worth almost $370,000. Winner of that match takes on the winner of this match, as we have Richard Green taking on Kevin Rabichau. Green also looking for his first bracelet. He finished in 5th place in the 10K Mystery Bounty last year, facing who is widely considered to be one of the best heads-up players in the world, as Kevin Rabichau made the semifinals in this event in 2022, a year after finishing 2nd in the 100K high roller. Also could be on that best players to never won a bracelet list, right?
5,000.
Well, that list is fairly long, but each summer it does feel like it gets shorter and shorter as so many decorate their wrists, and there are so many opportunities with which to do so. You put in the volume, play your game, and eventually your time will come. Meanwhile, complete run out here between Nakanishi and Ivey.
8,000.
King high versus ace high. Shota trying it out for 8,000, and he gets picked off.
This is the match of nice hero calls. Well done, Ivey.
Did touch on the fact that all of these players have already played one match here today to work their way to this spot. For Ivey, his victory would come against Aram Oganyan. For Nakanishi, he will take down Renan Bruski. Whoever wins this match will move on to face the winner of Polk Mahmoud.
Raise 5,000.
10 seconds.
Nakanishi. Suited connectors. Same vicinity for the 6-4 of Ivey, which finds bottom pair on a spadeless board.
5,000 back.
So Ivey Pole's way ahead, but it's very hard to maneuver if he faces multiple bets and doesn't improve. However, the queen is a good card for Ivey.
Certainly. And Nakanishi doesn't have a follow-up barrel.
Okay, so Ivey gets counterfeited.
Yeah. Playing the board, but so is Nakanishi.
Ivey's just given up. He thinks he would get called by an ace high.
Wow, carve it up, boys.
This is going to be awkward. Ivey smiling.
Yeah, a rare moment of levity in the throes of battle. A little surprised that the 4-5 didn't decide the barrel.
I'm a little bit more surprised that Ivey didn't barrel.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think he could have represented a full house in that spot.
More credibly than Nakanishi?
Yeah, given the check back from Nakanishi.
But Nakanishi doesn't need to rep the full house in that spot when checked to him. Obviously, an ace high would look for value, maybe.
If you think that Ivey would call king high, then yes.
Speaking of ace highs and king highs, that's what we were staring at pre-flop, but now it's top pair versus middle pair. Actually, bottom two, forgive me, overlooking the 4 briefly. Nakanishi has got Ivey in a bad spot.
Yeah, we could see the end of Ivey if this runs out quite clean for Nakanishi. Like that turn card.
So if he looks for another street of value, he does. And each one of these barrels growing more and more significant. 20K into 24 now.
There's a lot of merit for Nakanishi to raise now. He could represent some kind of turn combo draw.
Just flatting. Oh, and running 5s. Leaving Ivey with a winner. Aces and 5s with a king. What a bailout that was.
Ivey's back. Now he's looking to value bet against the king. Already have that history of getting called down light.
Bet 50,000.
Well, you've never hated kings and 4s more than in this spot.
I would like to see him fold here. Yeah, because he has a lot of ace X that's not folding anyways. There's no need to call the king, otherwise you're calling pretty much everything.
Lines are up. 1,000, 2,500.
Blinds going up there in that match as we get another glimpse at the current state of the union here in this round 2 day 1B frame. Polk still busy along with Ivey. No outcomes in Group B either. Saw Eli Berg fall to Thomas Aishon briefly, although we didn't watch any hands get played in that particular match. Group D still battling out there. Brock Wilson fell to Daniel Negreanu yesterday, rebought here today. Alex Ponikov's there in Group E, also one to watch. Brandon Wilson, always a tough opponent. Harvey Castro, also one of the victims of Negreanu yesterday, back in the saddle. And of course, Crab down there rounding things out, showing that sometimes you can both play and commentate. Of course, not so much in my case.
Nicky boy, tough job,
Hey,
yeah?
just don't do it at the same time.
I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I hope they pay you well.
I've not yet pulled that off.
Can this guy go?
Although if
on
we
the
get a
break?
deck in
He's
here,
working
perhaps
so
you and
hard.
I can,
Look, it's like
you know,
TI.
exchange paychecks.
TI, it's like
Let's
you.
play some
Your
Chinese.
Son? Your son, yeah?
Yeah, I still owe you.
Yeah, you
what do I owe you?
Probably $100.
I think I have it on the ledger.
No, the French menus. The winner takes it all I
He's right behind
want
him.
to be. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. Mamma mia, ma. Mamma mia, ma. The winner takes it all.
I just really exploring the space and all of the
I'm sorry for him, Dennis.
undesirable octaves is
I asked him
Kabrhel.
so nicely so many times, and he just like can't do that for you. Sorry. But I will buzz him in your honor. Check blind. The
Jack 5, advantage Julian.
takes it all. The winner takes it all.
Did you get me for change? I didn't see.
What you didn't see?
I didn't see. I didn't see. I saw.
I
just
gave you
change.
the chip for change. You gave me 5K for 5K. It's good. And the winner takes it all. Okay, Denisa, let's go. Denisa, Melissa, Namia, Kania. 6,000.
6,000.
The winner takes it all.
Can you imagine Martin in elementary school?
Julian.
Like, what was that like?
He definitely was in
Let's see
detention.
the flop.
Yeah.
Where I see bet all. Because I can do that in a way.
Top pair for Julian.
Because it's ace deuce free. And we have 4-5 of diamonds.
It's Kabrhel who fired the 5, by the way.
That's right.
The winner takes it
Fixed it.
T-wee. Change, please.
Getting check popped and conceding promptly.
Kabrhel's down to 30 big
Thank you.
blinds.
You're welcome.
Actually, less. Oh no, 30.
You know, I can't tell if I like it more or less that even when he's getting his teeth kicked in, he still stays the course. You know, some people have chirp and chips and then they get quiet when they're down.
He doesn't break character.
No. Certainly, Alex Ponikov's isn't easily broken. Brian Battistone getting the full experience out here. There is Brian. Double stack online champion back in 2023 on the circuit. Been around the streets a minute, has Brian. Three-time bracelet winner himself is Ponikov's.
He always plays the biggest games out there.
That he does, and he also mentors some of that Lithuanian contingent, along with some of the Latvian players that we're seeing.
He's got a big crew.
4.5. 9 for Otani here. A gutter interfered with by the 10 in Zamani's hand, as Martin just continues to try to pound away.
Check.
And he picks up a Broadway gutter at the same time Otani picks up a diamond draw.
I think Zamani's going to bet again, try to scare out the queen, the jack.
Ace belongs to the pre-flop raiser more often than not.
I mean, if Otani knew his opponent's cards, he would check jam, but it's so hard to do so when your opponent often has the ace.
Board pairing jack on the end.
Jack.
Okay. 10 high is going to be a winner.
This is not good for Otani. Even when his opponent is bluffing, he wins the pot.
10 wins. 10 points.
There is nothing more deflating when you're trying to get your bearings and find a bounce off the bottom than a pot like that. Under 40K now.
The stars are aligned for Zamani. Zamani very close to closing this one out. Just need to continue to lean on Otani.
Sometimes you can see these matches get cagier when one player gets down to a sub 20 big blind stack as the opponent wants to keep their thumb firmly on a chip lead and not allow a quick spin up. small ball poker from that point forward, which can be very frustrating, but not Martin.
He might even press here, thinking that Otani isn't that strong, given he just limped this time.
Yeah, I don't know how much trapping Otani has been doing in this match in terms of limp 3-bets. But certainly it doesn't seem like enough to dissuade Zamani from simply asking for all of it here and now. And King High has made the call. So a nice opportunity potentially here for Shogo.
It's a very good read for him to limp call King 8 offsuit for about 20 bigs. He knew his range looked very weak, and then Zamani would make a move. It's a great spot for Otani to try and double up here.
Taking the best of it, headed to the flop, and there he remains on an ace-high board. Very dry texture. Looking to dodge queens and trays.
How much?
Job done on the turn as he sews it up with the king of diamonds.
Lock it up.
Kings and 2s with ace.
Good hand.
A little bit more breathing
We're even
room.
No.
Otani quick to point out we are not even now, Martin.
38, 3.
Does feel like a disproportionate number of the pots have certainly been going Martin's way. He has earned them, though. What's this? More players on their feet. Who is the casualty on this occasion? Yaman Nakdali falling to Ryuta Nakai. Nakai was in action yesterday.
Strong Japanese representation in this tournament.
Always is, isn't there?
6,000.
Nakai would lose to Kerry Katz in a pretty brutal manner. Katz went runner.
Excellent starting here. Starting hand for Mehmet. Definitely inflate, and Jack 10 is the type of hand that will be calling 3-bets.
Sure enough, the extra 19,000 is invested. On an open ender on the 9-high board here for Polk is going to keep him intact. Jack of diamonds for dessert.
Clearly an excellent board for both players. Mehmet going to go for value against the worst pairs out there. Polk has position, so I wouldn't expect him to raise against a C-bet if it's to come. He doesn't want to get blown off of his hand that has a draw to the nuts. It's a huge bet. It's full pot.
Yeah.
That changes things for Polk. Maybe he plays it fast now.
You at all surprised by the sizing from Nikolai?
A little bit, but he's playing a polarized strategy here. He's looking to try to stack the 9 immediately.
I'm on.
If Polk thinks this is polarizing, yeah, he might make a move here and try to take it down with Jack High.
And he does rip it in, knowing that he's going to have equity even against things like an overpair. And just take a look. 43% is Polk.
Queen, Jack, or 7.
To double up into a chip lead. Currently looking for 7s, queens, or jacks. A diamond would add outs.
That'd be a really nice. Be a fitting end.
Well, I can't find it on the turn, and hence the shake of the head as his back is up against the wall, and he needs to hit one of these 11 outs to keep this match alive. Otherwise, Nikolai will be moving on in what I would imagine most would consider an upset, but the 7 turns up.
Goodness.
Sorry about what I said about the Knicks.
Keeps beating all of Mehmet's big hands.
Sorry about what I said about the Knicks. They were a great team.
Boy, that is tough to lose with aces against ace-queen suited. Now 10s against 10-jack off.
That was really good
Sir.
sizing, by the way.
Thank you. Tough parlays.
I was like, shit, I hope he doesn't know about potting on this. And then you potted it, and I was like, God damn it. I'm actually not sure.
211, 200.
211?
211, 200. 180, 200.
So Polk apologized to the dealer, but he should have apologized to Mehmet. But respect was being thrown based on the bet sizing. You heard the discussion just now.
I'm not sure if I can call because then I just get blown off my equity on the turn. Like you kind of like jam mergy and call more polar versus the big size, I think. I don't know.
I think so.
480,000
Tens like the
plus
best
in
hand
front
for
of
that line,
Polk
too.
now, Randy. And, you know, I pointed out that I was a fan of Nikolai's ability to take that first beat with ace-queen suited, taking down his aces. Let's see whether or not he's got that same poise here. Out chip down to just 120K.
You can tell he's still focused. You know, Doug was looking to engage in conversation about the hand, but
That's 25 right
you know, he didn't
Yeah, I was
really
gonna say.
talk back
'Cause
too
it looked
much.
like he had the blue chip because of that shark right there. But
I know.
Yeah, yeah.
That really screwed me up.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh wow, okay.
That shark.
So I can just go like this?
Yeah,
That's good?
that looked. Yeah, that's what it looked like to me.
It does. Bad spot for the shark.
There's actually 2 sharks over here.
Well, we know. And you're here too.
Oh, Greg's got jokes, huh? I make one comment about the Knicks, and now Greg's got jokes. Like
And now Polk's got momentum. Ace, king suited.
Raise.
5,000.
Uh-oh.
It's just not the day for Mehmet.
He's not supposed to get all the chips in with this hand, though.
He's playing, what, 60 blinds? There's a chance.
Well, he's opened the door with a 3-bet.
Especially if you're playing against a guy like Doug Polk, who certainly has 4-bet bluffs. We saw him 4-bet 10-8 offsuit very early in the match, and maybe that's also on Mehmet's mind. And it's just a jam from Polk.
Man.
And against a jam, now you have to be worried about folding ace-jack against 10s, 9s, 8s, maybe some ace-5 suiteds occasionally.
Here's the thing also, you know, Polk, it just feels like
good fold.
A little bit of momentum, just trying to dunk on us maybe. That did take quite a bit of discipline, but Mehmet made it look easy as he spares himself a bad spot, but can't spare further losses.
Are all the TV tables hand shuffle? Why is that? Maybe it's just silly.
Yeah. Still working. Kabrhel limping the Jack-8 suited now as we pay a visit to him and Julien Sipon.
It seems like we're in the territory in terms of chip counts where we start limping. What a flop for Sipon. He's got these straight. Kabrhel has got 2 overs and a gut shot.
He sat down with nothing but napkins and managed to find the second nuts on the flop. Now a board pairing 4 on the turn. Still no action.
Maybe Sipon checks once more. A lot of hands that check down do contain the king if you think you can get some check raises in, but he'll just bet himself and win the pot.
Ali, Ali, Ali. Ali, Ali, Ali.
I'm here.
Wiesz co za? Chodziłaś. Nesłyším. Jaký?
C'est deuxième tour.
70 000 asi.
C'est le D1B. C'est vrai? Tu vas regarder le match là? Tu connais pas le résultat du tout? Personne t'a dit, c'est fou?
Sorry guys, English only, really. It's big tournament, okay? I don't want to call the boss here, okay? Just relax. How much?
2,500, your option.
Please tell them not to speak in French.
Double standard,
Kabrhel?
huh?
Yeah, I was just going to say. It's going in pretty hard on France on the day.
France is doing well in terms of chip counts for this match.
Yes, they are. Still not able to close things out, though. Going to work with King 8. Kabrhel check folding as deuces. Haul it in. So much of Europe works its way over to Vegas every summer, by the way, to test its mettle.
I mean, it's the World Series of Poker.
Yeah, I mean, and there's a lot of talent, man. I mean, not to harp on the point, but so many tremendous players that make the trip and make things even more difficult for those trying to earn a bracelet here on U.S. soil.
2,500.
Looks like this time Kabrhel is going to bet his nothing hand. 2 overs. He's got the 7, which blocks some continues like straight draws.
Nine on the turn now, providing a gutter to Kabrhel. Still trailing the 5s.
It's a decent card to consider a double barrel. You've picked up some outs. The 9 overcards the rest of the board, which is scary for pairs to check call. Especially when you go over bet. You might just win it here.
$12 into 10. Why so much is, of course, the thought, but also where are we trying to go with this Jack 5?
Yeah, it's scary because if you call here, you're not sure if you're up against another bet on the river, and if your opponent is semi-bluffing, they got a lot of outs against you.
So Julian keeps things simple. Also value to just keeping Martin's stack small.
Okay, come back.
Not allowing him
Come back.
to win big ones.
Very big comeback.
You already
Raise.
6, raise.
Call.
Sorry.
Gonna get a pre-flop raise in here and a call. Otani is dominating Zamani.
Two 9s, 2 hearts and a jack here. And Martin just blasting these C-bets in with blistering pace. And when you pick up all of the small pots, they really add up, not just in terms of the chips, just in terms of that frustration in your opponent. And you can kind of force them into a I need to make a hand mentality.
Yeah, actually the most problematic players in heads up when you play against them is the very aggressive ones. You don't know if they're bluffing, whether they've got the goods.
And, you know, you can fall into that trap of just thinking, okay, they're so aggressive, I'm just going to sit back and wait for my chance. But when they realize that that's what you're doing and you show resistance, you can have a tough time getting paid off. Meanwhile, ace 8 running into 2 8s here. Zamani.
Here we go.
Shooting it up, and Otani thinking, yeah, I got him, just as we were pointing out. And instead, he trails by a significant margin. So bad to be up against 8s here with the ace 8. But all it takes is one ace. And Otani can double up to 94,000, but still has the look of a man who just doesn't know what hit him. And that card is not going to repair that feeling. 1 diamond on board. Certainly could find a chop with some straight cards. Could even find the winner with running Queen King.
That's a start.
Yeah, halfway home. Only the Queen will rescue Otani here. Can he find Lady Luck in Vegas?
Good game.
No, he can't. And
I still love
you
Japan.
Can just
And
feel.
maybe be friends with Masato. He's a good heads-up player.
No, he is not a good player.
Masato, good heads-up player. Very tough. Much more tough.
Wow, shots fired by Otani, by the way. Not my friend, not good player. On record with regard to Masato Yokosawa. So I guess there could be some feuds in the land of the rising sun in terms of.
Yeah, it's hard to know if that was genuine there, what he was saying.
He didn't seem like he was joking, and he doesn't seem like he's in much of a mood. Zamani marching on to the third round now, where in all likelihood to be squaring off against Julian if Sipon can finish the job against Kabrhel.
Because I don't know much of the short stack stuff, but I didn't do much like 40 blinds, which is where we're at now. So this is like my weak spot. But I imagine
My time to get you then.
It is a good time to get. I imagine there are certain hand classes that still like those kinds of maneuvers. I'm just gonna guess.
Check.
I mean, it's all about admitting that you're weaker in a certain stack depth to your opponent mid-match. But I think Polk will figure it out.
I'm glad I looked at the short stack stuff though, because I would have had some very bad takes on some short stack strategies. Kind of a big stack guy, Greg. It's kind of me. He's just having a lot of chips. Thank you.
Well, not that long ago you didn't have all those chips, Doug, but ace-queen suited versus aces and then jack-10 versus tens. Very fortunate to be sitting on this 480 with a modest amount of it invested here in this exchange, where king high is a winner if it can get to showdown against Nikolai.
He probably expects Polk to value bet an ace or river queen quite a bit. The fact that Polk's checking looks like a 3 or maybe some king highs or a jack. Is he thinking about calling king high?
Sucks. That sucks as a call. Sucks. Sucks, Greg.
Briefly, but the 9 high takes it.
Yeah, Polk is more known for playing 100 big blinds minimum cash games, so that's why he admits that he doesn't study the 40, 20 big blind territory as much, but clearly he's still very good.
Yeah, he likes to play deep stack, and of course, early in these events, that's precisely where we find ourselves. But as the blinds get down the way, those stacks do thin out.
Raise to 5,000.
Catches Nikolai with bottom of range there, raise and take.
Yeah, I wish we had checkers. These cards are a little harder to check.
You're doing great. You're a pro. If I was shuffling, we'd be in trouble. They had a dealer game at the lodge once on stream, so I threw out the first pitch.
Oh yeah.
And I tried to deal in under the gun first.
Oh.
I mean, you know, the poker player mindset, you're like, start under the gun.
Act, yeah.
Exactly. And when I threw that first card, the table lost it. It was like, oh my, like, it was like something terrible had happened. I'm like, guys, this card can go to the small one. All right, it's okay, everyone calm down. Check.
Check.
It sounds like you're a better dealer, Ali.
I certainly spent my time in the box in my early 20s. 9-10 jackboard here as Mamet spending some time in the lead for a change. Middle pair out in front of the open-ender and backdoor spades. Fires the 4K.
Yeah, he's not that far ahead.
Raise to 12,000.
And now what do you do when you bet mid-pair, no kicker?
Yeah, this is so annoying.
Yeah, that's the problem with betting a hand like this on the flop. You don't really know where you're at. If you're up against a made hand, you're cooked.
That was a reasonable.
He's just relentless.
That was a discipline check raise.
Discipline?
Yeah, the solver
Beans
will
the
like
winner.
that one. Unlike some of the other crap I've done today.
Like the 3 deuce?
It's funny,
I
yesterday
think the
I
solver
slept
would
2
have
hours,
exploded.
flew in, was delirious, just drank as much caffeine as possible and just powered through, and I felt like just horrible. Today I slept 10 hours, went for a long walk in the morning to the sunrise, lifted some weights, had nice healthy protein. Just feel like $1 million today. Raise.
Raise to 5,000.
The contrast though is the
Mamet just flat calling the raise with an ace in the big. Finds a wheel draw against queen high on the jack high board.
3,300.
Doug starting to give Zamani vibes in terms of this heavy pressure he has been applying.
And a check call here with the gut
You're gonna need
shot.
some change,
Raising is
Yeah,
not
that's
really
what you
ideal because you don't want
For the
to
pot. Oh,
accidentally fold the best hand.
I can use that, right?
Queen on the turn. And Polk just connects with top pair so easily.
And he checks it back. That is very disguised.
Did give Mamet a free peel, but now unclear what Nikolai's response is going to be. Doesn't feel like he needs to fire, but he may feel like he needs to call if all of a sudden into 16 comes some more, as we expect it to.
11-5.
So the way that Polk's played his hand, it looks more like a jack or nothing. I think Mamet would expect Polk to bet the queen a lot on the turn. This sizing probably wouldn't be a 4 or a 6. $200 big blinds for this man. Only has to collect another 100,000 chips to close this one out.
The whole summer.
It's those last 100K that can be the toughest.
That's a big task.
Yeah.
Credit to Nikolai for finding the fold in that spot to the 11K plus. As he continues to do battle, Ivey has had his back up against the wall versus Nakanishi. He's still scrapping though, as both groups A and B are fully intact. Group C halfway home as Kuznetsov and Krupa are still embroiled. Eunice and Brock Wilson, all that remains in Group D. Group E intact. Same story for Group F. And of course we saw Zamani moving on, and not quite closing it out yet is Julian Sipon with Group H rounding things out. Randy and I are going to step aside for about 20, but don't go anywhere. More coverage from Las Vegas from Day 1B of the Heads Up comes your way after this.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Say it, gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
Call.
Time extension.
Check.
$48,000.
48,000 is the bet.
Time extension.
Raise.
Time extension.
How much is that?
96,000.
Fold.
One time bank, right?
Wait, 7 on the river like yesterday. You remember 7? All the time 7 and jacks. Same hands, same everything, but different result hopefully. Did he check already, Dennis? No. This guy is so slow. This is so slow. So slow, yeah. It must be so boring to watch. Me? Ace. Concentrate. Not like that. I think we won. Looks like he's trapping, but we will bluff him.
Nine.
That is 9,000.
He said 9? I understand 20. He said 9? You sure?
Raise.
How much is it?
41,200. 41.2.
It's a call?
How much is it? 41.2?
41.2.
Thank you, Dennis. That's for you. Take it. Dennis, take it.
40,000.
Okay, call.
40.
Did Masato tell you I'm crazy? No, he didn't say that.
Masato is not my friend.
Not your friend?
Ah.
All in?
All in. Supposed to count.
Last 9 seconds.
Say it again?
Last 5 seconds.
Yes, I give you that.
Okay.
Polk.
It's like a time bank.
Yeah, 36.
3,600. Call.
Look, he's getting harassed at this table. Look at this.
He's walking across the whole thing now.
Check.
Oh, let me go with this. 1,800.
1,800 is the bet. Check.
$72.
7,200 is the bet. $2,600.
80,000.
80,000 is the bet.
I call 72,000. You found the perfect price. That's good.
Raise to 4,000. We raised to 16,000. Call. About 9,000.
$35.
35. 35,000.
Time extension.
Call.
Time extension.
Snap. Snap call, I mean. Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. And show me some decent flop. Check blind.
Yes. $3,000.
Check blind.
Check.
Is it my time already? It's going so fast. It's going so fast.
$20,100.
Show me. Nice bluff.
27,000.
Cold.
Call. All in.
Yes.
Players and dealers in the heads-up championship. Completion of the hand, the blinds are up for 1,000, 2,500, 1,000 small blinds, 2,500 big blinds.
How much?
Winner. Kings and twos with ace.
Good hand.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
The life of a professional poker player is unique. So I need a bank that understands me and what I do. And no one understands that better than Lexicon Bank. I wouldn't bank anywhere else.
Welcome back to continuing coverage of Day 1B of the $25,000 Heads Up Championship from here at Horseshoe Las Vegas. World Series of Poker on and popping. But some of those dreams being broken with each successive match that comes to a close as there is no further rebuys available. Ali Najat alongside Randy Liu. And as we return to the action, we give you a glimpse at the matchups thus far. Of all the ones that we've watched, have any surprised you significantly, Randy? Anybody caught your attention?
Shota Nakanishi. You know, that match against Ivey, the calling with the King 3 and everything. It's a good match.
Yeah, no question about it. And I'm sure we're going to be training our eyes on it quite a bit more. Ivey's such a fan favorite, such a storied World Series of Poker pro. 11 bracelets to his name, trying to get out of round 2 and into round 3. Still another match for each of these guys on the evening, so obviously they are eager to wrap this one up and take a little bit of a break before they've got to re-rack and then play the money bubble. So with that, we'll send it back down to the action. And of course it is Ivey versus Shota Nakanishi.
Raise to 65. Call.
Lines at 1K 2,500. King 8 deuce board here. The button attack to 6,500 from Ivey. Following through for 8,000. That ace of hearts is going to keep Nakanishi interested. Oh, and then a third heart on the turn will keep him even stickier.
This could be a chance that he even gets aggressive. You can see him just leading out immediately.
And that 22 draws the curtain. Ivey a little bit irritated. So he certainly had his struggles against Nakanishi.
I feel like $1 million today.
Polk was having struggles at one point in time, but no longer, up to 500,000. versus a paltry 100K. And coming courtesy of a couple of bad beats, Randy, that Nikolai has taken, but he has certainly looked steady, looked solid, hasn't looked like he's just going to punt the rest of this stack off, but it's going to take some W's for him to crawl back into this one. Here he is with ace high and a wheel draw.
Colt. I think we're gonna need some change, Doug.
Yeah, just let me know what you want.
It's for the pot.
Oh.
Just
I can use that, right?
Check.
You know, Randy, I confess, we saw this hand before the break, didn't we?
Alternate universe.
You remember that black cat in the first Matrix? It glitched, and that's how you knew there was something wrong? I don't see the cat, but I do see the glitch in the Matrix. So our apologies as we have somehow cut this hand back in to our coverage of this match.
I bet you he value bets and Mehmet folds.
Wow, thanks for that, Biff Henderson. What do you got, the Sports Almanac? You ready, Back to the Future, past, post? Should we get announced? Should we get excited, or what do we?
Oh, and he makes the great fold again. There we go.
You think the next hand will be new? What if we started going backwards? We're like, then
Full
the pot
circle.
before this one is the one we watch next.
What if we start watching Rivers first?
Do you think the control room's
You have
trolling?
solver there as well? You have solver? Or this
TBD.
is your solver? You are ChatGPT? Are you ChatGPT or what? Don't worry, it will be all over, baby, soon.
Well, if it is going to be all over soon, Martin, it's you who should be worried. Just a little over 50,000 in front of him. He limps the suited 8-9. Julian has enough to punish.
8,500.
Oh, and these are significant commitments being demanded. Kabrhel pays the added toll.
Yeah, his hand is definitely a hand you would limp call with.
Middle pair on the king 6-9 board here for Kabrhel, outflopping the ace high.
So sit on with the nut no pair. Kabrhel does have some king X's that limp the button call raise.
Kabrhel doing a little accounting in the face of this 5.
Rarely would you raise in this spot with middle pair unless you're looking to commit.
So sure enough, he does flat. Jack on the turn, now providing a straight draw to Julian.
If he can bet once more of ace queen, Kabrhel's going to have a very tough time continuing. It's very reasonable that Julian just has the king or some kind of turn pair.
Boy, these decisions just grow increasingly important to get right for Martin, but he can't get this one. And I think he showed the 9 inadvertently there to Julian, who's going to be quite satisfied to see
You
it.
are not supposed to open it, Dennis. Be careful, okay? Thank you. Please follow the rules. Thank you. You know that, yeah, Dennis? You know that.
You did very well.
If this happens and you mark it already, you are not supposed to open the cards, which was not like
Listen to me.
the
The
showdown.
card went up.
You understand, Dennis,
did
what I'm
well.
saying, yeah?
Poor Dennis.
Yeah.
Well, looks like Florian Pesch is onward to the next round as one of Julian's countrymen
Actually, something feels off here.
works his way
You can't stop it.
into the
Once a
third.
wire is sent, you're dead.
Looks like he
It's
took
over.
out pads.
I appreciate how you stack your chips, by the way. It's very easy to tell what you're playing.
I hate people who like hold the hand cards like in front of the chips.
Yeah,
like
yeah.
in this is different because you can work out my stack from your stack, but
Yeah,
in
that's
real
true.
tournaments, yeah.
6-4 turning into an open ender here as niceties are exchanged, but chips in large part have not for Nikolai, in his direction at least.
You see Polk check calling open-ended. If he had a gut shot, he's more likely to check raise, but this hand, he doesn't want to get blown off of it.
9 on the turn and still adrift with the same 10 high he started with. Here's Nikolai.
If you want to run a multi-barrel bluff with this hand, you have to follow through on a river if you get called once more, because there's a lot of pair straight draws or flush draws in clubs. Polk's got him in a weird spot because he has a good draw, but if he check calls here and he doesn't hit, he just has 6 high.
All in.
So sometimes you just play aggressive, and look at that play.
Just the pile driver, and of course Nikolai promptly binned, but it's precisely when you're holding your breath in those situations in a match where you're trying to turn things around and the guy just finds the right decision that leaves you increasingly frustrated and concerned
My
that you're
friend
not
went
going to be able to
American
get
school
any
in London
traction.
as well. He sounds American, but he grew up in the UK, yeah.
You said your son?
My friend. I don't
That
have
was well after me.
son. Sorry?
That was well after me. I was only there for kindergarten and first grade.
He's a little young for kids, probably. At least in the poker world. Fold. I also wonder how many people with kids spend the whole summer at the World Series, other than Sean Deeb. But you know, we all know who he loves more.
Hey, he's a big Knicks fan.
He's literally a big Knicks fan.
No, we talk all the time about it.
Nikolai getting a walk with the ace-10
man.
as the dirty diaper didn't get put to work.
Girl. Those are good.
I also used to be a good amount bigger. And one day I was like, I just don't want to live like this anymore.
Cool.
Pretty sure Polk has a kid as well.
Indeed he does. When you say as well, though, Nikolai does not.
In terms of relative to Sean Deeb.
Ah, yes.
And I have a kid as well.
That's right.
And you are like Mehmet.
Yeah, but I am a kid. This is well established, as is the run good for Doug Polk.
Feel sorry for your partner.
Well, hang on. All of a sudden, Mehmet makes a jack on the turn.
His hand is strong enough to go for a value against the 8 for 2 streets.
Check.
3K is all he could muster. Now a king on the end.
I still think Mehmet can go for value with the jack. Polk is not supposed to have king high to check call to turn very often. Polk would probably play a queen in a different way as well.
48.
The 8 seems like a pretty clear target.
He agrees as he brings forward 4,800.
Well played from Mehmet. Got value from the 8.
I think that pot demonstrates that there is no shortage of fight remaining in that seat. And that's an important thing. We have seen some huge turnarounds in terms of heads up. In particular, I remember Daniel Negreanu and Phil Hellmuth
All in
engaged
for the
in one where it
bracelet.
looked like Negreanu just had him dead to rights. and
Aha! Come
Hellmuth
back.
turned it all the way around.
Here we go. Come back. Now we can talk.
Back to the Kabrhel show now.
I think it's over. I think it's over, guys. Come back. Come back.
How long before we get some bars from the winner takes it all?
Yeah, I don't know if he's going to be the winner. He only has about 12 blinds or so.
All in.
All in's the bet.
How much?
Julian jams.
No, it's okay, Dennis.
Ace-5 is definitely a call for this price. Any ace.
Sure enough, the call is made.
What? Hold on.
Can you scan your post, please?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. We open anyway.
It's good?
No, hold on. Can all in and a call.
But he can.
Okay.
He needs to open the card.
It's all in and call, right?
Why are you bluffing?
What is it?
Why are you bluffing?
I see the card.
Aces. After flop, aces. No, no, Inglesio only. Huh? You think so? I think it's like 70-70. Okay, let's do vamos. Casino Royale. Ace, ace-5 on the flop. Let's do Casino Royale. Okay.
10-9
back.
suited versus ace-5.
Not like
And a 9 in the
that.
window.
What do you need? 8 is good, yeah? For
No
him.
help
For you. 8 is good.
Ace.
for Kabrhel.
And ace. Okay, 9 of
Trip
diamonds.
nines now,
9 of
and
diamonds
it's
for the split
iced.
spot.
GG, Martin.
Wait, maybe 9 of diamond.
Maybe. GG. Well play.
Good luck.
So Kabrhel, once again, showered out of the money, this time at the hands of Julian Sipon, and much to the delight of those who don't have a taste for his antics, and certainly to the disappointment of the large faction of fans who love to see him out there giving people fits.
That's it for the heads-up champion. Unfortunately, lost both
Je te disais
times.
tout à l'heure sur ce que j'avais vu, c'est waouh. Waouh.
So Zamani
Insane.
won't need to buy any
Non, mais
earplugs
c'est-
at the gift shop.
Can I go or should I stay here?
Sipon and his opponent.
We raise.
Group G later on this evening.
All in.
Meanwhile, it looks like Ivey's got himself all in. Pre-flop action here.
Whoa, look at
Nakanishi
this.
with queens, the antidote to the sticks. Sevens ripping and running into it.
So Ivey getting in about 70 big blinds. Did not believe that Nakanishi had it, and we've seen him 3-bet some pretty trashy hands, so I don't blame Ivey in this spot.
This Ivey's second effort in the event. Could it be coming to a close?
Ooh.
A 7 on the flop says not so fast. Now Nakanishi can obviously turn the tables with a queen. A diamond would give him some outs as well, other than the 4.
Oh, quad sevens.
So, wow, the queen on the end. Ivey actually needed the 4th 7, as it turns out. Wild.
Surging.
Now up to 137 bigs, above the average of 100 bigs.
200,
That was a wild run out.
25,
No doubt.
20, 200, 6,000.
For full dramatic effect, they should have did the queen on the turn. 7 on the river.
You're right. We got it wrong.
2061. 6-1. 6-1.
6-1.
Just give me 1 yellow.
Yeah.
Chat just on fire now. Rejoicing over Ivey not being dispatched. He's got so many fans worldwide. Courtesy of his fearsome style of poker.
I also would hate to see this match end. It's definitely my favorite so far.
Yeah, it's been a real treat, hasn't it? And when I say that, not just because we get to watch Ivey do his thing, but also because Nakanishi has cemented himself as a very, very capable opponent.
Raised to 75. You did one.
So wounded is Nakanishi, and now out chip more than 2-1, just like that. Ivey defending with Jack 5 suited.
Check.
King 7 tray board doesn't hit either player.
So a small pot for Nakanishi, huge one for Ivey.
Yeah, the old, oh, I win one, you win one.
I know, right?
Lost both
Never
times,
say
and
that
now
to
we're gonna
Shota.
play some people's poker. 550 mystery bounty.
Well, looks like we know where Martin Kabrhel's headed. Not to the winner's circle in this one, but rather to the $550 mystery bounty for a late reg. Thomas Muehlocker's on his feet. And he's the man that's going to be moving on as he takes down Ivan Dera. Smiles for Thomas.
Them really well because they're so much different than deep. It's like not really the same at all.
Oh.
Back to Polk and Nikolai. Doug bringing the limp strategy out. On the button here, again, we talked about earlier getting cagey the back end of these matches. Obviously 3-4 off is not premium kit, but the Queen 10 checking back, finding a gutter on the King King 9 board.
Yeah, they're very shallow at this point, so Polk is introducing that limping strategy.
On the turn, doesn't affect things.
Check.
Doug not keen to bluff. And the jack slides in to give Nikolai the W. Was already sitting on the best hand with Queen High.
Excuse me.
Doug allergic to this river.
But he's gonna probably take the bait. He's got 4 high. That's a lovely check from Mamet. He knows that if Polk had a pair, he's gonna bet for him, and if he's bluffing, he gets these additional 6,000 in chips.
Not in a hurry. Nikolai trying to sell the idea that if he does put this raise in, it's thin enough to be called. Sure enough, the jam brings the snap fold.
Yeah, try to get the maximum value there with the straight to really
Alan
give himself a
invited,
best chance
me
of
to
coming
a
back.
concert thing tonight, but there's no way the time's gonna work. Yeah. I don't know. Young Alan. Oh, I don't have my phone. What am I doing?
Signs will be up next time.
Bad news for the short stack of Nikolai. The blinds going up. Next hand.
Check.
Been relatively card dead of late. 10 high, limping. Doug's all right with it.
Check.
And he'll be all right with this board as well. Top pair. Along with that 9 of hearts, a good dangler.
It's a bit dangerous for Mamet as well. He's got bottom pair.
Check.
Ace is a weird card because both players aren't really expected to have the ace with sub 20 big blinds pre-flop.
Check.
They often will put in a raise.
Ace on the turn.
Ooh.
Doesn't draw any action. Now all of a sudden a third 6 for Nikolai. Perhaps things turning around.
Yeah, Mamet was hoping that Doug didn't have a piece. And now when he hits the trips, he's loving this bet from Polk.
Just 4K into 6, 2/3 the sizing.
Last time Mamet had a big hand, he went for all of it, but he got a snap fold from his opponent. He might change things and go smaller this time, especially if he doesn't think Polk ever has an ace.
Raise. 18,000.
Nikolai
I mean,
taking it to
there's no way I'm
18,000.
ever
You see
letting this go, so I'll save the time.
Doug says, I'm never letting it go. No need to chew on it any further, but that is a welcome and relieving payday there for Nikolai. He's just been getting suffocated of late in this match. Now a breath of air.
Just rebuilding the foundation.
We're a long way from decorating the house, that's for sure. Meanwhile, haven't cast our eyes too much on this B group action. So we're going to park here with Medangiev and Jaka. Snowmen on the puck for the Bulgarian.
Raise. 6. Call 6.
Takes it north. Jaka up for it with Jack 10.
Looks like Jaka has the lead at the moment, and also on this flop.
Okay.
Yeah, ace 10 putting him in front of the pocket pair.
Eights is more likely to see bet the flop because it can get counterfeited by the 10.
Three.
Sure enough, in comes that C-bet, 3,000.
I think Jaka is wondering if he should ever value check raise a 10 in this spot. But it's hard to get called by worse if you had a check raise here.
And you open the door to kind of getting yourself blasted off the hand, even by one that doesn't beat you. So the flat, and then a convenient turn.
I think there's merit for the 8s to bet small once more to charge king and queen high with back doors, and then kind of set your own price and check back the river.
12,000.
Because if you check, you don't know what sizing Jaka will make it, and if you have to pay off.
12K out of Medangiev, continuing to try to tell the story that ace-X lurks. Boy, these spots are a little hairy. Jaka calling, puts another 24 into the kitty. Pot grows to 42,000. The run out is very nice for the Jack 10.
Check. Check. Check.
And Medangiev didn't go for that third street. Might be regretting it, Randy. But I suppose it wasn't impossible that ace-X was in Jaka's range there?
Not impossible. That's why he can't just auto-fire the third shell.
But of course, if it is an ace-X, then you do want to target that 10, turning the 8s into a bluff. Certainly, hindsight 2020 in those spots. So a pick up there for Jaka as we pick things back up with Nikolai.
Suited?
I
And
king
Doug.
3 suited.
That's my favorite hand.
What do you do
King
versus,
crab.
versus the 6x there? Kind of ugly.
Ugly.
It's pretty ugly. I think fold, but I don't know. It's pretty ugly. I don't have the yellows. He's got all the yellows.
I didn't see it. Raise to 8.
$8K open with the blinds at 2-4 from the King Jack.
He was getting very aggressive with 9-5 suited.
Yeah, far from the caginess that I was sort of sensing. Blows the lid off of 9-5.
Yeah, usually we don't see players 3-bet off of the 20 big blind stacks with suited hands because you hate to 3-bet fold it. I'm actually going to take this to a flop with not many chips behind.
And that flop brings a couple of hearts along with the king. Stage is set for some carnage.
Might just see Polk move in here. Given he's betting small on the flop, seems like he's going to jam most turns.
Just setting the betting progression accordingly with 57 to play for.
Yeah, put some pressure on some 10Xs. They might not want to call a 2 streets, depending on the turn card, of course, but they will always call a jam on the flop.
Nikolai happy to play possum a bit with top pair.
So I'm expecting Polk to move in here. He has a lot of outs.
All in.
He can definitely have fold equity.
That's precisely what he does, and Nikolai is going to beat him into the pot with top pair, and he's going to be elated to be in such a lead.
We have a flush
Blocking
draw
one of the
all
hearts.
on the turn versus top pair. We need a heart and a heart only.
The recent trend, however, has been for Doug to win the bigger exchanges. Could he pull a rabbit out of a hat once more and make this flush and end this match? The answer is no, as he winds up with a pair of nines, and Mahmoud winds his stack up to $150.
Yes. I give Mahmoud credit. The resilience.
Showing a little bit of emotion there on his feet. Fist pump.
51. 51. 1.
You just want to be able to fight. And sometimes you feel like every time the armory pays you a visit, you look down and you got no ammo, nothing, dust. And then when you do pick up big hands,
Thunder, man.
you get taken down.
Well, now his gun is loaded.
Yeah.
I've got like 50 on the
King, king 3 I call King Crab.
Roughly, yeah.
Because the 3 is the crab and...
My last tournament before I came out here, I called the guys raised with king.
But it was like before the postseason, I had all these bets for and against different teams. And I bet on the Thunder to win it all, and I bet against the Spurs. And then I have a small bet against the Knicks. So if the Thunder lose, it's just getting wrecked town, basically. Yeah, it'd be wonderful to see you guys lose there. No offense. Greg's a big Knicks fan.
That's the small bet he lost.
8.
8,000 is the bet.
Fresh off of the
He was
L,
going to go to Knicks game 5,
Doug
but then they
wakes
swept
up
the
with
Cavs.
tens. And as we learned moments ago, the King Deuce is dealer Craig's favorite hand, as he got into a conversation with
3
Nikolai.
greens, right?
Yep.
Surprised that he felt the need to share that. But
160 behind.
Cool.
Here we are.
Well, Mammoth's favorite hand was King 3. This will do.
Yeah, especially when you find a king on this flop. Hopping ahead of the tens. No action and a spade rolls off. Neither player with the flush.
Check.
That card kept a lid on things for the King Deuce. Now board pairing 7, alleviating any kicker issues, although it doesn't feel so much like Nikolai's concerned about being up against an ace or a king.
He should value bet this one. It seems unlikely Polk would ever bet a 6 if it got checked over to him. Polk could have some pocket pairs, 8s through queens that would check down and call bet.
16K full pot value pursuit. Doug shaking his head, doesn't like it.
It's a good fold.
Yep. So he did pay with the queen, but didn't pay with the tens. Just like that. Momentum appears to have shifted into the corner of Nikolai Mahmoud as we bring you a mystery hand now. Jaka has his hand blacked out here. On the button, he made it 6,000 to go. Madangiev defending with the queen 5 and finding himself middle pair on a king high board. No club in hand.
Jaka's a dangerous man to play mystery hand because he used to be known as the toilet, and that means he plays some garbage hands.
I don't think the toilet is where we put our garbage. I think you're looking for shit hands. Randy is the term.
You know, didn't know we can use that language.
I'm not sure we can either, but here we are.
Owners and dealers in the heads up at the completion of hand. The blinds are up with 2,000, 4,000.
So C-bet, check called.
I mean, Jaka, of course, can have some pretty strong hands, but once he checks the turn, I'm going to think the King X is quite unlikely for him.
Now, 4 to Broadway on board upon the arrival of the Jack.
So if Jaka is to bet here, he's saying he has the ace, occasionally the 9. We're going to need to see the sizing. If it's on the bigger side, then it's most likely just the ace.
15,000.
20.
It's 20.
Sorry.
Just a bit of a guessing game here.
Is the line consistent with the ace X's?
Maybe. Some ace X actually checks back the flop. If it's with clubs, certainly would be betting the flop a lot more often, even if it was just a single club, because that blocks some of the check call continues. It should never be 2 pair or king. They would just check it back. I think you need to also guess if it's ever a 9. I would think not, given the sizing. But if it's a 9, then there's more hands you lose to. Just really hard to figure out against such an aggressive player like Jaka.
But Jaka's reputation preceding him has something to do with why Medangiev is chewing on this spot as hard as he is. 20 into 24, nothing more than a queen. Could he have a 9 and be willing to bet it? What are the ace X's that make sense? Medangiev wants to see it, and
wow.
Jaka value bet Jackson 10s.
Nice bet.
I think Medangiev is going to be just as surprised as you, Randy, that he found that.
That is very impressive. He went with a sizing that says ace or nothing. He really was one step ahead of his opponent. Well played, Jaka.
Medangiev won't soon forget that one as we flip it over to the other side of the B bracket, where Boivin and Sammartino are grappling.
Man, you really can't recognize Sammartino, can you?
I mean, it really doesn't look anything like the man I remember. Think he's in witness protection? What's the story here? King, queen, deuce, and a couple of clubs. Both players with middle pair. Advantage Boivin in both the kicker and flush draw departments.
Yeah, if Sammartino had a bigger kicker, he might c-bet the flop. But with the worse kicker, of course, there's better queens, like what Thomas has.
Second check in front of us, and now contemplation for Sammartino, but a check back means he's going to hunt one street of value if permitted.
I actually think that Thomas is going to do the value betting himself.
Yep.
Can't rely on Sammartino to bet for him when it's 2 checks already. He might just go like pot.
Yes. 10 seconds. Yes, they are.
Into 13.
That is 13,000.
He got snapped.
It is full pot, and sure enough, Sammartino did flick a single chip out there for the call. 9 kicker plays.
We're at a new level now. We're at 2,000, 4,000, 240.
Tell me I'm crazy, but there's an alarm, right?
There's definitely an alarm going off. I'm trying to figure it out because they're not supposed to have phones at the table. You think that it's the iPad going off? You think it's the dealer's phone?
Yeah, the dealer's working the iPad. It's gone, see? It was.
Oh, nice.
Who set the alarm on the iPad, though?
Yeah, that is strange. What, no push? What's the story here? We did talk about Sammartino earlier as he was runner-up in 2019 in the World Series of Poker main event. That has a lot to do with why he's a $17 million man. $6 million courtesy of that runner-up finish. 235 cashes over his career at the World Series, but only one bracelet, which came in 2024 in a mixed Omaha 8 stud 8 event. I didn't even know he played the mixed games. And by the way, maybe he doesn't.
Game. Maybe he just randomly clicked the wrong tournament and won it.
Certainly wouldn't be the first nor the last time someone's done that. King, King 10 with a couple of spades here. Ace high, still in front. Sammartino working that jack of spades.
A lot of times on these paired boards, you'll see a range bet very small. They are good boards to c-bet bluff at. Your opponent usually doesn't have a piece. But Sammartino's got the jack of spades, which has backdoor flush draw and straight draw. Maybe you hit some of that. Maybe it checks through and you turn your jack high into a bluff.
Ace of spades on the turn to provide the royal draw now, but Boivin finds aces up. Interesting board development.
I think he'll slow down with this ace. Still loses to King X flushes now. Unless he wants to charge some kind of queen of spades, a 10x of spades. He just has to be very sure that Sammartino never check raise bluffs. I don't know if he can rely on that information.
13.
Looks like he will bet. The sizing is interesting because it's about half the pot, and Sammartino might read it as a weaker holding. Say Boivin had a flush or a full house, he would want to charge more against the trip kings that are possible.
You see beneath those shades, the brow is furrowed. And Sammartino is going to peel. Can he find a queen or a spade? The latter, as the deuce of spades rolls off to give him the flush. Deeply unpleasant arrival for Thomas's ace deuce. And Sammartino doesn't fire here, still recognizing the vulnerability versus queen of spades or the aforementioned boats of the world. Dario will take that one down. On the other side of things, we find some of the other matchups. Again, the Group A battles have been raging between Polk and Mahmoud, Ivey and Nakanishi. Got that glimpse at the toilet versus Madangiev and Boivin Sammartino. Group C halfway home. Kuznetsov and Krupa still grappling. Brock Wilson, second effort here, trying to get through Yunus. Ryuta Nakai already moving on. Ding Biao hasn't punched his ticket, nor has Alex Ponikov's, as they're still battling. Mulak are awaiting the winner of Castro and Wilson. Zamani will be moving on to face Sipon later this evening, and Florian Pesci trying to figure out if it'll be Crab or Mr. Green that he squares off with in the next round.
So we only finished Group G so far.
Yep. Pace will pick up, of course, as these blinds reach the 5 and 10K level. generally. Picking one up here. We're King 5 off of Nakanishi. Check back against the 8-9 limp. And now Ivey flicking 5K out there, having connected with this 8. Perfectly targeting King High.
He did it so casually, too.
Mm-hmm.
Nakanishi likes to put in some hero calls. Has folded correctly several times. Nice fold, a small pot.
A little over 400,000 in front of Ivey. Could be a surprise if you were training your eyes elsewhere for the last hour or so.
Pretty sure I just saw Shogo Otani on the rail. Perhaps he doesn't have any beef with Nakanishi.
Maybe he's anti-sweating him, because he certainly didn't have any kind words for Masato Yokosawa. Somewhat surprised, by the way, because the delegation tends to be kind of a small fraternity in terms of the guys that would pony up for an event like this specifically. You know, you would think they'd be trading ideas, kind of running with one another, but not so. Out flopping is Ivey here with a pair of 4s against the ace high. Nakanishi's 10K c-bet promptly called. 3 hearts is of no concern for Ivey, but that check call certainly something the ace high is worried about. So check back now. 4-liner arrives.
Pretty disgusting board for both players, especially Ivey. So just ace-8 high, and he's going to try to represent the straight. He's saying he has a 7 or a deuce. Quite polarizing, especially for near full pot. Ivey
sniffs it out and repaying the favor perhaps of that King 3 call that Nakanishi pulled off against him earlier in this match. You're not the only gangster out here, son.
It did not take him long to make that call as well.
Nope.
Told you, best match so far.
Without question, Kevin Rabichow has thrown on his backpack, but it isn't to take a trip to round 3 as he has fallen to Richard Green. And that'll leave Green battling Florian Pesch in the next round.
Goodbye, Coach K. Not the Duke University one.
Boy, Green certainly earning that one. You know, Kevin's no easy out in these heads-up streets. Meanwhile, min-raise pot here between Doug and Nikolai. 2 spades, 2 jacks, and a 5. Advantage, Polk.
4,000.
Quick check call of the 4K. King now binks for Mahmoud.
Mahmoud might even go for turn and river against the 5, but he checks it back. So I would think that when it gets checked to him once more, he will go quite polar to kind of catch up the potential miss value from the turn. I could see pot right here of the king.
Is it 24? King. No, 16,000, 2/3, and looks like Doug paid quickly. Boy, Nikolai has really shown a lot of poise in this match. Taking some dirty L's.
Yeah, when we deal heads up at our room, we have 2 dealers so that the moment one
favorite.
person stops.
The other person's already gone.
Yeah, so you just like always have cards basically going.
You gotta sit there and there, and we sit here and here.
Yeah.
Doug pointing out that at the lodge, during heads-up matches, there's a second
this is,
dealer always getting a deck ready.
He like manages our games. He's our game runner, basically, and slash commentator. Slash mascot. Are you the lodge mascot still? Call.
Do we have a mascot, Randy?
Yeah, we do.
Sean Deeb should be the mascot, right?
No, the mascot is Ali Najad.
He's Mr. WSOP. I would need an outfit then.
What would it be?
Like a you know, like
what is your first instinct?
like a big head, like a chip, like one of those hats, like Marshmallow.
4,000.
You know what I mean? But just like a big chip.
How about Dead Mouse?
Oh, I like that. Like one big chip with then two smaller chips for the ears.
So big denomination, small denomination.
Top pair here.
Free throw
the
line.
bigger of the
Love to
two
see
holdings.
Check.
Nikolai.
Check.
Still best. Third diamond. Another player with the flush draw. No betting here.
We've seen Mamet go for various sizings, sometimes quite big, sometimes smaller. Let's see which gear he's in at the moment. His hand is definitely worthy of pot, roughly.
16,000.
Yeah, he went with the pot option.
You can tell that the fundamentals are strong in Nikolai. And earlier in the match, Doug gave him some praise for precisely that. So when you draw a compliment from one of the best to ever play heads up in Doug Polk, certainly know you're doing a thing or two right. Meanwhile, things have been going right of late for Phil Ivey, who just sniffed out the bluff from the ace-high of Nakanishi. Back at it here with an ace-8 of his own. In front of this jack-high. Nakanishi peeling.
Yeah, on the strength of jack high and maybe hitting some runners.
Let's go check briskly.
Looks like he's trying to shake out an ace high with this bet. Even a 7x wouldn't like calling.
And this time, Ivey not keen to make a hero call. Line certainly felt like ace-8 wasn't performing all that well, especially with that 10 showing up on the end.
Yeah, it's always hard to know if your ace highs are good, especially with the way players are playing these days. They do check call flops with some back doors, so they definitely have a lot more air than fit or fold.
And I gotta tell you, as impressive as we have deemed Nikolai's performance against Doug Polk, one could say the same about Nakanishi. Shota has looked very much up to the task and certainly trailing, but far from out of this match right now, as he is given an ace on the puck.
Yeah, I think it's quite nice to watch all these different players play. They have very unique styles.
14 to skate. Ivey pays toll with the 9-5. Finds himself middle pair versus top pair. Potential issues on the horizon. The 5 of clubs is a nice side card to be holding on this board. Okay, check called. Pretty straightforward. Now we've got the wheel gutter. 9s, 5s, and 4s. What we need.
Yeah, more excuses for Ivey to call once more. He's got additional outs against the ace. Might still have the best hand.
$20K out of each seat, and the 4 rolls right off for Ivey.
He might even lead here, unless he is sure that Nakanishi will still value bet an ace in the spot.
Well, how sure can we be, even with the strongest of aces, that our opponent would look for the kind of value we want them to into this 84,000 if we're Ivey?
That's why he's leading. And he's leading huge.
Yeah, 100K.
He's saying he has a 5 or nothing. And it's confusing because if he had the 9, he shouldn't need to turn his hand into a bluff. Say he had 9-6, king 9. And there's no worries for Nakanishi of a bigger ace. That hand also would not turn itself into a bluff.
2 pair doesn't make sense either at this size.
Correct, because Nakanishi could have the 5x. The only bluffs that make sense is busted clubs, because Ivey check called flop and turn.
Well, this would be a deep wound if Nakanishi were to pay, which he doesn't.
Nice fold once again.
Fired when his hand was good, got away when it wasn't. That is a winning formula, no matter how you chop it up. Ivey now up to 415K.
Is my bud?
Now a little peek at Alex Ponikov's, who apparently has been running not so great against Brian Battistone, but the ace-7 holds on against the king-queen. Doubling Alex up to 120,000.
That'll be good for 30 big blinds. Never count this man out.
I would do no such things.
So Mamet could just limp here and try and trap his opponent. Polk could just attack. And he definitely will if ace-3 is suited, and this ace-8 is going to snap it off.
All in.
Sure enough.
Oh, man.
Polk going to give him a spin. And Mahmoud, a big favorite here. 27% advantage with some chops woven in. $137K pot. Nikolai would love to win. He worked his stack up to around 180, but obviously sustained some blows in the interim since.
Oh, that's an interesting
breath,
flop.
and certainly doing so more so. Now
The equities
two
didn't really
hearts
change.
find this board.
Still very similar.
Could ice it.
3's not going to help.
With an 8 or a jack.
How did you know?
No sooner does
All
Doug
right.
talk about the 3 not
3
helping
still
than it
doesn't
shows
help.
up. And now all Nikolai needs to do is dodge a heart. The big pots have all gone Doug's way in this match. Is it going to happen to him again?
All right.
No. Full house. And now Polk once more finds himself unable to close out. Mr. Mahmoud.
82.7.
Still rebuilding that foundation. No house yet, but getting closer. To be fair, though, he did make a full house.
You know, I feel like the construction site has been getting looted every night, because no sooner does the building look like it's being erected than he's right back to pouring foundation again.
Yes, I can. Sorry about that.
Yeah, it's definitely not the house I want to squat at.
Doug's out there stealing the copper pipes every night.
Ooh, the
Takes
Thunder
a
are in
sledgehammer.
trouble.
and
They're in
breaks it down.
trouble, Greg. We're in trouble.
Is there a wager no matter what, or only against the Thunder?
I have against Spurs, against Knicks. Oh, sorry. You have like one.
I doubled 82.7.
Okay, so one's just okay.
You see Polk limping here.
Good. Let's get those blinds up.
I don't want it to end.
He wants to keep ace-x in his range with shallow stacks.
Does allow the 8 trade to take this flop for free, but it is all Polk. It's king. Little spade lurking. Deuce on the turn.
Yeah, Polk has so much of this board. He doesn't have any scare cards that could show up on the turn. That's why he checked the flop.
Brandon Wilson moving on as Harvey Castro falls a second time in this event. Work not done, of course, for young Brandon. Round 3, the money bubble
Looks
in
like
his
this
future.
bullet's working much better for Wilson. Lost to Kabrhel the other day.
Not going to have to deal with Martin again, though, as Kabrhel himself ultimately would lose yesterday. And then once more, not long ago, to Julian Sipon. Meanwhile, ace-5 for Nakanishi. Well ahead of this bottom pair for Ivey. The aggressor pre with the suited connector.
Check.
I mean, we've seen this situation before. Last time Ivey had 9-5 and made a straight.
And this time he makes trip 7s, Randy. After checking back on the turn, and you wouldn't blame Nakanishi for thinking value is available as he reaches for his chips.
28.
And into 48. Delivers 40. 28, forgive me.
Well, he's going to get raised, and can he find another big fold with the ace? It's so recent that he saw this 100K raise from, or bet from Ivey. A 7 or nothing, that's what Ivey's saying. I think he can make another nice laydown. Sometimes you begin to wonder, is my opponent just messing with me?
Yeah. Am I in an abusive relationship?
Sometimes you need to just get out of that relationship.
Yeah, but can he break up with this ace-5?
I mean, it was pretty on the flop, but no more.
I gotta tell you, he has found the fold button correctly and the call button correctly on more than one occasion in spots where you certainly wouldn't have criticized him too much if he got curious.
Yeah, at this level, the $25,000 buy-in, you're just going to expect everyone is very good. They're not going to let, you know, recent hands really get in their brain and, you know, disrupt a bit.
Yeah, just playing the spots in a vacuum, but obviously taking some of that context appropriately into account as well.
Correct. Well, Ivey's like the master of game flow, and psychology, and heads up. But we'll say that Nakanishi really has held his own, especially against Ivey, who's made some big hands recently.
I mean, let's face it, Ivey was playing cards when Nakanishi was a pup. And there's no doubt that as he came up, he's certainly seen some of the archives, the moments. He understands the legend staring him down across the way, but he has not looked intimidated at all. Both players with top pair now. Nakanishi was the aggressor.
There are many ways where this one could chop now with the 9. Pretty good card for Ivey. When he's behind, he finds ways to likely chop it up.
It does feel like the sun has been shining more on his corner of the felt of late. As he makes the call, let's see whether or not the chop card rolls off. It does not.
Some
King
clouds.
6 will play. And let's see if a third street of value is on Nakanishi's mind now. Targeting specifically a queen?
I think so. There's a lot of Queen X that would call to turn as well. I don't know if he needs to get greedy for all of it, but I could see merits to it given that he's got about pot remaining, but he checks it back. Afraid of the bigger kicker.
Good river.
Love to see that, by the way. Enjoying himself, win, lose, or draw, is Nakanishi. And you do have to have such a positive mindset if you want to be successful in heads up. That toxic negativity, if you're susceptible to it, can leach in to your game so quickly when the cards turn.
And he has none of it.
Boyval, meanwhile, ace-7, shooting it up. Sammartino with the defense. Finds himself top pair on this monotone jack-high board. Note, Boyval with the flush draw, however.
We see a lot of small betting from monotone textures. Just try to shake out a lot of hands that have single club. You want to charge them a bit too. As played, Sammartino's hand is very vulnerable. You wouldn't want to inflate it.
So the check call of 6K. Keeping a lid on things, but the 10 could maybe lift it some as top 2 now for Sammartino.
Yeah, now Sammartino is going to be thinking about a game plan to try to get more chips in there. He beats bigger jacks. He beats overpairs. Still loses to flop flushes, but those are rare.
Thomas really chewing on this spot now. And it looks like he isn't coming off the throttle, Randy. 19 declared into 38. 19. Really just looking to send Sammartino packing. Not the most forceful sizing, but something.
Trying to kick out a big club or 3 or deuce X. For Sammartino, his hand is very strong, but they're a bit too deep, I would think, to want to raise here. Because usually if you raise and get action, well, you're usually up against the flush.
He agrees. Not able to identify the customers if he were to check raise. Oh, how about this for a river? 10's full, and now he's dying for Boyvan to have flop clubs.
I think that Boyvan has to be worried that he's just up against the jack. Probably doesn't need to bluff it. Could be up against some king of clubs that check called.
Yeah, that's a good point. When you have a hand as strong as ace high in that spot, you don't need to try to turn your hand into a bluff, because if you're up against those missed clubs, your hand rates to be good.
Yeah, if he had like the queen of clubs 7, then he might go for a bet.
It's better if you have nothing, so you can bet in the river.
Here's Sammartino wishing that Thomas had less hand, because he would have been more apt to maybe turn it into a bluff. Putting new chips to work right away, as that pot actually leveled the stacks.
Yeah, they've been playing for hours.
Nobody giving an inch. Another monotone board here. 1, 2, 3, and Sammartino with the nut flush draw and a wheel gutter.
Sammartino will bet here because he doesn't mind not only winning the pot on a flop, but if his opponent has a diamond as well, he would like to inflate it to win a sizable one.
Congrats, bro.
So
Finally you win.
The alarm means that the blinds are up.
Well, some alarm for fans of Ding Biao during this match, but no longer, as Killian showered a second time in this event. 50K in the red on the ledger. Onwards to a third match goes Ding Biao. Back over to one in progress between Ivey and Nakanishi. King 6 suited. Defending against the 3-4 open, being outflopped.
20.
What's Ivey working with? Just king high?
Yeah. Stabbing 20,000.
What's Nakanishi working with? Just the 3?
Yeah, and I mean, that board texture isn't exactly the most inviting for a pair of 3s. Queen rolls off and puts a 4-liner on board.
Ivey would bluff the turn with a 9. So the 9 does get there, but then again, Nakanishi would have a 9. And the 3. Ivey's like, wow, this guy really loves calling me down for 3. Nakanishi actually has the lead now against Ivey.
Oh, battling his way back. 10 seconds. As the pendulum swinging into his corner. Resiliency on display, along with heaps of talent. University of Kyoto education for Nakanishi, who's listed one of his hobbies as karaoke. I'm sure that now that that's out
22.
in the universe, Martin Kabrhel will be paying him a visit for a trip.
He's on his way to Kyoto.
(6-5) defending against the Ace-10 open here.
22K is a little bit larger of a raise size, more than 2.5x.
9-3 deuce. Nakanishi
15.
with the gut shot. Ivey with the swift c-bet.
Equally as fast call.
6 pays Nakanishi a visit, giving him the best hand. Quick check back out of Ivey. No help on the end.
I think third pair can go for value against the snap check back on the turn.
Tend to agree.
Seems like Ivey has ace high, a 3 or a deuce a lot of the time. And for Ivey to pay this one off, he would have to expect Nakanishi to be check calling the flop with 2 big cards with backdoor flush draws. Maybe like a Jack-10 of hearts, spades, or diamonds. He's getting laid a pretty cheap price. I'm trying to deduce if Nakanishi had a bluff, would he go with this size? Gonna pay it off.
Well, both parties have been keeping each other honest on more than one occasion and largely successful when doing so, but not on that occasion for Ivey, as the winds of change have sent chips flooding in the direction of Nakanishi.
One time, please.
Out of time.
Could you con?
Okay, an all-in from Ivey.
Yeah, limp on the button and then a snap jam, it looked like, and it's the ace-8 that's motivated him. Nakanishi with just 3s. That's a lot of bigs, Randy.
Well, he's going to run it.
Wow! Are you surprised by that choice?
He was hoping to put in the limp re-raise. Ivey just moved in, and he's like, well, I was intending to get it in, just not in this manner. But here we are.
So a spin of the roulette wheel, or should Phil Ivey realize this 47%, he could find himself back in the chip lead just like that.
Just a slight dog.
Believe that's Naoya Kihara on the rail back there supporting Nakanishi.
Confirmed.
Queen 10-7, a lack of confirmation for the ace-8. As the threes are holding on. The spade works. The dangler could make a straight. And how about all of the above? The jack of spades right out of the writer's room. You hear a little wince out of Nakanishi.
He's squirming.
Two-way straight draw, flush draw. Ace or an 8 would even do the trick. Heaps of outs for Ivey. Yes. But a case of too many of them. And Nakanishi battling back, elated. Just an infectious degree of happiness there. But he earned this W, didn't he, Randy?
Yes, he did. He was playing against one of the all-time greats and grateful for that win. But Ivey, graceful in his exit.
Breathing a sigh of relief and childlike levels of enthusiasm.
It's like an anime character right now.
The relief of finally getting through. The legend himself, visible for Shota Nakanishi. We'll look forward to seeing him, but unclear whether or not it'll be Doug Polk or Nikolai Mamut who he squares off with in the next round. Madangiev among those trying desperately to get out of Group B. No resolutions thus far there. Thomas Ashan still hanging tight, waiting to see if it'll be Krupa or Kuznetsov. You see Group D halfway home. Eunice and Wilson still embroiled. Moments ago, Ding Biao became the first half of Group E to move on. Konakovs has been having his problems against Battistone. And Mulacher and Wilson resolved there. In Group F, along with Zamani and Sipon in Group G, Pesci and Green in Group H. Of course, if you want to look at any of the results going on right now, the World Series of Poker app is your place. You can find brackets, tournament formats. In fact, you can even buy into events directly from that app, truly revolutionizing the experience. Beginning last year, and even more so this year. Meanwhile, top pair here for Polk. Got the better of this ace high for Mamut. He limped. Mamut checked back pre. 8K ahead will bring us to this turn, which puts another club out there. Both players with the flush draws. You can see, obviously, Nikolai's best in that department.
Both seeking the club to make a really big pot. So Mamut probably just check calls here, because Polk is not ever folding a king if he was to bet down the turn, even without clubs.
$24,000 bet call, 48 more into the pot, and an ace on the river as Nikolai finds himself the W.
Don't think it was the way he was expecting to win this pot.
No question it wasn't.
All in.
Polk is thinking about value betting this against a jack. He's moved all in. And he got snapped.
Yeah, beaten into the pot.
Yes, ma'am. All right. Ace five of clubs.
Big double there for Nikolai. You surprised at the jam on the end?
He didn't think that Mamut ever has an ace, I suppose, with the pre-flop action.
It had to specifically be that nut club ace, didn't it?
Right.
And of course, he's got two clubs in hand, so.
400.
But remember, it was a limp pot pre.
Pre-flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that means that Doug didn't expect Mamut to check back that hand pre-flop.
River almost felt thin. I don't know. I think it's probably right.
How can I have an ace?
Yeah. Take a little queen 10. And then a couple better kings. I don't know.
Doug unpacking the spot there in retrospect. But he's got to march onwards here, which he does. Still holding on to the chip lead, albeit a far more modest one than prior to the double. Mahmoud limping an ace, king 9 check back.
Check.
And top pair for Polk.
It's a pretty good board for Mahmoud, actually. He's got bottom pair with the ace of spades.
Does fire with the action checked over to him.
Occasionally the king would check raise the flop, looking to build a pot. Looks like there it is. Can't fold ace 3. It could be the best hand, and sometimes when you improve, like trip 3s, you can really win a big pot against top pair. Of course, you have added equity of backdoor spades that could come.
Five on the turn doesn't change a thing.
Let's see if Doug thinks his kicker can still go for value. He's quite undeterred of the possibilities of a bigger kicker. He thinks he can still get called by some ace queens, some ace jacks.
Boy, 64,000, Randy, full pot.
Yeah, he's thinking that this hand is worthy for going for all the chips, even on the river. Trying to set up stacks.
And that's not lost on Nikolai. When you see that sort of posture being assumed by your opponent, it allows you to think future game on that river street and make a little bit of a different decision maybe than you might otherwise.
Yeah, so you see him get away there on the turn. Doesn't want to face the river bet.
Didn't have a ton of hand, was hoping more for a spade. Ace or tray, of course.
I'm sorry, sir.
The dealer apologizing for the sports bet not coming in for Doug, who doesn't seem 100% focused on the matter at hand, but would be well served. Back over to San Martino and Boivin. Italy and Belgium collide. 6-7. Checking back. Finding a gutter on the queen high board. More than we can say for Thomas's 10-8. No action, and the board pairs on the turn, free of charge.
Might start betting now if I have 7 high. I think that the 4, of course, is always good. That's a straight, a 6 or 7 as well. You've got added equity for your semi-bluff, and you can fold out a lot of better hands. 8 high, 9 high, 10 high, etc.
So that one will go Dario's way.
Option.
All in.
All in's the bet.
3-4 limp.
Big play of King Deuce offsuit.
Not allowed, but again, another example of big little off going ham.
That one was for about 35 blinds.
All right, it's time for another mystery hand, and the production staff has advised me that we're going to throw a poll up in the chat. If you're streaming this one live on the WSOP YouTube channel, you'll have your opportunity to weigh in on what you think Thomas is working with under the hood as he makes it 16,000 on the button. Min raised with the blinds here at 4K, 8K. You know, the poll, as I'm seeing it come up, just says, does the mystery hand have it? Yes, he has it. No, he's blind. We got to be a little bit more specific, guys, on it. You know,
yes.
I mean, what is it? It could be all manner of things. I got, you know, A for effort.
And they don't have to be specific on which cards. Is he bluffing with no pair? Or?
I mean, maybe it should just be like the best hand. Does he have the best hand? That feels fair.
Well, there's a check through on the flop. One would think that Boivon doesn't have a good hand to check back the flop.
Wait, by good hand, do you mean it? So Boivon doesn't have it?
It doesn't have it.
Sammartino does have an idea as he brings 14,000 forward, courtesy of the check back from the pre-flop aggressor.
I mean, he's thinking, so maybe he does have something. Okay. Let the investigation continue.
To the river we go. And a king smacking Sammartino for top pair. This will be a very surprising hand to be shown for Boivon, provided that we get there.
For now, Dario would want to bet his hand for value. He's not really expected to have the king because sometimes the king 8 will actually check call rather than bet itself on the turn.
48.
So he misses the gut shot, but courtesy of top pair, he brings 3/4 pot, 48.
I mean, Boivon is not really supposed to have a hand that's worthy of a raise with the action flop check through. So if he raises here, which I think might be coming, he probably is saying he's got 2 pair. Maybe king 7 comes to mind. King 5, king 4.
Well, before you cast your vote, guys, wait to see what Boivon does here, because certainly if he puts the raise in, that's when the real question becomes, what on earth does Boivon have? And, you know, I have to suspect something interesting is going to happen. And sure enough, all in is declared, Randy, out of seemingly left field. This card not supposed to be one that leaves a man who raised pre, check back flop, flatted us on the turn, jamming our river bet. What makes sense?
It's very unexpected. So the hands that make sense are 2 pair that river the king. I don't think that Boivon would go for this with, say, ace king, unless he's reading the 40K bet like as a 1 pair type holding, but I don't think he can rely on that. It's a very hard spot.
I mean, it's just the board development and the line is really baffling. I mean, is this a guy who had 6-8 and just kind of lied in the weeds? Is that ever there, Randy? I mean,
I guess it's possible, but then again, you're looking at your hole cards and you have the 8 of spades and you block some of those combos.
Good point. Is it ever a set?
A set of 7s could make sense, but even then, 7s might bet the flop.
the flop sets also presumably would c-bet?
They would 100% bet the flop.
So, you know, aware of all of that, Sammartino makes the call, and what is it?
2 pair.
Well, it's it. Kings up.
It.
And that one, I suppose, does check out. You see the disgust on Sammartino's face, mostly because he didn't have to hit the king. The king was just that payoff card on a board and a line that just didn't add up for him. And just like that, he is decimated, Randy. 23-8. Crumbs.
That's the card that makes him lose the potential max. Had a chance to get away. But no other card will there be that much carnage. He's down to 24K. The big blind's 8K. He has 3 big blinds.
Man, deflation written all over the Italian's face there.
Definitely regretting his
like
call now.
Second, but it was like 2 years ago, not last year.
Oh. You played the final heads
Not
up.
a lot of ragu left in front of him.
Yes, yeah.
16, right?
Meanwhile, back to the toilet versus Madanchiev. I had forgotten about the nickname.
What are you going to say next? The urinal?
The urinal would be a great evolution of the nickname. But it would suggest that he's playing better
Beat
cards.
all the toughest people, and the
You know,
guy I
right.
lost to was maybe the easiest match, or the most confusing match.
Yeah.
He was like an unknown, like
6'5".
no one knows who he was.
I think I remember.
I thought he was like maybe some online sicko and running me over, and then after I saw the hands, I was like, oh shit, he's a fish.
And after that, he played the all the high rollers, like the 50K and everything.
Yeah, he said he put like all his bankroll in it or something like that. Yeah.
I remember that.
Open-ender for Jaka. Little conversation breaking out.
Looks like he's trying to rep the ace. Incredible.
Take it, sir. Rack him back up. Madanchiev with the 6-4.
It's getting quite short stacked. Can't really open raise anymore. King 7 suited might play. It's a raise, but does check it back.
Check.
9-5-4 and a couple of spades, leaving Madanchiev in front. Heart-free texture.
Pretty happy to see a free flop. Making the best hand, bottom pair.
Check.
Not sure how Mondadjiev feels about this card.
Yeah, it does give him the open-ender, but of course the third spade with a lack of a flush draw. About to find out. Jaka checking again.
Still, it's pretty tempting to bet to charge the random spade.
8,000.
Yeah, limp pot pre, so trying to sift through the flour a bit.
Raise. 28,000.
You know, the regret that you feel immediately when your 8K becomes 28 is Jaka simply smothering you. It's really not a pleasant experience. Nice maneuvering there for Faraz as we send it down to Jeff Platt for an update on the 5K PLO FT.
Yes, standing by at the 5K PLO final table where we are down 2 heads up between Jesse Lonis and Yang Wang. Now, Lonis had a massive chip lead entering this final table, about 3 times what second place had. Jesse looks for his 3rd World Series of Poker bracelet. He won the 50K PLO here at the WSOP just a couple years ago. Wang looking for his 1st World Series of Poker bracelet. He finished in 2nd place in the 50K PLO back at World Series of Poker Paradise in 2024. So 2 PLO crushers fighting for a first place prize of almost $600,000.
Well, the gorilla, Jesse Lonis, continuing his assault on poker. Randy, seemingly the green candle that never ends. Got his hands full with Wang Yang, of course. Picking the action back up here. Polk versus Mahmoud. Pocket 5s, holding on. Not the worst board texture. So Nikolai will follow through. Limped it pre.
Got a 2-to-1 chip lead.
Looking that way. Would you have predicted that this match would last as long as it has?
You mean given that Polk got it in bad 2 times?
Well, I mean, before we saw the action begin.
I mean, to be fair, I guess both of the time he was flipping, but it was up against some big premiums like aces and 10s.
That it was.
Sometimes we see 4-deuce activate against the limp.
I mean, looking at all 16 of the matches that embarked upon the journey, I feel like Kuznetsov Krupa certainly would come to mind as one that would get down deep.
Doug just flopped the nut flush, and he checks it back.
Just the lowly pair for Nikolai.
10,000.
Doug didn't need the hearts. The 5 would have put him in front. As a redraw to the straight flush, of course. Not relevant. Pleased to see the 10K, of course, out of Nikolai.
Some change. Thank you.
So Polk is going to hope that Mamet has the 6. The 6 will still bet on most rivers. So Polk has aces and 5s with the nut flush.
I feel like there's a good Pai-Gow hand in there somewhere.
How would you order it?
I mean, if you're gambling, you play the 5s and the aces, but I think you just go ace-5 flush, maybe.
7,000.
That's the nitty way to play it. 27,000, the figure dialed up now by Polk as Nikolai begins, understandably, to have some concerns about the durability of his pair.
This pair is pretty weak. Polk doesn't need a straight to even value bet in this way. Polk could have rivered the ace. Maybe have some 2 pairs, but doesn't seem like Mahmoud believes.
I called you way too late.
What's up?
I called you way too late.
Payday.
I don't want to get banned from Caesar's Properties. It's just Doug. I'm just Doug. But I do appreciate that.
Polk being mindful not to do any unauthorized promoting whilst on property.
Isn't his name Doug Polk?
Yes.
He says he's just Doug.
Yeah, but his name is not Code Doug. That's the point.
God dang it. Don't get him in trouble.
Here is that Krupa-Kuznetsov match, by the way. Haven't put eyes on it. Kuznetsov has begun to pull away. Defending against the Krupa Open.
This is like the battle of the hoodies, the black hoodies.
A couple of Sith Lords squaring off. Queen 6 deuce. Gutter for Krupa. See what kind of appetite he has for another barrel. 5 of clubs lingers.
Given he was the pre-flop raiser, there's more to fight for in the pot, so you want to see bet a bit more.
Always nice when you can just get it through uneventfully. Stick here for a minute. See if something brews. Limp from Kuznetsov with the suited jack. Dirty diaper for Krupa.
Is this hand speaking to him? Guess he's not a fan of the Rigby.
Three in the window was good. Monotone board texture not so much though. That said, Krupa does have the best hand. Out of position. With no club though.
Yeah, pretty hard for him to know the 3 is good. Some of his 2 pair and trip outs bring the 4th club. Kind of weird because usually you don't fold the flop when you flop a pair, but this is a bit different.
Kuznetsov able to abuse. You know, I'm okay with that choice there to maybe bring it back to another match. that one didn't strike me as the one that we were gonna keep the viewers with. No, you know, no offense to Krupa and Kuznetsov, but damn, boys, that was we just caught him at a bad time.
I mean,
is what happened there.
Some amazing hands there.
Yeah, that was
some limping.
Perhaps the dustiest 2-hand stretch we've shown thus far. I'm sure they played some massive 5-bet pots. It's just we didn't catch those.
None of the folding pairs on the flop.
It's just,
you know.
It's all right, Randy. Can't all be winners.
We've seen better days.
You know, it happens.
Let's go back to the toilet.
Jaka trying to put the finishing swirly on Madangiev. Pocket 4 is going to dig in. Not the most graceful call, but that one flip signifying it's time to go off to the races.
Guess I'll avoid saying all in next time. Flippity flip.
Given Jaka got snapped.
This gentleman has pocket 4s.
Should be happy.
I have king 6 off.
I am ahead.
I guess I'm not mic'd up, so you can't hear me.
Toiletries.
Pocket 4s, king 6 off. He has the pretty looking hand, I have the ugly one. But they're both somehow 50-50.
You know, we're being pretty liberal with these 50-50s.
Oh.
You know, 9% edge.
Okay, well, they're due to lose now.
Give me that coin and let me flip it
They're
with
due
you
to
if you
lose.
think that's a 50-50.
He's all in, I cover.
Is this Jaka coaching approved? It must be.
Imagine
I think so.
watching that in the future, like we know what's gonna happen.
What do you
Eating
mean?
popcorns on watching the stream after 2 hours.
Maybe we should check later.
Uh-oh. 4 is
Did
not
you
looking
feel
so
it's
hot
coming?
on the ace-ace king board.
Huh?
Did you feel the king is coming?
I don't know what I felt.
You're going to feel round 3 in a moment, unless a
Okay,
4
buddy.
pays a visit to the river, which it doesn't. And GG's to Mr. Madangiev, who's certainly Felt like he deserved a little bit better out of that match, but falls to Faraz. He's not the first to do so.
It was a nice match.
Yeah,
Jaka down to
very
Zachary
different from my last
Estes.
match where the guy C-bet 100%.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Prior to this one.
All right, baby. On to round 3. Let's get back to that final heads-up match like we did 2 years ago.
Now he'll move on in all likelihood to face Thomas Boivin based on the state of affairs between him and
we had too much
Sammartino.
difficult spots.
What do you say?
I don't feel like we had too much difficult spots. Like I was thinking if I want to ask you about a hand, but I don't feel it.
Yeah, there wasn't anything where we tanked too much. The few difficult ones, like we called and saw what we had. Yeah.
Yeah. I just the one where
Faraz's next Halloween costume should be microphone.
I just felt like I could pull it.
Just it would be strong, right? Like I'm just saying.
Just have an on and off button on his chest.
Group B, there it is. Jaka moving on past the Bulgarian, and the Belgian rates to be the man that he plays in this next round, but still needing to close things out is Boivin. Sammartino up to 287. Didn't he have like 23,000 when we left him?
He had 3 big blinds at 24K. You're right. What did he do?
I know what he didn't do, and that's go broke. Multiple doubles, leaving Dario right back in this match. King Jack 8 here. Sammartino with the gutter.
And that gutter is now the straight.
Binky.
But his opponent isn't betting. You probably want to start building the pot, unblocking all the pairs that can pay off. But of course, 5 high will never call bet. But at least he's got the lead now in this heads-up match. After having just 23K. Never give up hope. That's my takeaway.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Wish we had a better sense of what went down to allow Dario to just, in short order, it seems as well, work his way from those 3 bigs right back into starting stack territory.
Yeah, this is where Thomas needs to remain composure. Don't let that idea of letting your man back into this match.
You know what it's like when you're playing in a cash game, you see a guy steamed up, but he's still a winner in the game because he was a much bigger winner prior to that, so he's up stuck. That term that Locke and Esfandiari coined once upon a time, and that concept very much psychologically in the heads-up streets is a thing. You know, you got your man on the ropes. Now all of a sudden you got to dig in and play cards once more, and playing them to the tune of a top pair and an open-ender is Boivin, but the better top pair belonging to Sammartino.
It's some more trouble for Boivin.
10,000.
Limp pot pre. Understandable half pot barrel in position.
I think a little bit too deep to start value raising the 5. His hand has poor visibility on the turn. There's a lot of messy cards like clubs, deuce, 7, ace, and there's the deuce. It's weird because Boivin probably doesn't love that card. He makes 2 pair, but he loses to the ace and the 6 now.
Of course. Some in the chat, by the way, pointing out that Sammartino wasn't in fact down to just 3 bigs, that perhaps the graphics incorrectly showing how deep his stack was, more in that 60 to 70K range. Unclear. What is clear, of course, is that this ace now leaves these 2 chopping. Club draw arrives.
I'm pretty sure he had very few chips just because it was that mystery hand. It went to like 240 on the river. But regardless, sometimes players will try to move their opponents off of chops in these spots. I think San Martino will go for it because a 6X has a lot of incentive to just bet the flop.
And sure enough, 80 into 40. A forceful 2X.
The odd part for Boivin is that if he calls a 2X pot bet, he doesn't ever get the full pot. He only gets half of it, given he plays the board. If he wants all of it, he has to make a play, but it's not very credible given he's been checking.
Don't forget, of course, that clubs are there. He has the deuce of clubs.
I suppose it does block some flushes. But then again, San Martino might have a 6X that's not looking to fold, potentially. I suspect he's more between call or fold rather than raise with 5 deuce. So he is moving in. Wow, what a play against 2X pot. This guy is sick.
I mean, of all the things you anticipate to be the response when you bet 2X pot, a jam is almost never one of them. And all of a sudden, a couple of guys that had a pair of 5s on the flop are playing a massive one, but both playing the board, and San Martino instantly regretting his decision. He just has to fold, Randy.
He probably doesn't expect Boivin to ever raise him when he bets 2X pot. He just has to, right? Wow.
No choice.
Thomas, well played. You deserve that.
Absolutely. That took meatballs.
Is there a bigger word for meatballs? Because that's what just happened.
Check.
Maybe don't say it.
Queen 7-4 here. Mahmout with the gutter. Pair of 4s for Doug as we pick this one up in progress. Limp pot pre.
16,000.
Line 6 and 12 here. Doug calls.
Check.
Board pairing 7. Not the worst arrival for a 4.
Still got a gutter ball for Mahmout. He's going to take a free one.
King shows up.
Check.
Can't really stab here, I would think. I think Polk has some king highs that check called a flop that got there. Queen X probably not folding. If you bet here, you're targeting ace high. Let's see if he can actually down to 4 because he is reaching for chips. I think Polk is reading this as Queen X a lot, maybe King X. If it's value, that is.
He feels a little confused, so he's just going to make the call, and he's going to sniff out the bluff from Nikolai. Well done there. As this true clash of the Titans isn't done quite yet. What is done, however, is that 5K PLO event, so let's send it down to Jeff Platt, who's standing by with your champ.
All right, standing by with our champion of the 50K PLO, Yang Wang gets it done, beating Jesse Lonis heads up. He brought up his friend and translator, Jack, who's going to help us a little bit with this interview. How tough of a test was this for you going into this final table, knowing Jesse had such a big chip lead?
他意思就是说，就是你的对于你的对手来说，你认为跟他对比，你的心里有什么？就是跟他做对抗，你有什么感觉？
我觉得他打得特别好，然后因为我们在吹腾会就经常会对，就是在一个桌子， 所以我比较也挺了解他的。
然后你一点一点说，就是对的是。Yeah, so meeting Jess, we always meet very often in the game. So we Wait, a little bit nervous. Yeah.
I'm nervous too. You're nervous. We're all nervous. All good.
Okay, so Yang said we met each other very often in the game, not only in the WSOP, also like in the Triton game. So I know Yang know him very well. So they know each other very well.
Perfect. One more question for you. You were close in 2024, finished in second place. Yeah, you know that. What does a World Series of Poker bracelet mean to you?
这个项链对你来说有什么意义？在 WSOP。
我太开心了，然后对我很重要，就是给我就是在打比赛，给我很多信心，因为我拿第2、第3、第4，就是我一直在 Final Table，但是从来没有拿过冠军，但这次给我很多信心。
It's very important to me. Of course, I'm very happy about it because I've been in Final Table all the time. Never got a bracelet before. This is my first bracelet, and it's gonna give me like a confidence in the future as well. So yeah.
I'm glad you said that because on behalf of the World Series of Poker, it is an honor of mine to present you with your first World Series of Poker bracelet. There it is. You can hold it up to that camera. You guys can applaud for him. He's our 50K Pot Lemon Omaha champion. Yang Wang gets it done, beating Jesse Lonis. Heads up.
I regret to inform you all that he's not the 50K Pot Limit Omaha champ, because if he is, that's a pretty paltry payout for that buy-in. But still a handsome victory, and certainly, given the volume of chips that Jesse had at that final table, pretty incredible that Wang Yang pulled it out, but finally, he is now the groom, no longer a groomsman. After multiple attempts, bracelet number 1 for him, and that's a nice way to start your summer.
Yeah, very happy for him. Used to be a race car driver and now holding that first WSOP bracelet.
Tell you what, the personality type to be a race car driver feels perfect to be a winning PLO player. Put your life on the line regularly. That's the right DNA.
He made Lonis crash out.
Yeah. Boy, Vaughn thinking this is the right turn. Trip deuces. San Martino hopeless with jack high.
So he's got trip deuces in his spot. Just wondering, is there more value in betting full pot here or going for a check raise? But you got to ask the question, if he goes for the check raise, will his opponent bet call? Because sometimes you'll actually get more value doing the betting yourself and maybe even an overbet.
80,000.
Oh, he's doing the 2x pot thing himself.
Yeah, these guys have got the gloves off right now. And Thomas trying to close this one out. Pots like that'll help. Last hand at this blind level. Bad news for San Martino.
You know he's never concerned. He had 3 blinds not too long ago.
Yeah, I'm certainly short. Such a streaky game. Heads up poker. Queen 6 now for the chip leading Boivon.
20,000.
Takes it to 20. 7-4 off for Dario.
Against the min raise, it's connected enough to call here. Maybe against the larger pre-flop raise size, you wouldn't defend.
For deuce puts Dario in front. Checks with the flow of play.
The 6 is a nice card to consider c-betting with. It blocks some of the continues. You won't take it this time on the flop, and pretty clean card for San Martino. There are ace X that raise pre-flop and check back flop, so he needs to charge against that. I could see a case where queen 6 calls here because of the side card with his straight draw is high enough to beat other bluffs. Maybe like a 7-5, for example. He would be ahead against that.
You see Thomas mulling it over, and he is going to call this 20K on the strength of the gutter and the queen high. Check call lead felt a little sus, and this 5 feels real good as Thomas slides into the lead with the 6 high straight.
Mandatory check and probably fold for San Martino. He was value betting against the ace on the turn, and an ace would make it straight, and Boivin actually has better than the ace. He's got the 6.
Yeah, either way, this board development really nasty as things have taken shape for Dario.
So Boivin most likely gets value out of an ace. Against that, he probably goes for max, maybe even all of the chips.
60.
But the fact that he's betting smaller means he expects San Martino to have some 2 pairs that might pay off.
Too rich. Even less than that, I would imagine. The 4s are finding the bin.
So guys, we're 6 and 12 now. 6,000, 12,000.
To make matters worse, you hear the dealer announcing that the blinds are going up to 6 and 12,000 as we give you a glimpse at the remains of round 2. Still not done. And still one more match left to play tonight for each of those who remain. Of course, if you want to keep tabs on all that's going on here at the World Series, no better place to do so than on the World Series of Poker app, available for free to download on iOS and Android devices, and so much that you can get done, including registering for events, getting updates, looking at tournament clocks, formats. Really has revolutionized the experience here in Vegas. You going to play any events while you're down here, Randy, or is it just all work for you?
No, of course I'm going to play some on my downtime.
I love it. Now, when you say play some, you talking baccarat or blackjack?
I've already hit the roulette wheel.
No, stop it.
Check.
So, you know how you can bet on red or black? Normally I bet black, but my wife likes red. Guess what? Here's also green.
Oh, no, really? You got hit with the dreaded green?
Yeah.
Oh, nasty.
It was just a small bet.
Were you on a 000 wheel by chance? Because you know the outer pits are 000 wheels now.
I'm just saying, I did see a 0, 2 zeros, and 3 zeros.
Ew. Oh, it's easier to come up green in that situation. Meanwhile, Nikolai looking to come up with some green of his own here. 10-jack, an open-ender versus the 4s. Plenty of ways to make the best hand here for him as the 32K is called by Polk. And the 8 slides right in to give Nikolai the nuts.
It's quite the inflated pot as well, 112,000 out there.
This one was button raised from Polk. Defense from Nikolai. How greedy is he getting? Doesn't matter. It's Polk. Has no further interest. 112 was chunky.
And an 8 connects with a lot of hands. I can go for big value. Jack 10, of course. Still the queen. 2 pairs. I should go play some table games sometime.
Randy, I don't know if that's a great idea. I mean, I'm in. Don't get me wrong. Ideas don't need to be great for me to be down for them.
Should I stick to the poker? I think I'm pretty good at that.
I should stick to the poker, and I'm not that good at that. Certainly better than the pit. Meanwhile, A7 better than Queen 9 here as Nikolai limps the button. showing some diversity to his pre-flop approaches. Jack 4 deuce. Doug checked quickly.
12,000.
Politely asking for it.
Nice.
30,000.
Request denied and denied in the form of a raise here. These things suddenly get a little awkward.
It's a very small raise, and he probably will call here based on just having ace high in the backdoor nut flush draw. Still has one over to the jack in case Polk has that.
7 just comes right on in to give Nikolai second pair on this board. And when Doug checks it, we're not so worried about the jack as much.
No, we're not. So we probably can value bet this on the turn. However, he might not think he can ever get paid by worse, usually. But his hand is very vulnerable. So it is pretty scary to check it back, which he does.
8 on the end. A little pot control approach there from Nikolai. And also just opening the door for Doug, if he was light, something like a 3-5, to try to get after it here with air.
48,000.
48,000.
That's precisely what takes shape. 48,000.
The hand doesn't really make sense, I would think, for Mahmoud. Sure, the 8 overcards is 7, but if Polk had an 8, he'd probably follow through with a turn bet. Well played.
Sniffs it right on out and took the line that kind of earned him the most, it would seem.
Yeah, for sure. He knew exactly where he was at. That's why he called so fast.
Are you getting impatient vibes off of Doug, who may have kind of lost his appetite to keep this match going at all? You know, I could be completely out of school here, admittedly, but there was something about the line that he took and just the vibes that made me think that he just wants to see an outcome sooner than later.
I hear what you're saying. It kind of does seem like he is looking to make a show with some of his hands. But it is also his style. It's just being relentless.
Owen?
I mean, he's a bit of a content creator as well, too, and he's getting called quickly.
Jammed the 5-6 suited. King Queen wakes up and says, let's go.
What'd you say?
And this roulette wheel doesn't have green. It's either Mahmoud or Polk. That's it.
Yeah, but that's a nice hand.
King Queen is nice.
Significant dog heading to the flop is Polk at risk. Can he get lucky?
All right, that's all she wrote.
Not looking that way.
7, Greg.
No
Channel a 7.
Looking for a straight draw, asking for the 7.
All right, good game, man.
Instead, it's a jack, and that's a wrap.
Good job hanging tough. Great plan.
Thank you.
And I promise you,
okay,
I'm not Nostradamus in here, but I got to point to the fact that he just decided to go with this one. I know it's a little bit north of 10 bigs.
You still need this to tell you to wait?
6.
No sooner do I feel like it's go
6.
time than
he's sweating
Doug
the river
goes.
card.
Straight.
Good game.
Did he really?
Yeah, he was sweating the river card because there's still one card to go. He was drawing dead on the turn.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you, Doug.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
What are you going to do?
He also shook the hands of the dealer. That's nice.
He shook Mahmoud's hand as well, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
Okay, I'm just making sure the dealer didn't get love that Nikolai didn't. Has certainly some respect should be shown to the Russian for that performance. Very well done. And that is a tough out in Doug Polk. So Nakanishi will have his hands full, but both of them, look at this, earning their way to that third round, courtesy of victories against Polk and Ivey. Meanwhile, Ding Biao still waiting for an outcome between Battistone and Ponikovs as we'll park things here. Alex lingering, just 10 bigs, jack 6 off.
Call.
Let's see if he wants to jam this King X. I like this. Just lean on Ponikovs. Sure, occasionally your opponent has a hand that limp calls, but normally you just win it.
Well, you talked about Wang Yang, that 5K PLO champion, a former race car driver. Battistone, a former tennis professional. As Ponakov's trying to volley his way back into that match. And we bounce over to the remains of Sammartino versus Boivin. Both sharing a 7 here. Advantage Thomas. King Jack 9. Total whiff for Dario.
No whiff for Boivin. Got the double gutter.
12,000.
Queen R8 makes him the straight.
Sammartino's 12K being considered.
I feel like the longer he takes, the more likely he raises.
30.
There it is.
This is so annoying if you're Dario. You just trying desperately to put together a few pots, get the momentum back in your corner, and Thomas is having none of it. And it all began with that 2x pot size bet and then the jam over the top with both players playing the board.
Yeah, every time he is clawing back against Thomas, the chips go back downwards.
Yeah. It's rough. Suited king now for Thomas.
Raise. All in.
Decides that's enough to ask for all of it. Dario wakes up with an ace, it would seem, and sure enough, shows off what looks like ace-6, was it?
Yeah.
No, he folded?
No, he didn't
No,
fold.
what are we talking about?
He would have called with ace and not even have to look at the other card for that stack.
A 7?
It's 6 or 7.
Yeah, that's good.
Looks like a 7 from here.
There it is. Confirmed. As we head to the flop, Dario finds middle pair for a little bit of insulation, as the 4 will no longer be a problem. But the king most certainly is. And boy, that really does seem like it's summing up the match emotionally for Sammartino. And he can't find the necessary ace or 7, nor can he find a trip to this third round.
Thank you.
Shows some love to Thomas, but pretty disheartened and disappointed is Sammartino, former World Series of Poker main event runner-up, falling to the Belgian. Boivin.
Yeah, Sammartino going to be especially disappointed when he looks back at the tape and saw he got bluffed out.
That pot certainly going to leave him losing sleep until he figures it out. And then might lose some more sleep once he knows for sure.
He may never recover.
Yeah, he got thrashed on that one.
I think he'll be fine.
You step into these lions' dens, you're going to get the claws.
Go.
Back over to Battistone and Ponakovs.
So Battistone actually limped the button with ace deuce. He could have just open jammed.
Took the different approach.
Go.
Ponakov's looking at his backdoor draws, but he's so shallow. Maybe he's wondering if Battistone would just jam King X pre-flop, therefore Battistone doesn't usually have a hand.
27. 27 raise.
Yeah, and look at this. Check raise to 27 from Ponakovs. Ample fight in that dog.
Off of that stack as well. He has 10 big blinds and he puts in a check raise bluff.
I mean, name the players that have that. You know, it's not all of them.
No, it's not. And that's the problem of not fast playing the ace pre-flop. Let a man like this make a move on you.
pot here. Battistone 6-4 turns into middle pair. More than we can say for Ponikovs with the 10 high. Turn improves Battistone to an open ender. Go with the best hand.
Yeah, given he's got a pair with the open ender, he doesn't feel he needs to bet it. But if he had the open ender with no pair, he would bluff.
Yeah, free peek at the river for Alex. Which brings in spades.
And 10 high might be good. It really is hard to say.
6.
But does he think a 3, a 5, or a 6 would fold to a bet? I don't think it would.
So that one ends uneventfully. Over to Krupa Kuznetsov.
24.
24.
Deep into the blinds. At 6 and 12, they are as well. Ace King, and raising. Kuznetsov with the Queen 8 suited. And a massive chip lead.
It does look strong for Krupa to min raise off of the 10 big blind stack, so Kuznetsov will take a flop and proceed cautiously.
Staying in line. Ace 9-6. Top pair for Krupa. Stranglehold.
A quick fold from Kuznetsov, even with backdoors.
Chiseling and cobbling. Here's Krupa. It's going to take quite a few more, just like that, for him to make a match of things.
Check.
Meanwhile, small ball on the puck from Battistone. Ponikovs pleased to see flops cheap. 6, 7, 8. Battistone has flopped the 8 high straight. Ponikovs has middle pair and the king of diamonds working. Chips are going to get in motion here. Started off with a 25K position bet.
Both have flopped very well. Ponikovs can't really get a better hand to fold. I think he might just call here, and maybe he makes the flush. His opponent makes a smaller flush.
Ace rolling off now. Alex checks once more. 74,000 in the middle now.
Ponikovs is going to discount the ace sometimes just because Battistone will raise pre that contains the ace. Oh wow, he's just asked for the rest of the chips with the straight.
Now remember, this was a limp pot pre, so discounting some of the ace X, I would imagine, off of this stack depth. And if you can remove the aces, and you decide not too many of the 8s would be keen to play this way, all of a sudden the king 7 falls into the consideration camp.
His hand looks too good to fold. I wouldn't think it's unreasonable. He could be up against some limpy hands like Queen 9 with the 9 of diamonds. That would be a big combo draw that can bet flop and jam turn.
All in.
He has been playing for hours, and he won't be making the call.
You have straight?
Yep.
Hard to fold.
Well, Ponikovs does indeed decide now or never. 288K pot to hit the reset button potentially on this one.
106.
But granted, with much shallower stacks, all Alex needs to do is find the diamond. 9 outs, one time to deny Battistone a trip to the 3rd round. Can he manage it?
He's got one pull at it.
And here that pull comes. It's a king. King's up, not enough. Alex Ponikov's down by Brian
Good luck the
Battistone.
rest of the
Thank
series.
you. Thank
Good
you.
playing with you. You played great.
Yeah, you played great too.
Winner.
Both players very complimentary of one another's performances.
I was left with 35, I think, at some
Yeah.
point. Yeah. Then get to 485.
It was crazy. You
Yeah.
good? I can take a break.
Pendulum seems like it swung quite wildly into both directions
Almost
throughout the course
stole
of
a
the
mic.
battle.
Happened before.
Battistone breathing a sigh of relief, no doubt, but now he moves on to tackle another high-stakes crusher in Ding Biao.
We've lost a lot of big names so far.
That we have. There's so many big names that buy in that it's just a reality. What's to come?
On. On.
Trying to avoid being the last casualty, but certainly off of this stack depth, it's going to be challenging. Declaring all in with the King Jack. Kuznetsov wants to count with Jack 7 off. Is that calling territory?
It only is because of how shallow Krupa is. He only has 80K. Krupa probably jams like 10-9, 8-9, hands like this.
79-4.
Probably will take this spot.
79-4.
He's going to regret it if he does because he's dominated.
10 seconds.
Definitely very close. I think one big blind more, he always folds.
One big blind less he always calls?
Of course. So we're on the cusp.
What side of the fence is he going to fall on? TBD, his time extension being used. Do you tend to fall on the more conservative side as we see the call get made in the interest of keeping your opponent's stack lean?
You got to be careful because if you give up too many spots, all of a sudden they have like 10 or 12 blinds, which is much more dangerous.
Well, he is going with this spot, and he's not going to love being shown the dominant jack. It's Krupa delighted by this sight. The delight continues. Nice Jack 10 board.
Prepare
side
what?
swig of the life water there.
He's got life.
That's generally ingestion reserved for alcoholic beverages. I don't think that. Anyway.
It's not spiked, right?
Oh, maybe it's just stone vodka. Deuce on the turn. Sterile.
Chop.
Oh my
Chop,
gosh.
chop.
Jeez.
Like you, like you.
All of a sudden,
You got lucky.
biohazardous.
You got lucky.
After the deuce pairs. Man.
We're going to need some hand sanitizer for that one.
Yeah. Ugly way to be denied the double. He was in such great shape.
79-4, yeah?
Huh?
I just asked your stack. 79-4, yeah?
Yeah, 79-4.
Supposed to be 150.
Is there a rake?
160, yes.
Queen 10.
All in.
All in.
Jamming. Krupa with Queen 8.
You got a roll reversal.
I mean, a pip higher on both cards here.
Yeah, I would think this is even more of a call than the Jack 7. Obviously, it's flipping in terms of who's holding what.
Let's dance, says Krupa,
Not
and the
that good.
regret will be
Oof.
immediate. We almost prefer to
This
be up
time you're
against
ahead.
ace or king high with two clean cards than be in this spot.
Chop chop again or
Maybe
what?
Krupa can get lucky.
Probably.
Huh?
Probably.
Chop chop?
Why not?
A sporting offer from Kuznetsov to carve this one up, given the way his Jack-7 was able to do the same, but it's not looking choppy for the time being.
No 9, no 10.
As Krupa
and we win.
Sails smoothly with an 8, but recognizing that 9s and 10s are problematic.
Queen.
7 outs for Kuznetsov to close it out.
Ah,
That's it. Bingo. The 10 rolls off. Now the 9 for the chop. 8 for a clean winner.
Good turn.
There?
Yeah.
Nice hand.
Thanks.
No, it isn't.
It was last pair to play along.
Yeah.
Good
Nice
game.
one.
Good game. When you had deuces,
Kuznetsov pointing out
King 9. King
Krupa
9
wins all the
6,
last longers,
9
but what he
king.
doesn't win is this
From
match.
deuces,
Yeah.
had 8.
If 8?
8 high. Bang.
Yeah, 8 high.
If maybe I call, but you say me, oh, I had 10 high, 10
Yeah,
6.
yeah,
That-
Do the third round.
It's fun. Yeah, okay.
Someone gonna help me take this stuff off? Oh yeah.
Jack 3-3-9-9.
It hurts.
Nothing when I go all in too early.
No, nothing.
I had full house jacks.
Pocket jacks?
Yeah, I hope you had 9 maybe. Yeah.
I had a feeling you had pocket jacks because you didn't have a 9.
So while the boys debrief, Nikita will prepare for Thomas Achen in the next round. Solid round 2 there, Randy.
Certainly was. We lost a lot of big names, but it was a lot of fun, a lot of cool hands.
A lot more fun for the players who are moving on to round 3, of course, which is going to come your way in about an hour. We are going to step aside for an extended break, but set your alarms, do what you need to do, because certainly there are some marquee matchups we're going to want to sink our teeth into. It will be the money bubble, as victory in round 3 will put you in to day 2 and put you into the money for a shot at a piece of that $3 million pie. So with that, we will step aside again. 1 hour's time. We'll be back with more coverage from the 2026 World Series of Poker 25K Heads Up Champion.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000. Lay it to the gentleman.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Just go play it.
Thank you.
No, it's okay, Dennis.
Is it called?
Hold up.
What? Hold on.
Can you scan your coach, please?
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. We open anyway.
It's good?
No, hold on. And all in a call.
But he can. Okay. He needs to open the card.
It's all in end call, right?
Why are you bluffing?
What is it?
Why are you bluffing?
I see the cards.
Aces. After flop, aces. No, no, Inglesio only. Huh? You think so? I think it's like 70-70. Okay, let's do vamos. Casino Royale. Ace, ace 5 on the flop. Let's do Casino Royale. Okay. Come back. Not like that. What do we need? 8 is good, yeah, for him.
For you. 8 is good.
Ace. And ace. Okay, 9 of diamonds. 9 of diamonds for a split pot.
GG, Martin.
Wait, maybe 9 of diamond.
Maybe. GG. GG. Well play.
Good luck. Winner takes it all. Vezmi to, Terko.
All-in.
We have an all-in.
Aya!
$200, 25, 20, 200, 6,000.
206.
6,000.
2061.
6,000.
61.
6-1.
61.
Just give me one yellow.
Yeah.
So you did blankets. Raised to 75, you did blankets. Check. Bet 5.
It's pretty ugly. I think fold, but I don't know. It's pretty ugly. I don't have the yellows. He's got all the yellows.
I didn't see it. Raise to 8. Raise to 20,000.
13,000.
All in.
All in. And a call.
Oh man, even a heart. We have a flush draw, all in on the turn versus top pair. We need a heart and a heart only.
Next hand blinds up. Raise to 10,000.
3,000, 6,000 in the heads-up championship.
Oh. Check. 5,000. Check. Check. $20. And blinds are up. $14. Check. 8,000. Check. 20,000. $100,000.
All in.
All in. Oh.
Oh man. Should have checked.
Right there. Hello. Testing.
What's up?
Waiting for them and there's nothing happening. Flop.
Oh, that's an interesting flop.
Quite.
The equities didn't really change. Still very similar. Three's not going to help.
How did you know?
All right. Three still doesn't help. All right.
Two. 82.7. Did I get disconnected when I stood up, maybe? Oh, there you go. Yes, I can. Sorry about that.
Ooh, the Thunder are in trouble. They're in trouble, Greg. We're in trouble.
Is there a wager no matter what, or only against the Thunder?
I have against Spurs, against Knicks. What's there? You have like one.
I doubled 82.7.
Okay, so where's okay.
10 seconds.
Good. Let's get those blinds up.
I don't want it to end.
Check, check.
He does.
Raise 14.
10 seconds.
Call. Check.
10 seconds.
10. Check. 28. Raise to 100. Oh. Raise to 14.
10 seconds.
$9,000. Woo! Good river. Call. Call.
10 seconds.
24. 24.
Time extension.
22.
22 is the raise.
22?
Can I have more yellow, please? Check.
15.
15. Check. Check. 25.
Time extension.
One time, please. Coach.
Out of time?
Thank you. Call. Call him.
Could you count? Call.
All right.
Time extension.
Pair the boat. Yes. Good game.
All right, well done.
Yeah. Yay! Yay!
Call.
10 seconds.
Check. $8,000. Oh. Check.
$24,000.
24,000 is the bet.
Oh, that's I think good.
Check.
All in.
10 seconds.
Can I wow, I'm glad clubs didn't come in.
Wow.
This time. All right.
Time extension.
Is the ace five of clubs? Is that what that is?
Yep.
Yeah. 75,400.
75,400.
Similar to your ace three. Pre-flop.
Yeah. River almost felt thin. I don't know. I think it's probably right.
How can I have an ace?
Yeah. Take a little queen 10. And then a couple better kings. I don't know. 110. Check.
Check.
Oh, he lost the ball.
8,000. Yes. 24,000.
All in.
All in. And a call.
Thanks. Bring your money forward on the account.
Guess I'll avoid saying all in next time. Flippity flip. This gentleman has pocket fours. I have king 6 off.
I am ahead.
I guess I'm not mic'd up, so you can't hear me. Pocket fours, king 6 off. He has the pretty looking hand, I have the ugly one, but they're both somehow 50-50. King 6? Oh, okay, well they're due to lose now. They're due to lose. He's all in, I cover. Popcorn?
He's the one on my right.
Imagine us watching that in the future, like we know what's gonna happen.
What do you
Eating
mean?
popcorns on watching the stream after 2 hours.
Maybe we should check later.
Did you feel it's coming?
Huh?
Did you feel the king is coming?
I don't know what I felt.
Winner.
Again, buddy. Good plan.
Nice playing with you.
Good game, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. It was a nice match.
Yeah, that was fun. Very different from my last match where the guy C-bet 100%.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right, baby. On to round 3. Let's get back to that final heads-up match like we did 2 years ago.
Floor. Winner.
I don't think we had too much difficult spots.
What'd you say?
I don't feel like we had too much difficult
Yeah.
spots. Like
Yeah.
I was thinking if I want to ask you about a hand, but I don't
Yeah,
feel
yeah.
it.
Yeah, there wasn't
There's-
anything where we tanked too much. The few difficult ones, like we called and saw what we had. Yeah.
Yeah. I just the one where you bet 45K with the 8. I just felt like I could fold this one on the turn.
Well, you had the ace of hearts?
Ace of hearts, yeah.
Yeah, that one was interesting. I was wondering if I should do that in the river. Yeah, over the heart. Yeah, I think it would work. You think I'm supposed to bet the river? And I was thinking if you have overspare to the heart.
$20,000. Check. 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 That's 35. option. Option checks. Check. $10,000. Check. Check. $80,000.
6,000, 12,000, next hand, if he heads up.
Time extension.
All in.
All in today.
This is where the real talent comes into play now. This is where it's a real skill game.
Call. Check.
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 Keep forgetting to say it.
You're good, buddy. $16,000. Call. Check. Check.
21-5. Oh. Oh. Check.
Tried.
Check. $12,000.
Nice.
30,000. Check. Check.
$48,000.
48,000 is the bet.
Probably raise.
I lose. All in?
All in.
I call.
And call.
That's a nice
You guys
hand.
hear me?
What'd you say?
That's a nice hand. 6-5 suited.
Nope.
Yeah, but that's a nice hand.
King queen is nice.
All right, that's all she wrote. 7, Greg. Channel is 7. All right, good game, man. Good job hanging tough.
Thank
Great
you.
plan.
Thank you.
Okay.
Time extension.
6.
You still need they to tell you to wait?
6. 6. Oh.
Straight.
Good game.
Good game.
Yeah.
Thank you, Greg.
We'll figure something out.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you, Doug.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you, sir.
What are you going to do?
Raise. All in.
Time extension.
Everything else good?
Good luck.
GG,
Okay, good luck for the next.
Thank you. Thank you.
Go.
Check.
Check. Check. Really fine. Go. Check. $200.
All in.
Call.
All in a call.
You have straight?
Yep.
Hard to fold.
106 even.
106.
Super. Congrats.
Good game, man.
Time to win the third one.
Yeah. Good luck the rest of the
Thank
series.
you. Thank
Good
you.
playing with you. You played great.
Yeah, you played great too.
Thanks.
Boy, winner.
Was swingy.
Very swingy.
I was left with 35, I think, at some
Yeah.
point. Yeah. Then get to 485.
It was crazy.
On.
Is it all in?
On.
On, please.
10 seconds.
78. 79.4. 79.4.
Time extension.
Cool.
Polk, I have an on him.
Time extension.
Prepay or what?
Chop.
Chop, chop.
Chop, chop. Like you.
You got lucky. You got lucky.
$79.4, yeah?
Huh?
I just asked your stack. $79.4, yeah?
Yeah, 79.4.
All in?
All in.
For centuries, poker was a game of instinct, bold bets, and leaving the rest to fate. Vegas turned the game into a dream worth chasing. Players started asking a different question. Not did I get unlucky, but did I make the right play? Online poker opened the doors for anyone, anywhere, to compete at the highest level. Skill became something you could train. Today, the champions don't leave it to chance. They study. They train. GTO Wizard, official poker training partner of the World Series of Poker.
We'll be packing a little something extra.
Made $50,000, ladies and gentlemen.
I am now guaranteed $95,000.
It starts with one hand. Let's go play it.
The life of a professional poker player is unique. So I need a bank that understands me and what I do. And no one understands that better than Lexicon Bank. I wouldn't bank anywhere else.
Series of Poker. We're on the back nine as both rounds 1 and round 2 are in the books. Round 2 coverage just about an hour ago wrapped up, and so we've got our final 16 players, half of whom are going to hit the pillow with their hearts heavy. Ali Najad alongside David Williams. Money bubble time here, as once again we're going to wind things down here. David, you were doing the countdown show earlier today. Were there any hot takes that folks had going into the beginning of today's Day 1B?
Let's see. Any hot takes? Not really. I mean, a lot of the chalk were the picks, which seem to have been eliminated. Doug Polk, Phil Ivey. We liked all the big names.
Yeah, those big names didn't fare too well, but certainly plenty of talent still to feast one's eyes on. Phil Ivey falling at the hands of Shota Nakanishi, who was very impressive in his performance. Nikolai Mahmoud taking out Doug Polk. The two of them going to be squaring off here.
Weird stuff.
Let's like a serious like face-off. Hey, let's stare each other down. Let's stare each other down.
Faraz Jaka and Thomas Boivon.
This guy's not gonna win.
Doing their best UFC pre-fight weigh-in vibe.
Couple scary guys.
Maybe.
You know, I don't.
Go get some cards like we're in a hand.
For the octagon anytime soon.
Go get like 2 cards.
But they are headed
just
for the
like
fell.
pretend we're in a hand.
Yes.
Get a good shot like we're in a hand.
Feature.
Okay, do this.
Good Jaka working the content streets here. To start things off, what were the biggest surprises for you, David, as you took a look at the bracket after that second round finished? Is it specifically Doug Polk and Phil Ivey falling, or were there others like Ponikov's maybe that you expected to perform?
Yeah, I mean, I know as a fan, and I'm sure the other fans, we wanted to see the Doug Polk Phil Ivey matchup. I mean, that's some good late night viewing right there. But yeah, Ponikov's is a beast. Seeing him go out to Battistone, I'm not familiar with Battistone.
This is so late. I feel like
a relative unknown to me, taking out one of the top players in the field, definitely surprising. Harvey Castro making it deep again. Yesterday we watched him. He was my pick. I felt like last night's experience would propel him into today, but it's heads up. Anything can happen.
Yeah, Kabrhel falling once more. 600 second round to.
I think 2 rounds is probably enough for Kabrhel
You're not going to get any pushback from me, my friend.
Might be a lot of Kabrhel. 8 rounds of Kabrhel.
It's early in the summer to be ODing on NK.
Yeah.
So things getting underway. And, of course, the stacks were 300,000 deep in the last round. You accumulate the stack, and now 600K ahead with the blind starting at 1K 2,500 is where we find ourselves.
Yeah, and both these players are pretty technical, I'm sure, and it's going to be, a lot more jousting, small bets. I think you're going to see a lot different style of poker than you would if it was a different type of player here.
Randy reminded me, and it had been so long since I had heard the nickname, that Faraz once went by
the toilet. Yeah, I forgot that, and I was watching you guys, and when he said back to the toilet, I was for a minute I was confused, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I forgot about that.
But some in the chat were suggesting it's because he played so perpetually that he would even find himself playing while on the can. I thought it was because he plays all parts of the deck, including, the shitty ones. So that's why he got the nickname.
Yeah, maybe it's a mix of both. I mean, he does seem like the kind of guy that can't put the laptop down if he's in the middle of a hand.
I could see that for sure. And if you've been paying attention to poker, you've been seeing that name, Thomas Boivon, surfacing frequently as we get a glimpse at the other stuff taking place in Featureville. Thomas Mühlacker of Austria squaring off against Brandon Wilson. Actually caught a No Doubt concert at the Sphere with Brandon and a host of others just last weekend. Had a chance to sit and chat with him quite a bit, a little after party, I guess, down there, and just continue to really tout him as perhaps the most composed, the most poised, the most beyond his years talent that's out there. And he is 2 wins in to this Day 1B.
Pretty wide defense from Brandon here with the 8-5 offsuit. Does flop middle pair.
Certainly aware that the opposition Mühlacker is formidable, and if he's going to hit cards like this on the turn, it's going to be a tough outing as bottom pair turns into queens up for Thomas after both parties checked.
Yeah, and Wilson doesn't have a hand that can really bet here. He can, it's just purely can call if he deems it's worthy, but I don't think, I mean, it is third pair here, but it's a little speculative. You don't have many outs to improve. Pretty wet board. Personally, I think I would just lay this one down. It is tough because when you call with 8-5 and flop a pair, it's like that's what you're, that's what you're hoping for, but just so many bad rivers, and it's going to be really hard to play. But he's going to proceed.
Yeah. Early in these matches in particular, David, it feels like the more liberal approaches are taken in the interest of mining a bit of data to get a sense of what kind of approach your opponent is going to take. And now this is a real issue for Wilson. He improves to 8s and 5s. Escape is going to be challenging. Sure, 6-7 is there, and the spades are staring him down. But nevertheless, value available to Mulacher if he pursues it, which we certainly imagine he will.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is fairly standard on the button here in position. Mulacher's going to bet his 2-pair, and Wilson will have no choice other than a call. He doesn't really have a raising hand here with bottom 2-pair. He's call hoping he's punishing someone seeking value with just a queen. Unfortunately, that's not what he's up against.
Painful start to the match there.
Okay, someone says the toilet nickname comes from the amount of flushes he made, which actually kind of makes sense too, but I don't know if that could just be someone making it up.
So what are the
that was my plan.
It certainly tracks. We'll have to ask Faraz himself.
I like to just imagine him taking a big D while playing poker. That's the name of the toilet.
Well, Martin Zamani dunked on the opposition in round 2. Otani just
I have no fucking
powerless
idea.
against what was this really?
I really don't know.
Was good?
He was Japanese.
Assault.
Okay. There's a lot of Japanese.
Yeah, Zamani's one of my favorite players as a fan to watch. He's just funny and really fun guy at the table.
Business. Okay. But I have no idea.
6.
Julian Sipon inquiring as to the road travel.
He had the name of the...
Oh, wow. Julian, I've seen him. He's been around for years.
Yeah.
I recognize his face.
Otani.
I don't know them, to be honest.
I don't know either, but this guy is really famous.
Known entity who defeated Michael Shih in round 1. Kabrhel in round 2 to book his ticket here to the money bubble. Zamani in turn defeating Michel Molinar in round 1. Shogo Otani in round 2. And
so weird. Every time I said 6 and you said 7, I was like, what the fuck?
Guy can
I was
pitch.
like, no,
Guy
it's
can
not your
hit.
fault. It's just funny.
Guy can play heads up.
Pitch and hit?
What can't he do? Otani.
Oh, yeah. Well, he couldn't beat Zamani.
How many times has that joke been made, Will?
Brock Wilson scoring off against another member of that Japanese delegation, which has had a robust outing here. Ryuta Nakai. Nakai fell in day 1A, got back in the saddle, and now an opportunity to punch a ticket into day 2. The road traveled for Ryuta.
Both these guys, right? Brandon Wilson lost to Negreanu yesterday.
Brock Wilson.
Excuse me, Brock Wilson lost to Negreanu yesterday.
Nakai defeated Joshua Richard in round 1, Yaman Nakdali in round 2. Brock, meanwhile, defeated Frank Makasi and then Nicholas Eunice to work his way up against Nakai. Now he's worked himself into top pair.
3,500.
Flatting against the 10-tray open. See the aggressive side of Nakai here.
Yeah, and with ace no kicker, not a lot of reason to raise here at a position. You know, if he thought he were wanting to protect against like giving clubs a cheap draw, but there's no thought there. He's just taking his time, but
Raise 13.
oh, he does raise. I'm not sure how much I like that. I think you're not going to get, I mean, I guess if your opponent has a 6 or an 8, you're going to get some value from them, but I think I'd like to let my opponent keep bluffing. Just keep them in the pot.
Well, as we get our feet wet here at the top of this second frame, let's send it down to Jeff Platt for an update from the floor.
Well, yeah, it's the last flight of the first ever second day 1 for the 25K Heads Up Championship. Remember, this year it's a new format. We had day 1A, we have day 1B. Now, 8 players will advance, but also remember, they will be reshuffled, redistributed, restructured, whatever word you want to use, with the 8 players from yesterday, and we'll have a brand new bracket of our final 16 tomorrow. So 8 of the players behind me will join 8 from yesterday, and what a star-studded list that 8 is. We have Daniel Negreanu. We have the reigning defending main event champion Michael Mizrachi. We have Alex Foxen, Kerry Katz, Justin Saliba, Dimitar Danchev, Henry Pustanen, and Barack Weisbrot. Kind of proud of myself for getting all of those names. Don't mean to brag, not about me. But regardless of what happens tonight, it is indeed an A-list cast of characters for a round of 16 coverage, which you will see tomorrow. Guys?
Well, I hope Jeff doesn't injure himself while he's back there patting himself on the back. What do you have, 8 names to remember?
Yeah.
No names, by the way.
And like 7 of them are, Negreanu.
Yeah.
Mizrachi.
Easy, Jeff. It's a long summer. Certainly you'll be worthy of praise for things that are more impressive than that. Meanwhile, 2 diamonds, 2 5s, and a 7. Nothing impressive for either of these holdings. Ace of diamonds does work for Sipon. And Zamani goes to work promptly. This is very much in line with the approach that we saw him take in the prior round. Hyper-aggressive, perhaps
water, I don't know. Thank you.
The most aggressive player that we observed in that second round.
Yeah, I imagine he's got almost 100% probably button raise and 100% c-bet percentage here.
Careful with that stuff, though, against competent opponents. They will definitely seek to exploit any sort of pattern such as that. Sipon does peel. Let's see what kind of appetite Zamani has for barrel number 2. Boy.
I like his aggression, the way he chunks the chips out there. It's
23 into 20, David.
Yeah, he's really just I think he knows his opponent knows he's aggressive and is going to try to call him light, so he really wants to punish or make it difficult for an opponent that does want to do that.
Sipon won't be intimidated, and early in these matches is when you can afford to do a little bit of this. The ace high sticks in there and finds an ace on the river. It's troublesome for Zamani too, David, because he could, of course, find himself tempted to represent that card with a 3rd barrel, but he hangs it up.
Yeah, I mean, I think he figured out that his opponent was likely calling with some ace highs in addition to some pairs, and that wasn't really a great card for him to bluff there after his opponent called such a chunky bet, as you say, on the turn.
Mm-hmm.
Seven folds.
Zamani gets a walk with ace-jack.
Yeah, that's not fun.
Did you play ace today? Did you? No, you didn't.
I was in the stud tournament.
Oh, wow. Did you win deep?
No. I cashed.
That was for fun?
No, it was not fun.
We got a new mixed game player.
Bit by bit.
I love it. Get in there, Zamani. Play a little 300, 600 mix. Come on down.
Stud high, the gateway drug.
It was mine.
7 folds.
I won the first stud high tournament I ever played.
Did you really? I was a stud high cash game player before I transitioned to Hold'em. And eventually mix. Meanwhile, in the mix are both of these hands here. Top pair against middle pair. Advantage Sipon again. And once more, Zamani unrelenting.
Yeah, that's the problem when you play a style like Zamani where you just pedal to the metal. If your opponent hits the deck a little bit better than you, it could be troublesome.
Yeah.
21?
7 raise, 21,000.
And it's a little interesting to see Sipon or Sipon?
Sipon.
Sipon check raise here with, I mean, he does have top pair, but when you have an opponent who is shown they just are going to keep firing, it's nice to just kind of let them do the work for you. He does have a vulnerable hand, you know. I mean, most cards are going to be higher than a 7, and he's kind of going to be in no man's land.
Okay, well, this is kind of one of the problems with the check raise on the flop, is suddenly Zamani comes back at us. And sure, we've got top pair and a solid kicker, but are we interested in playing these disproportionately big pots here early on against the gunslinger?
Exactly. That's another reason why I wasn't a fan of the check raise. Your hand is strong enough, top pair with a decent kicker, but it's not super strong to play these, you know, this kind of action with multiple streets to go. It's, I think, a much better line to just let your opponent do the betting for you and slowly build the pot and pick him off. Now you've got to just make a read.
Under construction goes this one up to 100,000 backdoor diamond acquisition in 10 form on the turn. And given that Sipon stuck around after the check raise, you wonder whether or not Zamani wants to continue piling chips in or shut it down. Well, certainly, at least for a street, shut it down is what he does. And the queen on the end hits Sipon in the most delightful of manners.
Yeah, I think the diamond allowed him to check back the turn so he could hopefully realize that equity in case things got crazy with the check raise. Make sure he sees that river and gives himself a chance to make the flush.
3 checks.
But when your opponent called the 3-bet there, I think he knows there's significant strength, so there's no reason for him to fire his 4 here on the river. And he gets the bad news that queen's up, we'll take it.
Well, 0 for 2 on the button there. Here's Zamani. Now a peek at the aforementioned Shota Nakanishi and Nikolai Mahmoud match. Both of these boys earning their way in very impressive fashion to this collision against one another, with Mahmoud, of course, in that prior round, downing Doug Polk, the heads-up specialist. Prior to that, victory came against one Clemens Reuter in the first round, so very impressive back-to-back wins. We talked about Phil Ivey falling at the hands of Nakanishi, and prior to that, Nakanishi dispatching Renan Bruski in round 1.
Oh man, I remember Nakanishi. He won the 10K short deck.
Back in 2022.
I think that was like his one event. He like came out to play it, if I remember correctly. Like that
short
was
deck snipers were alive and well that year.
Gosh, I missed short deck. I loved it. I was horrible at it, but it was so fun. It's so fun.
You can play so many hands and just smash it in it. It makes PLO look nitty.
Oh yeah.
There's Richard Green, also out there rumbling against Florian Pesci. Green's path was victory against Austria's Samuel Müller in the first round, and then Rabichow in the second. For Pesci, it was downing Chenxiang Miao.
Look at this.
And then Patrick Leonard.
He's from France, but he won the circuit event. Paris Cherokee. How about that? Flew out to
North Carolina.
North Carolina to play a little poker from France.
Is there a direct? I don't think there's a direct.
Yeah, I don't know. Was that graphic right?
Yeah, that's
you don't see a lot of Frenchmen winning circuit events in like.
You just don't see a lot of Frenchmen at Cherokee. Yeah. Just in general, not a lot of intercept on that Venn diagram.
Right.
Paying a visit back to Mühlacker and Brandon Wilson. Mühlacker, by the way, defeated Victor Blom Isolder in the first round, and then Ivan Dera in the second. Brandon Wilson took down Michael Steele, and then Harvey Castro. Here is Wilson with the stones. 10 high flush against Mühlacker. He's got just that deuce of clubs working and facing 4,500.
Yeah, he'd like his opponent to have a little bit more, so hopefully he can continue and get some action here. 2 high flush draw and a queen. Gonna steal Peel.
Ace of clubs on the turn. Troublesome for Mühlacker potentially, depending on how Wilson wants to get after this with 21 in the middle.
Yeah, I mean, I can't think that Mühlacker would value his nut low flush too much. I mean, it might be, he could use it as a bluff catcher to call a small bet here and there, but I don't think the action's going to get really heated. Now, he could end up turning it into a bluff, but I doubt it, because you can't imagine your opponent would fold a bigger flush unless they have some very specifically smaller ones, such as the 3 or the 5. But like, yeah, he's going to check, hope to get to showdown. Wilson with the 10 high flush has got, you can think about, you know, what can I get value from if I want to bet here? Maybe an ace, maybe like a 9 or an 8 of clubs, but maybe not. It looks like he's going to go for a little bit of value. You can kind of make this bet here because it's unlikely anybody bluff raises you. So if you do get raised, you can probably confidently fold the 10 high flush.
10 flush.
And he gets paid off by the 2 of clubs. Nice work here.
Yeah, 15K in value after that hesitation on the turn. So Wilson pulls back on the rope. Yeah, closer to center.
So you said you guys went to No Doubt together, or you ran into each other?
It was a group. No, it was a group of people. Texas Mike invited both of us, and both brought our significant others. And
fun fact.
Great show.
Early 90s. I was a teen. Went to one of my first concerts. It was, I think, Bush concert. The opener was this little band called No Doubt, and this girl comes out dressed in this goofy clothes, and it was a bunch of rowdy dudes to see Bush. And we booed her right off the stage. She wasn't known. It was like, I'm going to play a song for you guys. I'm just a girl.
County,
and we did not like that. And we just booed her right off.
Oh, that's brutal.
A couple years later, I'm working at a record store, and we get this record. We're closing up, and we're like, the new CDs for tomorrow. And there's No Doubt. I'm like, hey, yo, to my buddy who went with me. Look, it's that chick we booed off the stage.
Man.
We're laughing. We're like, what is this junk? And then pretty soon.
The Tragic Kingdom album.
Yeah,
right?
then we were listening to it a week
later. She had the last laugh, my friend.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
She was really gracious in the performance, and it went through all of the
I'm a big fan. No,
band's
awesome.
kind of, story. Good stuff. It was my first trip to the Sphere, by the way.
Oh, it's cool.
Highly recommended.
It's
Super
scary,
cool.
though. Were you up high?
We were in the suites, like in between the upper and the lower
Yeah,
deck.
I went to see something there, and it was like,
vertigo.
Ooh, man, not for me.
They even give you a warning about
Is
it.
it actually a race?
I got to sit near the bottom.
What's in one chip?
I
Not
can
quite
say
the
it
bottom,
if
but
you
certainly
want.
not the top.
No,
This
I mean,
Queen 3
usually-
offsuit for Wilson.
I don't get all.
Muehlacher defending. Top pair here for Brandon. Middle pair for Muehlacher. Value to be had.
Yeah, Muehlacher electing to not 3-bet the ace, which is fairly common. Trap your opponent, they don't expect it. But unfortunately, he's the one who got trapped here. Now, I wonder if this is a little posturing or if he's thinking about actually check raising here with just an 8.
It's a fairly dry board.
Yeah. There he goes.
Looking for some clarity. 7,500. Worth of frosting on the little cupcake C-bet.
Yeah, there's no way. Wilson's not laying down top pair here, heads up. And I don't think he's going to 3-bet, so I think he's just posturing a little before calling. Doesn't want to give away too much of the strength of his hand by snap calling, but.
3 on the turn. What a delightful development for Wilson, just in case he was somehow beat by a better queen.
Yeah, that doesn't change much as far as who's winning, but definitely makes him feel a lot more comfortable.
Check.
No longer worried about better queens. Muehlacher wisely checks, realizes for his opponent to call the check raise. He's likely got some strength. Not a lot of draws on Queen 8-2, so the most likely hand your opponent have could be a weak queen or also an 8, but if he's got an 8, by checking you allow him to think his hand is stronger than it is. He might bet it for you, and you also minimize what happens when you are up against a queen.
That is 33.
What's the sizing here? Into 33.
Yeah, he bets full pot.
Yeah.
A lot easier to do when you hit your kicker. If the turn was like a 5, I'd be interested to see if he still sizes up here on the turn. I don't think so, but he did.
10 seconds.
Call 33.
Muehlacher remaining intact, courtesy of just how dry that card is. Now a 10 on the end, in between the queen and the 8.
Yeah, I mean, it's unlikely you got check raised. I don't think Wilson's worried about Jack 9. It's unlikely he check raised you with a gut shot, but it does bode to maybe make some 2 pairs with some 10-8s. Unlikely his opponent check raising with Queen 10, so I think Wilson can be confident his hand is basically nutted here. Like, he's going to try to see how much value he can get for depending on what he puts his opponent on.
Take it from Muehlacher's perspective for me as he faces now another bet from the man that called the check raise and then barrel turn and now river.
Yeah, I mean, you can't feel good about just an 8 here. You have to think, okay, what did my opponent want to bet and call a check raise with on a Queen 8 deuce rainbow board? Probably not a lot of draws. Would he have now, if he did a hand he could theoretically have it's like a bad 8? You can't beat that either. Would he do it with 9s? I guess you could beat a bad 8, I'm saying, but he's not betting a bad 8 like this, so not a lot of hands you beat. I think it's a fairly simple laydown, but wow. I'm confused here. Like, you got to think what hands could you beat? What bluffs does he have that played as played? I don't really see it.
Especially against 75K, David, for Thomas to make that call. Obviously, this is the time when we can afford to get it wrong more so than later on in the match, but still a costly exchange. There's the balance transfer of power.
Race.
Now skews back over to Brandon Wilson. Meanwhile, Jaka makes it 6K
24.
with the ace-10. Faraz here by way of victories over Zachary Estes and Stoyan Madanjiev. His opponent, Boyvan, defeating Peter Ertz and Dario Sammartino in rounds 1 and 2, respectively. 3-bet with the 3-5 suited, showing some creative side. And the 10-10-4 showing Jaka trips. Poorly timed moment here for the Belgian.
Yeah, 3-betting is always tough, heads up, because it's always from the big blind, so you're going to be first to act. But that could be a good thing because you get first shot at it. Your opponent usually has to lay down if they don't have some kind of equity. But Jaka with the trips has got to love this.
$12K incinerated.
And Jaka just going to, oh, he's going to raise. I think he's going to raise here because for his opponent to 3-bet, he's putting him on a hand of significant strength. You wouldn't typically raise trips here, kind of like yesterday in Negreanu's queen situation. So it's very tricky. Like if he found his opponent with a pair of 9s or even an overpair raising there, his opponent's never going to really suspect that he's raising with a 10. Maybe think he's likely got a flush draw and allow him to pump the pot up. But unfortunately for him, his opponent just had a 5-high. So
there are the stats on Faraz Jaka. One-time bracelet winner, but almost $10 million in career live earnings, over $750,000, his largest career score. His bracelet coming in a 1,500 shootout in 2023. That was good for just shy of $250,000. Boyvan, undaunted by the L, shooting it up and finding himself top pair here as he tries to lick some wounds from the prior exchange. Jaka checks his 10 high and backdoor diamonds over.
Boyvan getting a little tricky, checking back top pair, hoping to give his opponent a little rope, let him make a little something so he'll continue or take the lead.
9 of hearts not going to contribute to any excitement from Jaka. However, a gut shot added for Boyvan.
And I think Boyvan might bet here to try to get some money in the pot while he does likely have the best hand, and to make sure he doesn't just check down and allows him to make some kind of funky hand that beats his.
Nice looking watch.
Thank you. It was my auto or self Christmas gift.
Nice.
What kind of watch you put him on here? What do you think that is?
Couldn't clock it. I leaned in for a peek, but
couldn't clock it.
That was unintentional, I promise. Thomas Ashan against Nikita Kuznetsov here. Kuznetsov down, what was it, in that prior round? It was Krupa. Sure enough, it was Peter Krupa. But prior to that, Adrian Mateos fell in the first round to Kuznetsov. Ashan here by way of victory over Ren Lin in round 1, and then Eli Berg in round 2. Look at Ding Biao, who's here courtesy of victory over Owen Messier. Second effort out of Owen, falling in round 1, and then Kilian Desnos was his victim for Battistone. June Obara fell to Alex Ponikovs. Battistone beat Masato Yokosawa in round 1, and then Alex Ponikovs to work his way down here. $21 million man is Ding Biao. Loves the big stuff.
Yeah, I played a few PLO events with him. He was pretty tough.
Got a nice little game on him. Online victory in a circuit event for Battistone back in 2023. Among his accolades. Seems up to the task here, but certainly has his hands full with a high-stakes crusher.
First player check.
We'll keep tabs on that match, but first we pay a visit to Wilson versus Nakai. 10-4 deuce board sees Ryuta on the button with top pair.
4,000.
Yeah, I don't think Wilson's going to go anywhere with king high and backdoor spades. Looks like he might be pondering a raise here. Nope, just call. King high is the best hand sometimes, and sometimes you just hit a king.
Drills that king of diamonds on the turn. On the hunt for backdoor spades. That was the alternative. But he'll take this just fine, Will Wilson.
Yeah, and I think Nakai, yeah, he's going to check back, disguise his hand, keep the pot small, just in case his opponent hit that king, and it might allow his opponent to bluff into him, but got a favorable river here.
$17,000.
Nakai should come with a raise here. Probably make a larger one. Try to make it seem a little bluffy since he looked like he c-bet the flop and then checked back the turn.
40,000.
Wow. Wow. Brock just snap mucks. Love it.
Put his man directly on the specific holding that he had.
Or at least
zero hesitation.
Either that or a king with a better kicker, but he didn't even think about it. Love to see it.
I feel like that king with the better kicker, he doesn't assign.
I'm just saying the realm of
yeah,
possibility.
sure.
He's just like
King ain't no good.
King ain't
Bottom
no good.
line.
Yeah. Wow. Very impressive. I mean, even if he found it, the fact that he immediately knew, it was like, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
65.
Brock's got a solid game. No question about that. Had the opportunity to observe him for quite some time now at the Poker Go studio and those PGT events where he's sharpened his blade against certainly most of Vegas's upper crust.
Look at this, Nakai getting tricky with ace-10 suited, a premium holding heads up, just calling, not 3-betting.
We'll see some of that mixed in. Finds himself 60% of the way to a royal, courtesy of the king of hearts here. Jack of hearts interfering, of course, in Wilson's hand.
3500.
In comes the follow through.
35?
35.
Nakai will almost certainly continue. Very strong hand, even without a pair. No reason to go anywhere here for just over one big blind.
Board pairing king on the turn. Nakai continuing to check.
Brock's deciding if he wants to continue bluffing here, how much to bet.
17,000.
Knows if his opponent does have like an 8 or a 6, probably not going anywhere, but he knows his opponent could have the hands he has, some ace highs and even some queen highs here.
And in consideration of that, you got to like this sizing. 17 is chunky for something like ace high to stick around against, but that's precisely what Nakai does and does so correctly. 4 on the end. Wilson adrift with jack high.
And this is kind of, I think I mentioned this last night, if he is going to bluff this, you've got to make it hurt. You got to make it hard, you know. I'd like to see something like 60,000 if he is going to go for it.
And by the way, it's certainly credible for him to have a king. Difficult, but
showdown.
Against that big bet, he would give an ace high some second thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, like and one of the things you've mentioned is it's early, right? So by checking here, he knows he gets a showdown, gets to see what his opponent's calling his c-bet with, calling his turn bet with. No reason to kind of go that hard this early.
So Nakai snacking as Sipon has found a couple of queens here.
130.
Flop.
Is it 130?
Aggression.
7 raised to 130.
As per usual, came from Zamani.
I just thought it was funny that
if you're
you could
Zamani,
hear Kabrhel still. From over there, I could
here's
hear
Zamani here. With just an 8, raised it to 60, gets 3-bet. Can't really love his 8, but he's going to proceed. Kind of crazy here to me. Like, you got to think, what is your opponent 3-betting you with on this board?
There's half a starting stack out there, and now there's a gut shot for Zamani as the 6 works.
And the SPR is a little more than 1. I mean, there's 300,000, 310, and you got 360 with just an 8.
This is the first blind level. You don't generally expect to see
125.
pots quite this big. Certainly not with the holdings we're staring at. The queens we understand, but the 8-6 less so, and now $1.25.
And I think if he called that 130 on the flop, and now he in a way approved. I mean, the 5 gives him more equity. He can now win with a 7. I don't think he's going anywhere here yet.
Boy, this is a very significant exchange brewing now, and the river doesn't give Zamani the necessary assistance. The overpair feels pretty snug. It's that offsuit deuce.
I mean, the only thing you could really beat is if your opponent has maybe 9-10. If you're Zamani, I mean, that's pretty much it. Like, what else? Your opponent, if he has like some good jacks, you don't beat those.
Maybe you're thinking more it's the 9-10 club specifically.
7 is all in.
Boy, jam now. Zamani's decision for his tournament life here. Stone bluff catching.
Maybe I am in a rush.
With second pair.
Yeah, I mean, it's just, you got to think, does this line make sense? Does the story my opponent's telling seem like a bluff? What bluffs does he have here? Cbone just hasn't seemed like the kind of guy that's going to 3-bet this flop with air, you know. Just
You generally don't see those draws press quite so hard as lead 3-bets. But the thing Zamani has to contend with is self-awareness, because he knows Cbone's perception is that he is wild. And you wonder whether or not this is Cbone just trying to seize initiative against that wilderness.
But I think when you know a guy is wild like that, you're more likely to try to trap them and less likely to try to get in the wild streets with them. Like, oh, this guy's a maniac, I'm going to get in the gutter with them. I don't think that's really what people do. This would be a puzzling call. Again, it's like, it's one of these things like, what bluffs are there that you beat? I just don't see it.
One of the other issues is he just doesn't expect this to be a single jack. The story being told is 2-pair plus.
But yeah, people can flop sets.
Yeah,
people can have flop 2-pair. I mean, these hands exist.
Let's figure out what I was wrong about here.
Let's listen
start
here.
with everything.
10 seconds.
How many have I used? 3?
3 so far.
This will be the 4th?
You're coming up on 4.
Okay.
Looks like only a couple of time banks left. Kind of late in this decision for Zamani to be unpacking things.
Yeah, like I said, 9-10 is like the only hand, but is his opponent ever going to lead the flop and then raise the 3-bet you with 9-10 and then fire the turn and jam the river? I just don't see it.
Bluffing?
10 seconds.
What the hell could his bluff be?
Specifically that 9-10, but it just doesn't strike me as the character.
I've been there. You just want to feel good when you stick it.
He finds the call. You could see him. Thanks. So excited in that moment that maybe, just maybe, he had caught Cbone offsides.
I think he was double parked.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's trying to get the hell out of here.
Boy, short-lived first-level elimination there for Zamani as he sends Julian into day 2 swiftly.
You know, I've been there. When I was a little younger, I was maybe Zamani's age, I played like that. I was just ambitious, fast, loose.
Felt like the world was our oyster back then, didn't it?
Yeah. Damn, he was fun to watch, though. See, I told you, he's my favorite player at the table. I mean, it's good stuff.
Indulgently speaking for the excitement, sure, but I don't think he's the man you're going to want to back when he's on the throttle like that. Certainly no slight on Zamani as Cbone wondering what to do with the rest of his evening now. That one wrapped up quick. On to day 2, he marches and into the money. Did you clock that fist bump effort and then the kind of weird like handshake? So he just wrapped his hand around the fist.
I'm going to start doing that, just grabbing their fist.
That was weird.
One year in the heads up at the World Series, I played Lex Veldhuis in the first round.
Sure.
Good friend of mine. Not good friend of mine, but a friend of mine.
Did you meet him through Noah Boken?
I did, and I beat him in the first hand.
What?
Yeah.
Was it a cooler setup?
It was quite the cooler. I can't remember it. I think I flopped a set of 10s, and he had like ace 10.
Yeah.
But we have everything to
Ace
start.
10 is
So I think
it was
she's-
pretty
she's
brutal.
pro.
One of the first 10.
Yeah, it sounds like there's not much risk or downside.
Speaking of 10s.
That are known for now.
24.
Boivin gifted them here in the big. Northbound. 6.
Yeah.
Speaking of pocket 10s.
Yeah, 24. And Jaka, he's suited.
Oh, yeah. I don't think he's ever folded a suited hand here, heads up.
Bad side of an open ender here, and the 9, of course, would be no good, as only we know. Nice flop here for Boivin. The overpair and the gutter. 48,000 in the middle.
Yeah, and if you're Jaka here, when your opponent 3-bets you, the most likely holdings in addition to pairs are just Broadway cards. 7-8-6 is kind of all over Jaka's range here, so I could see him trying to represent having a little bit more than he has right now.
$16 a man. Taking us to this turn. Oh, troublesome is the 9
Wow.
for Jaka.
I mean, he does only have the bottom end of the straight, so maybe that can minimize the damage he takes here. But again, like I say, getting 3-bet from your opponent, probably not a lot of 10s specifically in the range other than like pocket 10s and maybe ace 10 suited. So he's got to feel very good about his 5 here. But then again, if his opponent is willing to give him...
This is grimy, David.
Yes, checked it right to him.
And I really like this play, too, because what it's conveying to Jaka is I've got the 2 big overs. I was just trying to see bet and take it. And now I know you have a wider range than I do, perhaps. And so I'm just scared and letting you fire. And, of course, Jaka all too happy to indulge to the tune of 35.
Yeah, and with 2 10s, he's blocking the likelihood his opponent chops or beats him with Jack 10. So he knows he can trap here. And if Jaka wants to continue, he likely is going to figure out his opponent has a 5 and just give him rope to hang himself. You know, he's got to figure out how to get, they're pretty deep, how to get all this money in the pot. I think just allowing Jaka to fire it off for him, just calling here, just in case he doesn't have a 5, so he continues to bluff and represent the 5 or represent the 10 he has.
Once he makes this call, though, you start to zero in more on overpairs and backdoor spades specifically for Boivin, because those 2 big overs generally not going to continue on that board texture. Now that the spades come in and they pair the board, one wonders whether or not Jaka feels like the bluffs are still available to him with 150 in the middle.
Yeah, I think he might go for some value here. But again, the board pairing and the spades coming in, it likely keeps this pot from imploding and getting all the money in. I don't think Thomas has a raise here. He does have the 10 of spades in his hand, but I think he also doesn't think there's a lot of hands that call if he raises, so he's just going to call.
Yeah, Jaka thinks that he's value betting here, fires the 90, and Boivin shows him a 10. And that is going to be significant redistribution of wealth, sending Boivin up to 752. As Serva Doctorina in the YouTube chat describes him, smooth.
Yeah, Jaka was lucky that river was what it was, you know, an innocuous card, offsuit deuce, or just a big card, you know, a king or a queen. He likely gets messed up pretty bad there.
Yeah. 7-5, messing with 5-5. Kai makes himself heard, takes it pre. How much dancing have you done with the Japanese delegation out there in these tournament streets over the course of the last few summers, David? You've noticed the influx, right?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I mean, definitely tough. I feel like the average player there is likely better than, you know, the average of other countries when I'm up against the Japanese players in the other higher buy-in events. They're always, you know, very tricky, hard to read. So, yeah, I mean, they take it serious over there.
You know, I don't want to get presumptuous, but having spent a lot of time in Japan, having even taken the language in college and, you know, learned about the culture, there is so much of a commitment to whatever it is that you decide you want to do. Whether it's play professional poker, whether it's be a sushi chef in a subway station like Jiro dreams of sushi.
You know,
they just don't mess around.
I come from Magic the Gathering, and the Japanese players in Magic the Gathering, once they started playing the game and playing the professional circuit, were crushing. I mean, there was a period where every final table, you could call it, top 8 in Magic, was just so many Japanese players.
On the
Some of
topic
the best of all
crushing,
time.
Pardon the interruption, but this king kicker crushing the 7 kicker of Wilson as both players flop top pair on a very dry board, which stays that way as no backdoor flush takes shape.
Yeah, top pair against top pair heads up is just so brutal because there's just not a lot you can do. You got to be confident. It's so hard to make a pair, so when you have the best pair, you got to feel confident with it.
Small overbet.
Yeah.
From Nakai.
8 big blinds. Got top pair, no kicker. Not beat by much. Really tough spot for Brock.
Man. Check. 3 of clubs on the end is just a tough one to get away from.
Yeah, and I think Nakai's got to feel pretty comfortable with this hand. He's just trying to think how much value he can get if his opponent was calling him with something like a 6.
$60,000.
Goes for just basically pot here.
Back-to-back pot-sized bets, by the way, and we understand the story being told, and it's one that suggests Queen 7 is no good, but it's just too much hand on a board such as that for Wilson not to look him up.
Yeah, I mean, in Brock's case here, it's pretty much bluff catching, right? Like, you don't think your opponent's value betting a 6 for full pot, likely not like a pair of 8s. So it's like, is he bluffing here? Is he trying to rob me here? 3 streets. Did have top pair. It's pretty hard to get away from that in that spot. Can't blame him.
So behind the 8-ball early goes Wilson after falling to Negreanu yesterday, trying to get into day 2 desperately. Same story for Wilson and Muehlacher in terms of that task. Wilson dominating here versus the King 7 open.
Not seeing a lot of 3-bets from people so far.
9-5-4, both players with a club. Advantage Muehlacher, who had the inferior king high.
Check, check.
And sure enough, the club rolls off, and that jack of clubs a bit too big of a flush for Wilson to simply step aside in the face of presumed action out of Muehlacher across this turn and river.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some damage to Wilson. He might lead here.
10 seconds.
Better 11,000.
11 into the 15 as Wilson
and
takes
Muehlacher's
the initiative.
Got a decision here. He can call, knowing that if his opponent has a flush, he'll likely think it's strong enough and still bet the river, and he can decide whether he wants to raise the river or not. Or he can raise now, so that if his opponent does have a flush, such as a jack, he might call, and he can take the initiative, but he's going to just call. When in position here, I like it, because if your opponent was bluffing and you raise them, they just fold. But by calling here, you allow them to keep betting their hand again on the river.
Uncomplicated is the ace of hearts for both parties. And for Wilson, do you favor the check or just a block?
Well, you have the taking out the straight flush. You have the 4th nuts here. You got to think about what your opponent can call you with if you decide to go for value. The ace is nice because his opponent could have some aces there. You have to be comfortable, I think, when you make this bet that if you do get raised, you can get away from it. Moliker now has to decide if he does raise, does his opponent call him with a lower flush? He decides not to, wisely. Unlikely if you were to raise here, say 100,000, your opponent calls you with a queen high flush or the jack high flush. The only hands that you put more money in the pot with would probably beat you, so he just calls.
Yeah, ace of clubs are one of those straight flushes. Tidy work there from Thomas. Generally, I expect to see that associated with the Austrian banner. Meanwhile, the Hong Kong banner and the American one for Ding Biao and Brian Battistone being represented.
3 raise, 9,000.
EPT jacket, don't usually see. You expect to see a Triton on Ding Biao. Sure. He used to play Triton events, now he's got the EPT jacket.
A lot of players were out there in that EPT event not long before this World Series. Flush draw, by the way, for Ding Biao, and no chips finding their way into the middle across flop or turn, as a pair of threes for Battistone. Yeah, on the end, giving him the win.
He was drawn pretty thin, too. Couldn't pair up with a club.
Saw Ding Biao kind of take note of that. He was the Razor Pre with that dusty combo. $1.5 million man across the course of his career. Suited Dust Bunny for Boivon on the button. Ace-10 for Jaka.
25,000.
Wags his finger and snacks early. Suited 10, taking it up to 7,500 for Jaka. Sevens for Thomas. Let's C3.
Again, I think it was ace-10 suited before, now sevens. I mean, he's really showing he's not three-betting very much.
Preferring to play post-flop when you're as sound as somebody like Thomas is something you don't mind. You don't feel the urgency to kind of get all the money moving pre-flop.
And he's got an opponent that he knows likes to move chips, put chips in the pot. So bloating pots out of position is kind of a difficult spot sometimes.
Fives for Jaka. Second pair. Get check called. Thomas still with the best hand. Now an ace on the turn. Let's see if some storytelling is on Jaka's mind. I think he's more or less likely with a 5 already to barrel once more.
Well, I think he's less likely because he doesn't put his opponent on the jack. It's like 5 was probably already good, so no need to represent the ace to try to get your opponent to fold because he thinks he's likely beating them already based on what his opponent, how his opponent's played this hand. Obviously, Boivon can't bet here. Ace, king, and jack up, but he is. Wow. Seems kind of, oh, it's a blocker bet. Bets one big blind.
This is awkward. We're back to this stuff. Yesterday it was not fruitful for those who called the one big blind bets yesterday, save for one occasion, I think, and it might have been Brock against Daniel.
Yeah, so what I meant was he couldn't bet, as in he couldn't bet for value, but or bluff, but the one big blind blocker bet. Raz might pounce on that, but no, he decided he's just going to call, look it up. He knows, though. He knows. There's just no way his opponent's betting.
You just always know. It's 13 to 1. It's just, who would lay that? Meanwhile, picking one up in progress here. Big bet from Green of 80,000 and a tickle. Called by Florian. Unclear what the holdings are. Monotone board texture, 5-3 deuce. Saw the action on the turn. Now here we are at the river.
Yeah, and it's hard for me to put him on anything because I don't know any of the action other than that turn was 80,000 call. Definitely some strong hands here. Someone's representing a flush. Pretty big bet, 125.
Things getting very serious. This is the part where
Oh, wow.
Was that all in declared?
Yes, it was.
I don't think Green anticipated this response when he brought the heat. And suddenly the tables are turned.
Looks like he's turning a bit green.
Or at least blue. You could be seeing all red. Let's it go.
Wow, wish we could see those cards.
Yeah, no kidding. Huge exchange there, propelling Florian Pesce out to a massive and commanding chip lead. Meanwhile, top pair here for Battistone up against an ace high for Ding Biao. No action on the flop, no spade draws acquired. Swift second check out of Brian. Still no betting.
Yeah, Ding with the ace high. He's got too much of a hand, no reason to turn that into a bluff, and knows he's likely not getting his opponent to fold a pair, so no reason to bet.
$25K being considered now.
Yeah, I mean, he did raise the button. He knows his opponent just defended, so he could just have some airball hands here that are worse than ace high.
I mean, trip deuces checks out.
Yeah.
Also for value, no doubt. And the 10 falling into that camp as well. But you are correct. These are tough spots, especially when you check back twice. You feel like you just invite.
You very under-repped your hand, so you like your ace high could just be good here, and he's trying to take it from you. But again, it's like a leveling war. His opponent knows he's probably checking back something like ace high, so then is he going to really bet worse? And Ding realized and just said, I'm going to give it up.
Three raise, 9,000.
Uh-oh. Ace Jack is a lot of hand for Battistone here as he makes it 9,000, 3x open. And Ding Biao wakes up with a couple of kings.
Yeah, we are going to see a 3-bet here.
Sure enough.
Snap call. I like that. I like that.
40,000, and you're right. Not so much as a thought out of Battistone. I wonder whether or not that leaves Ding putting him on a certain range.
I mean, I think it allows Ding to know his hand. Obviously, he called 40,000. He knows it's strong, but it's a fairly strong hand that also doesn't want to consider a 4-bet. Not a lot of players have it in them to just snap call like that with like aces or queens.
$45.
45?
45.
You're saying 4 or 5, right?
45.
Okay. 7.
Fast this guy's calling. You've got to think he's got like a pair of 10s, a pair of 9s.
Well, this is wild. 45 a man, and the ace just rolls right off to devastate these kings. Really ugly card for Ding Biao.
And what's crazy is the nature of the turbo calls. I wouldn't personally put him on any ace highs. I'd more likely, like I said, put him on medium pocket pairs, like 10s type hands. So I'm not too afraid of the ace, but it's the kind of card too, though, where you don't necessarily think you're going to get much action from those hands now that the ace came, because your likely holding could be some ace kings, ace queens. So if you do get action, you got to worry about it with 2 kings.
Ding Biao barreling again, 55 and a tickle. Battistone all but beating him into the pot. Backdoor spades and wheels now possible. I don't think as played, these things are on our minds. It is specifically pair-on-pair violence, I think, that Ding Biao is considering. But when Battistone calls, after the ace rolls off, you're kind of wondering, well, could he? Maybe?
Well, I think what Ding might do here is he might wisely figure out his opponent has an ace and decide, well, if I bet chunky enough, if I bet big enough, can I make him, okay, can I make him lay down like ace jack and represent ace king or ace queen? But he did not. He just gave it up. Yeah. Unfortunately, got punished.
And I think those kings are quietly into the bin, so Battistone, having shown first as opposed to checking back and forcing Ding Biao to either show his hand or put it into the mug, not getting any intel.
Yeah.
Is this one wrapped up? A wrap of the felt, and it looks like Nikita Kuznetsov has made quick work of Thomas Aishan. Boy, you don't see that French flag fold that quickly. But an early exit propelling Nikita forward and into the muddy. Kuznetsov, by the way, had a much tougher time of things in the prior round against.
Was that a winner's photo? Was it a winner taking a photo of the board? Yeah. Usually it's the loser who got like a bad beat.
Well, you got to let the backer know.
Look, I won.
Mystery hand time here for Thomas Boivin as we throw the question marks in front of his cards. Faraz Jaka with the king 7. That much we know for sure. Jack 6-5 board here. Boivin having defended against the open.
Now, is this a mystery hand, a.k.a. his cards didn't get picked up by the reader?
No, this one's intentional.
Okay. We don't know his hand. It's a mystery.
Second 5 and a third diamond on the turn after it goes check, check. You see Jaka with that king-high flush draw developing.
Yeah, and some restraint. The Jaka didn't c-bet that flop. He's been, c-bet heavy on his raises. He did make it 9K and then check back. I think we're likely going to see just a call here. Although with, I was going to say with the king of diamonds, he could get feisty, but in position here, wants to make sure he gets to that river. Didn't want to get some weird 3-bet scenario going on and have to fold.
Keeping things kosher with the flat. Another 18 into the pot, and now a king to make a hand the hard way for Jaka. Does feel like the kind of card that opens up value more so than the diamond. Let's see what Boivin's got on his mind.
72.
72?
Oh my, 72? 2x pot?
You know, I think that's exactly what he said. And it's funny because Boivin was involved in the jam versus a 2x pot size bet from San Martino.
Wow.
In the last round.
I don't. If I'm Faraz here, I don't even know. I'm disgusted right now. That's an insane bet. I love it. I mean, it's right now, it's either got to be trips or it's just a stone bluff, but.
Well, our poll in the WSOP YouTube chat provides 4 options for Boivin's hand, and one of them is correct. Does he have queen 8, queen deuce, ace queen, or 5 deuce?
So basically it's 2 hands. It's either trips or an air ball.
Yeah.
Does he have trips and an air ball? I mean, I think I'm going to go with the trips here. I think he's just trying to get some value, hoping Faraz hit that king or has a jack, or just says, what is this, and overthinks it.
So specific are the situations in which we invoke the 2x pot barrel.
I mean, 2x pot's kind of insane because it's a great bluff here because there's like no way Faraz has a 5 as played, right? So like you're not really worried about that. And can anyone really call with a king or a jack? It's pretty tough. So, I mean, it'd be a great bluff here. Ah, queen deuce, yeah.
Wowzers. put a diamond up there one time is going to be what Jaka's telling
Well,
himself.
Nikita is
Send it
moving
down the
on
plat.
to tomorrow. How happy are you to advance in this tournament?
I'm happy. I won 3 rounds today. I won 3 rounds 2 days ago. It was satellite heads up for this tournament, and I won 6 games. I hope I won 4 more games to win. And it was my little dream to play this tournament. It's my first experience to play, especially heads-up tournaments. And I play round 1 against Adrian Mateos. It's my favorite player all career. I played 12 years, and when I beginning, he played high stakes, and I'm really happy. Yeah, round 2 was not easy, but not hard. But we play almost 4 hours. I was last who won round 2, and last 3 was so fast. It's just that cooler. And okay, we'll see tomorrow. I hope I won.
You are living the dream. That's what we would say. Thank you very much for the time. Good luck tomorrow, and nice meeting you. Okay, guys.
So congrats to Kuznetsov, who says that he saddied into this one. So 3 dubs to get into the event and 3 dubs to make his way to day 2. 6 consecutive wins for him.
And in the money.
No easy feat, yeah. But he said he's got 4 more wins on his mind. Try to take this one down. Meanwhile, top pair versus second pair here. Set up spot potentially for Wilson to accumulate.
All 15.
Of course, peeling, not improving, however. Attacker clubs making the board two-tone. Second check in front of Wilson. He deliberates.
$38,000.
38K, the number dialed up here. Brock. For Nakai, this board texture for 5-6 seems deeply unpleasant.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of draws out, but there's not a lot
Deal
of,
with that river.
Yeah, there's not a lot of great rivers, so it's like just a 5. Lets it go, decides to wait for a better spot.
See the 10-4 now for Nakai. We go. King Salmon.
Calls 10.
On the cedar plank for Wilson. Jack deuce. Pair anywhere. King of Hearts comes into focus.
6,000.
Wilson here with King High should just defend.
Specifically that heart aiding the decision.
Yeah.
20.
Check raise.
On.
Let's go.
Friskiness out of B-dub. Draw the curtain on Nakai's aspirations. Well, David, anytime you and I get together, at some point we begin to talk about food. And I know you keep a list specifically for your friends who come down to the World Series of Poker of eateries out here in Vegas. So it looks like some dining has been done here. Florian Pesce finishing off Richard Green and punching his ticket into day 2.
And notice they didn't do the you think he'd be like, oh, would you have that hand? And we didn't see that. They didn't do the wrap-up we saw last night.
I think Green wants to get out of here. But do you have any recommendations? I'm sure many who are streaming right now could be doing so from various hotel rooms right here in Las Vegas, or have booked tickets to make it out to the World Series, or maybe just will be in Vegas at some point in time. What are your maybe top 3 or 4 spots?
Well, first of all, Brian Micon, the icon, made a website off my list. If you go to rugdoctor.food.
Okay, now, does he give you credit?
Yeah. It says the David Williams list, and it turned it into a nice searchable website. So if you go to rugdoctor.food, spelled out DOCTOR.food, it has my whole list. But my current favorite is a restaurant called Cote.
Oh, yeah, over at the Venetian, the Korean
it's at the Venetian.
Steakhouse.
They have one in New York City. Got a Michelin star. There's one in Miami. We got one here in Vegas, and it is an incredible restaurant, and it's actually quite affordable. You can get the Butcher's Feast for $88, and it's amazing. And it's enough food it's $88 per person. You go with 4 guys, you get the Butcher's Feast. You're in heaven. Great steak, great vibe, great service.
For the carnivores and the protein inclined.
Yeah. The banchan is amazing. It's an incredible restaurant.
Bizarre Meat continues to be solid, and the new space is gorgeous. Got to give them a shout.
Yeah, that's going to say that my second favorite is right around the corner. Bizarre Meat.
I think Fountain Blue has one of the better food footprints. It's been expanding lately. Cantina Contramar.
I haven't tried that one yet, but I heard it's great. I'm down. I need to go there with you, and I need to go to Maroon with Scott Seaver.
I'll tell you what, you should go to Maroon with me. And I'll tell you why in a minute, as we see Ding Biao forcefully trying to get this 10 high.
I love that still.
He just, I mean,
snap.
No time. Why does he have time banks?
He's like me. I've never used a time bank in my life. You know that? I've played lots of high rollers. Never used one.
That's wild.
It's crazy, though, because now I feel like I can't use one. I don't want to break the streak. And I'm like, shit, what if I need to use one? I can't make that claim anymore. Ding Biao with that turbo call is kind of like, damn, man, am I going to fire this again? This guy's chips are going to beat me in the pot.
There's no worse feeling, by the way, than when you haven't even finished delivering the bluff and the guy's call is right there. And then you're just holding the bet out and you have to release it and say goodbye.
Look at the stack sizes. Dean could say, man, I'm just going to go for it and just jam this 220 in. And can you imagine if Battistone just snaps him off with a 7 before he can finish?
I mean, come on now. He's not going to snap the 7, is he? The 8 is uncomplicated for him outside of a 5-6.
Look, if Ding jams this,
he's got a 5 in his hand.
I'm going to love it if Ding jams this because I already love the guy. But if he jams this, he'll be one of my favorites. But if Battistone snaps it off, definitely my favorite player this summer already if he does it. Oh, he couldn't do it.
Oh, did he? Well, hang on a second. All of a sudden, Battistone taking the initiative. Rip City asking Ding Biao for all of his chips with nothing more than a 7.
This is insane.
There's no need for this, David.
Because it's like he was. Oh, I have no words. I don't even know.
You know the 2 questions we're supposed to ask ourselves. Can I get a worse hand to call or a better hand to fold? And what are the answers in this spot with 7-5? My goodness.
No and no.
Keep it here, guys. Just keep it here, would you?
I love this guy.
Wowzers.
I love this guy.
BB giving us A+ work out there, and going to work once more is our Jeff Platt as he is standing by with the most recent victor who has worked his way into the money and day 2.
Well, just like that, another heads-up match is all wrapped up, and Florian moves on to tomorrow. You just faced pads, you knocked off Richard Green. How tough was this test throughout the course of the day?
Heads up is one of the hardest forms of poker, I think. Yeah. And here at the WCP, I mean, you have some of the strongest opponents here. So it definitely wasn't easy. I played the satellite 2 yesterday, so, you know, not much of sleep. But yeah, I'm really happy to be here. It's my first time playing the Heads Up 25K. Most of my experience is a little bit online and also home games at home where we play Heads Up. So yeah, I'm happy to represent the Seattle home games.
I love that. I love that. I love that. Did you win the satellite to get the seat?
No, I won like 3 in a row, so I got 15.
Got some cash?
I got some cash, but not the seat.
Would you have played this regardless?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So you were in the mix. With that said, do you feel any pressure going into tomorrow? I mean, we have the likes of Negreanu, Mizrachi, Foxen awaiting you.
No, I feel excitement. I mean, it's gonna be hard, but I mean, I didn't sign up to this tournament to be scared at every new step. So
it's not like it was going to be easy at any point, right?
Definitely, no. Just excitement. I think it's honestly one of the most fun tournaments. So I mean, I'm really excited, proud to be in the money, and yeah.
We're going to have some fun tomorrow. We'll see you then. Sound
Sure.
good?
Yeah.
Okay, Florian, thanks for the time, guys.
Wonder whether or not Richard Green would describe it as one of the most fun tournaments right about now. As he's on his way to the parking lot.
I want more Battistone.
Yeah, can we, you know, I don't often try to step on toes out in the production truck, but maybe, you know, if possible, let's park our bones over on Battistone in that match a little more. Especially because Ding Biao's capable of going sicko mode too.
Yeah,
Make no mistake. Meanwhile, clubless kit in both camps here. Wilson with the gutter.
And check.
Nakai with the 7.
Yeah, Nakai's got enough where there's no need to really bet.
Look at this, 4th club, which slips in for the straight. Wilson gonna have a tough time maybe getting value.
I think he's going to turn this into just a bluff catcher and check, but like you said earlier, can you get a better hand to fold or a worse hand to call? But no, he's going to go for value here with the straight.
7,500.
Note the sizing though into 30, 7,500 just in case.
Yeah, a little less than 2 big blinds.
What this sizing allows for is Nakai to pay off without a club, and it kind of puts the cuffs on some of the middling clubs.
Yeah, the middling clubs aren't going to raise you.
Although most of the middling clubs are on the board here, and that 9, of course, would be good for a straight flush. And Nakai not going to keep his man honest here. His way back up towards starting stack is Wilson, and working my way back into the food conversation with you earlier.
About Maroon.
Now, I know you have ties to Texas and Austin specifically. You're familiar with Sushi by Scratch, I assume?
I am.
Chef Philip Franklin Lee.
He's the chef at the Lodge's Pizza Shop now.
Oh, didn't realize.
Yeah.
I know he and Doug are neighbors out there. I actually met and befriended him recently due to his participation at the National Heads Up Poker Championship. And I've since had the opportunity to head out, and he was on Top Chef at the same time that Kwame, who is the chef and owner of Maroon out in the old space that Bazaar Meat used to occupy at Sahara, was on that show with Chef Philip.
Yeah.
And
Bill
they
Klein
actually
was
had
here
their
this
wrap
morning.
party for Top Chef like 13 years ago in that very space. And for Kwame to now be opening up the steakhouse there, I was there with Philip. He hung out with us, sat down, talked about the dishes. Wonderful young man. Couldn't be happier for him. And the food was terrific. This was prior to the opening of the restaurant, and I'm happy to go back with friends. So let's me, you, and Seaver make that happen.
All right. And I think Big Hooney wanted to join, so we
well,
get a group together.
You know, I got to, that's, you know, no offense, but Hooney could actually put a dent in the check there.
Yeah, you were covering it.
I just, you know, I'm a little nitty on the CCR. I need people that aren't going to actually
8,000.
You know, get more value than I might. I'm not that big an eater. You know, I like to sample all the dishes, but just, I don't need to leave that full.
Yeah.
You know, love me some Hooney, but come on now.
Jaka betting second pair here. Boivon with the open ender.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen him get after it with Queen High. He could get feisty here, but I think he's just going to keep the pot small, try to realize some of this equity.
So the turn we go, a board pairing jack. No concerns for the King-9 for the time being.
Yeah, you got to like that card if you've got the King-9. Less likely you're beat.
38.
38 dimes into 34. Overbet city here. Of course, those flush and straight draws become less attractive once the board pairs due to the possibility of boats, and even less so when we don't have a heart. Maybe some of our outs aren't clean, and all of that comes together for a muck, especially versus that size.
Yeah, 10-8 offsuit, can't really love it there.
Yeah, the guy
don't want to just
played
have it open
who
to
was
straight
like
draw. Can't feel confident.
very
in pairs.
clearly like a very talented caster.
I was curious to see what Faraz's take was there.
Yeah.
Cut him off as we cut to Nakanishi. Mixing it up here with Mahmoud. 2 hearts, 2 sevens, and a 6 on the board. This one looking bloated. Here we go. Offsuit king. Action on that street. Now 3 of hearts, dampening things. Front door flush.
Big blinds. Pretty big bet here. Looks like Nakanishi 3-bet pre-flop. And then you check called. Turn was check check. And now he's leading out, so as played, could be a flush.
Certainly feels like that's the story being told.
3-bet with 2 hearts. Check called the flop because you didn't want to plate the pot.
Here?
Oh,
what's he showing?
9 high. What a 6. Wow. The boys are playing.
Tell you what.
The boys are playing.
Gloves are off inside this octagon. Holds barred matchup. And for those that witnessed these two in that prior round, David, I know that Randy was in the booth with me. We were kind of keeping somewhat of an eye on that frame, but unsurprising is that exchange, I would imagine, because Nakanishi made a big call against Ivey with nothing more than bottom pair of 3s in a spot that left us pretty breathless here in the booth. And Mahmoud also gave Polk all he could handle on more than one occasion, so we'll certainly be revisiting those two.
Uh-oh.
But for the time being, it looks like Battistone has found second pair against top pair, firing full pot after opening on the button.
Curious at how Dean will approach this opponent here with top pair with no kicker. He decides to just call. Normally it's pretty trivial, you just call, but with an opponent that has shown his proclivity, wow.
4 on the turn. It looks so innocent, but is riddled with guilt as Battistone makes jacks up for the lead. And I was just about to embark on the idea that it's all fun and games until you hurt yourself. But fun and games continuing for Battistone. And Ding, you know, staring at this board texture and this man who is playing with blistering pace and seemingly not a thought in the world is forced to make the call with top pair, needs a king and finds one. I was going to say or a deuce, but
7 checks, 3 checks.
here we are. 10, of course, would have done the trick as well. As you see Battistone's check back.
Wow. Quick check back, too. Normally, you would like your jack a little more when the king pairs. Unlikely that you got beat. Now, obviously, it counterfeited your 2 pair, but your opponent probably doesn't have a king there when the king pairs. But again, what could he call you with other than that you could beat other than maybe a 10? So,
yeah.
Pretty quick check. I'm just marveling at how fast he found it, considering he's just bombing away there.
I feel like in his gut, as soon as Ding made that call, he was saying anything but a king. Maybe the ace or queen he wanted to ward off as well, but
yeah.
Just kind of keep it non-Broadway, and we're good. Meanwhile, work with the newfound chips. Jack tray comes up empty on the 6-6-7 board. Same story for 4 high.
Seven bets, 5,000.
Look at this. Look at this.
Check 3Xing with a total air ball here is Battistone. Now backdoor clubs, but just an awkward jack high for Ding Biao.
He hasn't figured out his opponent yet. He's like, what the hell is this?
Not accustomed to these sorts of approaches is Ding Biao, but very accustomed are we to checking in with Jeff Platt. Let's do it again.
Figured we would show you what else is going on in the Paris Ballroom, and it is indeed the $1,500 Badoogie with 554 entries to start with 16 players left, down to 3 tables. I'm not going to show you that other table because it's too far away. Let's check out these star-studded 2 other tables, and we have Yuri Zivalevsky here. We have Pearl Jam, John Turner still in the mix, still looking for this $1,500 Badoogie bracelet, and we move over here and it gets even more star-studded. We have Scott Seaver. We have the Poker Hall of Famer in Nick Schulman. It almost feels like this could be a 10K. Oh, never mind. We have Chris Moneymaker here. It's definitely a $1,500 buy-in Badoogie event. We were wishing Moneymaker the best of luck rest of the way.
Why is it $1,500 because I'm in it?
Well, I saw everybody else, and so I was like, maybe I have the wrong event. Like, this could be a higher buy-in, but then I did see you, so you give a lot of hope to the people. The Moneymaker boom's coming to Badoogie.
If I win, we'll see.
Okay. All right, we'll see. We'll see. We'll see, guys.
I'm really loving this, by the way. Is well documented now is this relationship between Moneymaker and Platt. Chris, a deep believer, I think, in the curse. And so he really doesn't want Jeff to be lurking. And yet Jeff just compelled to find him in any given event and pay him a visit. I love it.
Wilson loves this flop.
Oh, man, what's not to love? Badoogie board. No suits. And he's just got it by the throat here against Mulacher. Flicks 5 dimes out there.
He needs his opponent to be Battistone right here. A little quick 20 ball check raise.
Very different styles on Brian and Thomas.
He got what he was looking for, though. He got the check raise. This is a clear just call, and then let your opponent donk it off to you.
To the turn we go, and it is a heart. This is trouble for Mulacher. Drawing stone dead and picking up that sliver of equity. Perceived, of course. Man is actually 0%.
It's kind of interesting, though. I mean, you did check raise your opponent on queen, queen, ace, and he continued, right?
36.
So you got to think about what hands could they have that they call that you could get them to lay down. Now that he picked up some equity with the heart, put some money in the pot, so if he does make a flush, he can make a bigger bet, but.
So defense from the big. Check call of 5K, now lead for 36. This is Thomas really just trying to vacate any of the hands that aren't interacting with this board, and then maybe cause an ace to second guess itself a bit.
Exactly. Like if his opponent does have something like an ace weak kicker, maybe he can fire 3 streets and get him to lay it down, represent the queen that his opponent has.
And this is the line that the Queen X would be taking with some frequency.
Absolutely. It's unfortunate just for him that his opponent happens to have the hand that he can't fold.
Oh, yeah.
Stone nuts. He just doesn't want to make a flush here.
And mercifully, he does not. Jory in the chat saying Mulacher more like Hurt Locker.
Yeah, I mean,
in this spot.
I think he was constructing a plan with that check raise and firing on the turn. He kind of has to bet this river here. You can't really make that play, wow, and just give up. Because if you were targeting an ace and your opponent, they're going to call the turn bet, so you got to try to get him to lay it down on the river. But
yeah, and I confess the 9 of spades felt like an inviting card with which to continue telling that Queen X tail.
Yeah.
And trying to vacate the ace, which certainly feels like it's in range. And of course, there is an ace over there. The problem for Mulacher, of course, is it's coupled with a queen.
yeah, I mean, obviously we can see his opponent's hand, but I think normally I would like to see a big, a big beefy bet there on the river to try to put your opponent, if they're holding like ace-5 or something like that, to the test.
Something like a butcher's feast?
I like it. I like it.
More ribeye than filet. More porterhouse. Chateaubriand?
I've always been a ribeye guy, but recently I've really started to enjoy fillets.
Come on down, my friend.
I've started to enjoy fillets.
I like a lean cut of meat.
It's very strange because ribeye's been my jam.
If you ever tried a bison fillet, but that's also extra lean and tasty. Meanwhile, trying to sink his teeth into this dish will be Wilson, but not in a hurry. Trying to make himself look a lot weaker than Queens full of aces.
Yeah, he's thinking about Vegas and the effing Mirage here.
10 seconds.
Shout out Logan Hewitt 9807 in the chat.
Making a little noise now is Wilson.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the kind of half measure there to fire the turn but then give up on the river. I just don't think it accomplishes too much. Maybe you get your opponent to fold some like king 10 type hands, king jacks. You're blocking that with the jack though.
Back over to Boivin and Jaka. Little pair versus backdoor spades and a gutter. 4 would of course be the dynamite turn. And that's exactly what peels off the stub. I promise you, we don't script these matches, but every now and again, it feels like we do. High drama at the feature.
Wow. I mean, this has got to be curtains for Jaka probably. I mean, there's only 30,000 in the pot, but Jaka likes to play big pots. Boivin betting 2x with queen high. I mean, we could see some fireworks here.
Dropping Mentos into the Diet Coke. Second high straight versus 7s and 4s.
I mean, Jaka with 61 big blinds, so it's going to be a little difficult to get it all in, but could see it happen.
Flat call, and maybe the king of hearts putting that backdoor flush out there is going to keep a lid on things even more so.
Yeah. I mean, I think we'll still see some money go in, obviously, but I just don't, they're not getting all in anymore. Or I'd be shocked if they did.
10 seconds.
$115.
115?
Oh, and now another one of these overbets from Boivin. Not 2x, but certainly big enough to leave Jaka with no choice but to either call or fold. The raise is out of the question.
Yeah, I don't see any way you could ever raise here, so yeah, just going to call. There it is.
10 seconds.
I mean, he might fold. He might fold. Too much hand, though.
Yeah, and I'm not going to blame him for calling
straight.
either of you. This is just the kind of bet sizing where he knows that sometimes it's a man trying to blast his way out.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just respect for his opponent. He knows his opponent is capable of turning like a queen into a bluff there or something like that.
Boivin up to nearly $1 million in chips now as Jaka whittles his way down to below $250,000. Meanwhile, Nakai and Wilson playing for 15 a man here. Party starter is Brock on the puck. Ace 10 tray and a couple of hearts. Advantage Nakai with top pair.
$30,000.
feel like this story, we come here often and Nakai has it and Wilson's forced to try to make something happen with nothing. I think that keeps happening, it feels like.
30K full pot. Check called. And I wonder if the size up on the flop from Wilson is just relegating himself to a single effort to take it down, because a call on that flop of 30K does suggest, especially with something as innocent as a 5 of hearts rolling off, that you're going to have a tough time dismounting the opposition.
Yeah, looks like he's shutting it down here.
Yeah, white flag. Feels like it lurks.
He does have a 7 in his hand here, which is relevant with the current nuts. He could, you know, go after it on the river once his opponent checks.
Showdown.
Nope, decides to shut it down.
He does.
I think he realizes queen high would beat some of the flush draws that are busted, and anything bigger his opponent's not likely laying down. Probably not folding any aces or 10s, and maybe not even a 3, but.
Nakai getting things done there against Wilson. Same story for Boivin against Jaka. He's got the inferior flush draw on a king high monotone board. Wheel gutter and that ace come together for Boivin. 6 into 26.
Call.
Jaka low on the quantity of chips. He's got 200,000, but he's got like 2 chips.
Oh boy. Deuce of hearts on the turn. Jaka with a redraw to a straight flush if the 3 of hearts were to roll off, but for the time being, as we can see, he's got problems.
Yeah, they both make a straight flush on the 3 of hearts.
Steer wheel would be no good.
10 seconds.
45.
Another oversized bet.
Says Thomas. Into 38. Jaka making the call here. These are significant chunks of his remaining stack, and that 3 of hearts doesn't pay him a visit.
Yeah, and unlike a lot of these tournaments where the delay is such that within like half an hour you can find out what your opponent had, I believe the delay is big enough where Jaka like hasn't seen any of these hands or hasn't got intel from like his friends or anything like that.
I mean, you got to go pretty deep into a match to work your way to a point that information becomes available, and that information would be kind of outdated too, because it's so long before the point in the match that you're going to be at, which is, you know, going to be a shallow affair at that.
Okay, he moves all in. Jaka with just a 6 of hearts, which is now just a bluff catcher. It's not really likely your opponent's betting for value with worse.
Well, how likely is it that your opponent is bluffing? Conversely.
Yeah, I mean, that's a tough one.
Faraz clicks call. This match is over. The gravity of that not lost on him.
Gosh, imagine you play all day, 3 matches.
Oh my goodness.
Ugh.
This time he puts on the cape, but no heroism ensues.
Sick run.
Relatively quick work.
I was thinking if I should
Jaka.
almost fold the last one, 7-4, when you had the 6-3.
Boivin doesn't care.
It's very small
You
part
see
of my
that?
range anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna fold, and I was like, what if you have a king with a heart?
Well, Coach Jay showered.
Yeah, tough one. Guy played all day. Gets down there.
All right, Tomas, you got to go win
so
now.
Close.
It's this round specifically, and on day 1B no less, where you can't come back and do it again tomorrow. The greatest heartbreak exists. That was the money bubble, and on the outside of the membrane is where Faraz Jaka is going to find himself in this 25K heads up. Meanwhile, mystery hand time for Thomas Mühlacker. Got his cards grayed out. Wilson with the king 6 of spades flops himself top pair. Thomas defended and checks it over. In comes the C-bet. Straightforward stuff thus far.
All right.
7K.
Mühlacker check raises.
4X.
Now, if you're Brandon here with just a king and no kicker, it's very concerning to get check raised here. There's quite a, club draws and the straight draws here, so I don't think you're going anywhere. Can't love it.
Four on the turn. Divorced from the texture. Apologies, by the way, for the lack of table audio. We are aware of the issue and are working on it.
Oh, wow, he's going big here.
Yeah, he's got the limes.
He bets full pot, 84,000. He's putting his opponent in a tough spot with just a king and no kicker. I mean, you've got to expect if you call this, your opponent's probably going to bomb this river. Pot will have about 250,000 in it, but he's going to call.
A huge bundle of chips being added to this pot. 168K, bringing us to over $250,000 in the middle. Now the 5 of hearts on the end. Ace tray of clubs, I would imagine, would be the path to a wheel potentially.
There's some sets there, too. I mean, occasionally your opponent has, I guess, deuces is pretty much the only set. Maybe nines. Some two-pair hands, king nines. Bluffs really are just kind of busted combo draws. Queen 10, queen jack of clubs type hands. Could be some ace high busted club draws, like you mentioned. Ace 3 would be brutal. Backdoor in the wheel.
Thomas, by the way, hasn't slipped it over to Wilson. He's looking down at his stack. Certainly feels like he's ready to lead at this.
Yeah, I mean, I think whether he has it or he doesn't, he's bombing it. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Rip City, and that'll get the shades right off for Brandon Wilson. Deep levels of discomfort with nothing more than a king. Stone bluff catching at this price point. Get it right and work your way into the money. And day 2, get it wrong and pass a massive helping of chips over to Mühlacker.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not envious of this position. It's pretty tough when you, like you say, you've just got a stone bluff catcher, right? If you're Wilson, I think you're just running through what is the likelihood your opponent has the stones to just do this with a busted club draw. That's the only thing that really makes sense that you beat. Too many hands that beat you.
Wilson has made the call. What's he going to get shown? It is a set of deuces.
Yeah.
That's the one that you zeroed in on, David.
That was my first inclination because it's just kind of the most likely hand that can be that strong on that flop. That or king 9, but you block a king with king 6, so.
We'll give Mühlacker credit for taking the line that earned him the full double there. That was no easy feat. Left Wilson in a bad spot. And, of course, part of the equation is Brandon having enough hand with which to make that call. As things made a lot more difficult in terms of Wilson's prospects for making it into the money. Mühlacker off and running, but running right out of here with Faraz Jaka and Thomas Echan at the hands of Boivin and Kuznetsov, the two who are moving on thus far, along with Julian Sipon, who made quick work of Martin Samani and his countryman Florian Pesce, who took down Richard Green. So still 4 matches in progress. A reminder that we will be reshuffling the remaining 16 matchups.
45.
As we get down to day 2. So unclear who your next opponent is going to be from this point forward. But you do know the player pool from which you'll be drawing based on day 1A's advancements, along with those that take place today. Meanwhile, deuces have resurfaced, this time for Brock Wilson.
You know, there were, I think, 8 Americans, or maybe 8 or 6 Americans in this round of the 16 players, and 6 of them have gone down.
Yeah, the Stars and Stripes not faring well.
Wilson and Battistone are the only 2 left.
Also not faring well, the ace-jack of clubs here for Nakai. After 3-betting it pre, hates this board. Doesn't come with the c-bet. Wilson, despite looking at 3 overcards as we always do without a set, doesn't particularly mind the 7-6 trade because the pre-flop 3-better isn't supposed to be in this zip code.
Yeah.
So out comes 20.
He knows that, and he's going to try to make a bet here, deny some equity, but Nakai is not going anywhere.
Fourth diamond on the turn. Either player wants to see it. How often is there going to be a single diamond combo in Nakai's hand played this way? 3-bet pre-check flop.
You know, I don't think that often, because likely his cards are high cards, and if he had one of the diamonds, he's probably still continuation betting, not check calling, but it's still hard to really fire a bet here if you've just got the deuces.
So the check back from Wilson. His hand stays good all the way down.
And I think both players would be content to just get to showdown with what they have. For Nakai to bet here, the story doesn't really make sense. I wonder if Brock's going to pick that off.
105.
Nakai activating for 105,000.
But like you said, you know, what kind of 3-bet hands with a diamond play the flop this way? Maybe the ones that flop a flush, you know.
Yeah, that's possible.
That's not likely, but that happens, right?
And it's all on Brock's mind, by the way. You see him a bit confused at this 105 that he's facing. He didn't anticipate a barrel.
No, I think he's clued in that there is a high likelihood that this is a bluff. And like, would he value bet a king or a 10 here on this board? Maybe, but not as likely. He's really trying to say he has a flush.
And when it's a bluff, David, importantly, it is almost never going to be one with a better hand than deuces.
Yeah, it's not.
It's not an accidental value bluff.
Yeah. Nah, he gives it up. Would have been a sick call.
Yeah, it would have been real slick if he had the fine, but just decides the risk reward not worth it. It's never a risk to throw it down to the steadfast Jeff Platt, who's standing by with a happy Thomas Boivin.
Well, Thomas, you move on to tomorrow. How would you describe the challenge that Faraz presents to you in this heads-up format?
Faraz is a very good friend, and I know he's a good player. And I think his style is really well fit for heads-up. So I knew he was going to be a challenge. I honestly made a few really good hands, and a few big bluffs, and it just went my way. Like, he folded on my bluffs, he called when I had it, so sometimes, you know.
Big picture question for you. I feel like you've exploded in popularity somewhat over these last couple years with just result after result after result. How would you describe what these last couple years have been like for you?
Yeah, I would say that's my third life in poker.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I enjoy it a lot, and for sure I've been running good. I've had a lot of fun, and I'm really happy where I am in my journey now.
Plenty more questions for you, but they'll have to wait till this weekend. Sound good to you? We'll see you tomorrow?
Sounds amazing.
Okay. Guys, let's send it back to you.
Fun fact, by the way, delivered to us by way of one David Lappin, Chip Brace podcast. Mentioned that Thomas Boivin actually used to coach alongside Faraz, and at one point Faraz received coaching from Thomas. So deep levels of history between the two of them. And another fact, by the way, David, you mentioned earlier you were at that Bush concert?
Yep.
When Stefani Boot off stage, she dated Gavin Rosdale of Bush for many years.
Yeah, of course. That was her husband. What do you mean dated, right?
Oh, so were they married at the time?
No.
Okay.
25.
Interesting that you end up marrying the opening act gal that got booed off stage at your concert. Queen 10.
Now that I
straight draw
think
here
about
for
it.
Nakai. Wilson with jacks. Talk to me.
No. I'm looking at this hand, just thinking. Brock with second pair here.
25.
Diamonds come in.
Wilson awaiting Nakai's decision.
Yeah, he missed his straight draw, so I think he's going to have to turn this into a bluff. I don't think he wants to just check and show down queen high, knowing that's no good. He's not going to surrender this pot.
Sure enough.
Puts it to Brock again with a meaty bet.
105 once more.
Diamonds didn't get there. Could be getting value with diamonds. Another tough spot for Brock. There he goes.
Yep.
The comeback begins.
This time he picks it off as the deuces were bin, but the jack 7 is not. Brock Wilson working his way back toward the starting stack, up and over $500,000.
Oh my.
Pocket fours. An actual overpair to a board.
7,000.
3 deuce deuce though, giving Muhlacher trips and Wilson's woes right to continue. $7,000. Check called here. Got a required for Wilson, courtesy of this 6, as he adds paths to a victory. Just 14% equity, though, with 38 in the middle. The pre-flop raiser has the action checked over to him once more.
And he does block the 4-5 here. He could try to represent that. Turn his hand into some kind of bluff. Not likely a reason to do that, especially here on the turn, but some spicy rivers could flow that way. Something to keep in mind. No way Wilson's folding. So I don't think he's raising here. So likely just keeping the timing consistent.
Sure enough, the call comes in. 28 shaved off that stack. 29 rather.
Sure.
28 of clubs is no mercy. .96 in there. Playing for 172 effective. Newmarker trying to come up with the right number. What do you like here, David? You want to get milky? Target something like a 3, maybe a 6?
I like about 125. I love betting bigger than pot here on the river in these spots where you know you're. Oh, he just went all in.
Oh my goodness! Forget 125. Show me all of it, Mr. Wilson.
I actually like that better. I didn't realize how short Brandon was, but that's a great bet here because it's like you bet the flop, you bet the turn, you bet the river. Is my opponent just firing here with ace queen, ace king? Like, what's going on here? Would he really play, a 3 like this? So it's like he's trying to say he has like pair 9s, pair 10s. But then why wouldn't he seek value and try to bet maybe 70 on the river? Like, it's a great bet here, but it puts Wilson in a spot where he really might overthink himself and call here. Great bet. I think we might see a call. It looks rather bluffy.
This is a click call and be out of there situation for Brandon Wilson. He knows it.
Yeah.
It's all or nothing. That's the story being told, but what would the nothings be?
Oh, he lays it down. Nice.
Fantastic muck there from Wilson.
And it seems like, oh, it's an easy muck. He had a pair of 4s, but it's actually, that's a pretty tough spot here. I mean, we're playing heads up. Every chip matters. Your opponent could just be trying to force you to lay down, keep you short.
Something like ace 4, ace 5 of spades. We have the 4 of spades, so take that off the board, but just trying to figure out how many combos Brandon could reasonably assign to Mühlacker that he beats in that spot. Meanwhile, catching up with Ding Biao and Battistone on the river, 4 clubs and Broadway on board. As Battistone bailed out. He's going to try to barrel. Oh, yes.
Too small of a bet, I think. But
30 into 30.
Yeah, but it's only 5 big blinds, But Ding's only calling to get a rebate, right? So is it worth it? You're calling to just get your money back. You're calling to split the 30 in the middle. So you're laying 2-1 with your call. Calling 30 to get back 15 profit. Probably not worth it. 80. Oh, he's going to do it anyways. Oh.
7 raise.
Wow. I had this funny feeling, David, that Ding Biao was going to dial up something like this. A big wag of the finger up to 80.
Love to see. Now, what I really want to see is, what I want to see.
No, come on, stop.
Let's go, Battistone. Show me what you're working with. Now, this would be some poker on this board. A bet, raise, raise. No, Battistone gives it up.
Well, you do remember Yo Viral in that crazy hand.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
Where neither of them had anything on the 4 flush board, right? It went like 5 bets. This was last year?
Yeah, that was
2 years
incredible.
ago?
Yeah, that was one of the best hands ever.
Who was his opponent? Do you remember?
Oh, I can't remember it.
I never remember when I'm trying to think of this story. Somebody in the chat surely knows the hand that we're referencing. That one made its rounds.
Yeah, that was
social.
Here we go for Ding, real hand.
7 raise, 15,000.
Oh my.
Ace King versus 2 queens, El Clasico.
We haven't actually seen one of these, I feel like, in 2 days of watching.
No.
Which is crazy because normally I feel like you see Ace King against Queens all the damn time. I mean, I think all this money's getting in here. There's just no way it doesn't.
I think the jam might be beaten to the pot by Battistone. And you know, Ding might think he feels
120.
like we got to get
All
cute
in.
7 raised.
sometimes to try to get it all in. It's just
He couldn't even 120. All in.
Queens, ace, king.
Yep.
Queens, ace, king.
Oh my gosh, I love Battistone.
No nonsense player who doesn't need any time banks.
It's like I'm rooting for Battistone simply because I just want to see more of him tomorrow. I want to see him mix it up with a guy like Daniel.
This is a guy that plays like he's got a flight to catch.
Oh yeah, someone in chat said Yo Viro was on a 5 flush board.
Yeah.
It's even crazier.
Yeah. This one not so crazy. Chips headed toward the middle as we expected. And they might be headed toward Ding Biao, who's flopped top 2. Backdoor spade's a thing. Queens would still work. 10 or jack get things sweaty.
There we go.
And there is the spade.
The world has opened up.
That it has. 10 ways to break a heart for Brian Battistone. The spade or the lady. He'll take it any way the deck will serve it up. And instead it's the ace to fill up Ding Biao. And his coffers being filled as well to the tune of $761,000 as he takes a commanding chip lead over Battistone.
385, 379.
I don't know if he's watching, but shout out Devin Miller. He loved my my comment about that FTX jailbird.
Oh, yeah.
In this deal.
Oh, yeah.
He goes, can't believe you brought up the FTX jailbird.
So strong. I mean, you have to have kind of monitored that situation with the documentaries that were made.
Yeah.
You know.
I just didn't know Devin Miller was watching our coverage of Heads Up. So when he said that, I was like, wow, you were watching that? So now that I saw her again.
Of course, we both know him as Devin Miller. I more affectionately remember him by his screen name, Dumb Animal. You remember that?
Oh, yeah.
And he played like an animal. We rumbled out at the Commerce in those white chip games.
Oh, he is still an animal.
I love it. Still in touch with him?
Oh, yeah. We talk like every day.
Oh, that's awesome. Shout out to Devin.
I mean, shocked that he's watching us that late. Heads Up tournament. Not his thing, but
listen.
You never know who's out there watching. 10-8 comes
Look at
right
this,
on in.
A 9 of clubs, somehow we reach into the deck and deliver to this turn, suddenly making things far more interesting as Mulacher makes the jack high straight. Wilson with the flush draw. And it's going to get pricey. Full pot. It's just unrelenting.
Yeah, I mean, you would think Wilson here with his hand in position is just a call, but he might get spicy and just try to take it down, knowing he has some equity if called to make a flush. Yeah, he's just going to call, it seems. Yeah.
Number 72. Into the purse. That is a dusty river. Nice one from Mulacher, of course.
Yeah, he's
complicated as it gets.
Holds more hands than a manicurist. Trips, set. What's going on here? Straight. It's just so frustrating, too, when you're playing an opponent that just keeps making big hands when you're playing Heads Up.
This is case closed here for Queen High. Boy, Brandon's wondering, when am I going to hit a hand?
Right.
Chips just flowing away from him. Mulacher looking like a Dyson right about now as he continues to vacuum the tokens in his direction. King 8 meanwhile for Ryuta Nakai. Relatively level stacks here. Brock Wilson.
It looks like Wilson has the chip lead.
Yeah. Working his way back into it.
And he's got a better king. Opts to just call.
Check. 6 tray rainbow. Unexciting.
20.
20.
Nakai's going to ask for it.
Yeah, I don't think Wilson's going anywhere here. No reason to fold king high.
Bell's call.
Four diamonds doesn't help either holding. Is Wilson really just hoping not to face another barrel at this point? As the big blind defender, though, range advantages perhaps in terms of the 6, 3, and 4.
Yeah.
But Nakai could lay claim to a queen, and it looks like he's reaching for tokens in the interests of doing just that.
Got to give him credit to fire that second barrel.
And that second barrel is what gets it done.
A lot of players just check that back there after firing one street. Sometimes your opponent's nothing is still better than yours, so you got to get him to lay it down.
And you got to expect with talent like Brock that there's going to be some nothing that shows up on the turn.
Yeah.
You can't just assume so often that because they've called that flop bet that they have a pair.
But you've also got to be wise enough to realize that their nothing is also sometimes could be better than your king high. Because a lot of times you might think, well, he's got nothing, but I got king high, I got the best hand. I'll keep the pot small here, get to the river, show down this king high and win.
King 8 wasn't going to cut it. The topic of kings, a suited one, plants itself on Wilson's button. 20,000 open. Nakai here for it with Jack 8 off. King 10 deuce flop, top pair for Wilson, air for Nakai.
Check.
Eight of diamonds pairing Nakai now on the turn.
Yeah, and Wilson checking the top pair on the flop, allowing his opponent to make something.
That's definitely the idea behind the check back. You disguise the strength of your hand, and you also allow your opponent to wind up with enough to give you a little action. 30 into 40 on the turn as Wilson activates. Of course, Nakai not going to go anywhere. Perfect river for Brock. Draws completing. Can definitely target 10x and 8x. Maybe deems the 10x a little bit less likely to be in there, given the second check.
Yeah. I don't think you're going to see Brock dog it here. I think he's going to go for some value. I like the bigger size normally, but I think with this hand here, I could see something smaller. 50, 60,000.
80,000.
80, it looks like.
Indeed. You know, when that pre-flop opener checks back flop and then suddenly barrels twice at us, we have some suspicions about whether or not they can beat an 8.
Yeah, I mean, you do see people check back top pair sometimes and make that play to try to get action. So it is something he probably thought about, but he paid it off. Too much hand.
I like the confident way that Brock ripped that one over too. He just knew. 0 shot, King 5's no good.
Yeah.
Unblocking diamonds as well was Ryuta there, so busted flushes on his mind.
Yeah, yeah.
Back over now to Nikolai and Shota. Haven't spent much time on this particular match. Eager to see where the stacks are at present. it's a stalemate or somebody's running away with it.
That's right.
Looks like Nikolai has been getting the better of Nakanishi. 862, playing a little over 300. King 10-4 here. Pair for Nakanishi. Gutter for Nikolai. Neither player betting. Says
Nakanishi's second pair, definitely not going anywhere for 4.5 big blinds. Ooh.
Hello, Queen of Clubs. Jack 9 slides right in to a straight. Nakanishi played this one to perfection until that card.
Yeah.
No fault of his.
The strength of their hands is such that Mahmoud's likely not going to be able to capitalize too much on this. I think if he oversizes his bet, I don't think he's getting called. But nope, he goes under.
72. The queen is pesky, though.
Yeah.
With 10-7 in hand, because even those straight draws that didn't hit actually have made a pair, and Nakanishi announces all in, is beaten into the pot in an oopsie from Shota.
Wow, turned his hand into a bluff, tried to get his opponent to maybe fold some kings that were betting for value.
I guess he removed ace-jack from range and thought he could rep that hand, but the jack-9 just showed up.
Let's go.
Credit to Nakanishi, fearless, went for it.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Wears his heart on his sleeve. As excited as he was to get through Phil Ivey.
I mean, just kind of unlucky that his opponent actually made a straight there. Because, like, yeah, if his opponent has, you know, king jack or something like that, betting for value, it would have worked.
Think queen's up, Mux?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I think it does.
Yeah.
I think if I get like queens and sevens or whatever the small card, queens and fours, yeah, I think I have to. I think I have to fold.
Back over to Brandon Wilson's plight. Finds himself with trip 8s here. Trying desperately to claw back some of what's been lost on the day.
30,000.
Yeah, he's
leading.
He's been getting ran over, so it's got to feel good to have a big hand finally. Just hoping his opponent has something big enough to give him some action.
Yeah, my tone suggested that there's some surprise behind this bet, as though it was a donk. It isn't, because the 3-bet came in from Thomas. So this is just follow through, and this is just fine by Brandon.
Thomas has the initiative here.
Mm-hmm.
And with the hand such as this on a board, you're not really worried about any draws. Definitely just a call in order.
Backdoor club card shows up.
Check.
We can see the cards, but it's kind of funny that every time we've watched Thomas, he's been fairly polarized. When he's, I mean, like not polarized, he's just, when he bets he has it, and now he doesn't, he's just checking. He's been kind of straight up here.
10 seconds.
Very interesting. Bet 30,000 and then just checks.
Check.
Wilson laying in the cut with a check back. Doesn't love seeing this club, but as played, maybe not so worried about the flush.
Yeah, I don't think he's worried about that at all. I don't think he has any worries here other than how to get the most chips out of his opponent. And I think Moliker wisely realizes his opponent has strength. You know, he did call the 3-bet pre, called the flop. He's shutting it down. Even if his opponent were to have nothing, but it's like an ace-jack, he doesn't think he can get him to fold it.
10 seconds.
How much is it?
Wilson rips the whole 295. Muhlacher asking for a count.
This has got to be posturing, right?
I would think so.
They don't start your time bank time until after the chip count either, so it gives them a little extra by asking for a count. Don't forget the 2 on the cards.
It'd be grimy if you were in a tournament. A guy puts the 2 big chips on top of his cards in the hopes that the dealer misses it in the count. You've seen it all.
I have. I mean, this is kind of crazy. Like, they don't start your clock till they finish the chip count, and this is the longest count I've ever seen.
Yeah, this is already 2 free extensions, I think.
Yeah.
The struggle is real.
And then now he's going to muck. He can't call here, right? That'd be insane.
Tell you what, he can do whatever he wants.
Yeah.
I don't think it's very likely that he's going to make a call. For some reason, though, he's not convinced quite yet.
I mean, I guess we'll know if this is actually legitimate considering a posturing if he gives up a time bank. People value those things. I don't use them, but. Wow, he's actually contemplating a call here.
I mean, what makes sense in terms of value and in terms of the bluffs is really what's being unpacked here by Thomas. And, you know, the board was pretty dry on the flop. Remember, this was an open raise from Wilson on the button, 3-bet from Muhlacher. He followed through on the flop for 30. Wilson made the call. It went check, check, turn. And then all of a sudden, Wilson activated for the full clip. Muhlacher has a club in his hand.
This is above my pay grade. Like, I can't analyze. I have no idea what's going on. I'm not on that level.
I feel like maybe the story being told is flush or nothing. Maybe some kings full out of Wilson. No, can't be kings full.
Yeah, he would have 4-bet you pre with kings.
Yeah.
What the? Time extension. What are his bluffs? Again, what are his bluffs? Queen Jack? Ace 9? But those aren't bluffs. You know what I mean? Like, what are his bluffs?
Okay, so the ace 10 finally does work its way into the bin. Is a bit befuddled, and we'll work our way down to Jeff Platt, standing by with the most recent winner.
Well, Nikolai, congratulations. You were close a couple years ago. What do you remember from that? What kind of lessons does that teach you that will help you in this run?
2 years ago was an absolute dream for me. I won a satellite into the tournament, then made day 2 and day 3, top 4. To me, it's like a dream back then, and currently I'm trying my best to stay very present because this is it again, and it's very lucky to be here again. And I remember that was my peak poker experience, and I'm hoping to go further this time potentially. We'll see.
You mentioned staying present. You've always struck me as very calm and cool and collected. Is that a little harder when you're playing in this kind of arena?
I mean, this arena is absolutely crazy. I mean, it does give much more pressure, I think. My first rounds were on the outer tables, and certainly when the lights are on, for me it's quite bright. I usually put sunglasses on. $25,000 tournament. It's my favorite format. Heads up is absolutely my favorite format. So just very lucky to be here and enjoying every second.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for the time.
Thank you, Jeff.
You got it, guys.
A young man in the moment, living the dream. And on the topic of dreams, Brock Wilson with aces and his opponent with a tickle here on the queen-queen-4 board, Nakai,
10,000.
who defended his big against the open raise, has that 4 and now faces 10K as a follow-through. Call is made, understandably. 6. Not a card that's going to cause concern for Ryuta.
And check.
Goes check, check on the turn. Wilson maybe looking to keep a lid on things in the event that Nakai had Queen X.
Yeah, it keeps the pot small, disguises your hand, allows your opponent to maybe try to value bet worse.
55,000.
All right, now diamonds come in on the end. Nakai activates for 55.
Yeah, but he played it to set this up, you know, like so you can just snap call the river and keep it moving. Hand's too strong. Never considered folding, never considered raising. Easy call.
I always get the PLO goggles on when I see that ace of diamonds.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to get too proud of a flush on a paired board.
Yeah, that doesn't work too much in Hold'em either. Guys aren't folding worse flushes in Hold'em.
I know. Maybe they fold the queen? Nah, they don't do that either, do they?
It's not heads up Hold'em. Moisturize his lips. Get ready.
You gotta have that chopstick at the ready when you get out to the desert, I'll tell you what.
Ooh.
Ace King. Wilson potentially ready to set the stage for some inflation.
Always fun to find ace king when you're facing a raise.
$75,000.
So Nakai sitting with 40 big blinds, 42, I guess, if the 20 doesn't count from his 404. Could see him just get it all in here.
40.
Pair of 10s heads up. Yeah, pair of 10s heads up is a monster.
Yeah, 3 scoops become 4. Nakai sends the full 424 into the middle. Wilson calls, and we saw the writing on the wall as soon as these hold cards were shown. $847,000 chip pot. This 5-10K level has been the one where the theatrics have often been sent our way. Top set.
Ooh.
For Ryuta Nakai, the double seems secured.
Uh-oh.
Not quite yet, as Jacob says hi on the turn. Now queen for Broadway would be an ugly way for Wilson to end this match. 4 outer, 1 time. And it's not there.
Today.
4, 2, 1, 2, 3.
Wilson did all that work, was down, got back, took a big lead, and right back down in the cellar.
23.5. So this is 425, 1,500 back.
You broke down those 10 stacks, right? Yeah, they're good. Right? Okay, yep.
Oof.
Painful. It's sort of a straightforward one there for Brock Wilson. Nothing you can do.
You catch that? The little flags are moving?
Yeah.
Look at that.
Boivong, Kuznetsov, all moving on. Still in the throes of battle, Wilson Nakai, Ding and Battistone, Muhlacher, a.k.a. Wushu, and Brandon Wilson, while the 2 Frenchmen, Sipon and Pesce, work their way through the Yankees.
Three calls, 12.
Do you think at some point if you're dealing this table, you just wonder, why am I resetting the clock at every action? Just forget it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, guys.
Honey, shut that off.
Yeah.
We're not going to need that today, honey.
more than 6K, I suspect, here as Ding Biao's ace-jack pops a raise versus the
All
limp.
3 is all in.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
All right.
Yeah.
Live.
Limp jam with 6-4 of hearts
4,
as
6 of hearts,
Battistone got caught with his hand
ace,
in the cookie
jack.
jar here. Ding Biao ready for it. Well, in the words of Amir Vahidi, the late and great, in order to live, you have to be ready to die. And Battistone looks like he might be on the brink of death here. And 7-7 deuce isn't exactly breathing life.
I still have hope. Let's keep our man Battistone in it.
6 or a 4?
Please.
Be a little straight draw?
Please.
There's the 4. D-dubs willing in the double potentially, but gotta fade the ace or jack. Not out of the woods quite yet. And now it's official. Battistone getting away with one. Those are the pots, by the way, where I always like to keep an eye on the player that loses. Just see whether or not core temperature is rising and we have a potential reactor meltdown.
Look for the steam coming off the back of their head.
For sure.
The ones they think they were owed, they should have won that one. It was over.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, he still got a commanding chip lead even after that double. But still, it doesn't feel good. Here we go. Brock raising up the king 4 on the button.
That he is. 8-9 off for Nakai, serviceable.
That's 26.
Defense comes in, and so does bottom pair and an open ender versus a gutter. Either player with a diamond here, heavily textured board.
Not a gutter Nakai wants to make either. Or open ender, but he doesn't want to make the queen.
$25,000.
$25K, check called understandably. Wilson would have much preferred to take it then and there, and obviously if you don't, then you prefer this queen over anything else. As the gutter slides in, and note that Nakai's got the wrong side of things with that 8. Checking it over to Wilson with 102 in the middle. Brock playing 324. Thinking about how to maximize.
Bet like, yeah,
40,000.
45, 30, 40,000. Third pot. Sets up a jam on the river. Although it's tough to jam the river because it's like you don't really get called by too much. But you're not worried about ace king, so you still could do it. But you might want to just seek value and bet a little smaller, try to get an 8 to call you. Maybe bet half pot, maybe 100,000.
Check. Guy's sticking around for at least one street, but checking, mindful of that king potentially being a problem, and sure enough it is, as only we know for the time being.
Yeah, he has too many kings. If he were to go too big, I don't think he gets called. I think proper sizing, you want to go somewhere in the middle. I like about 100, 120. I mean, he could pot it. Oh, he's going for it.
130.
Is it 100? 130.
Boy, for Nakai, the 8 starts to shrivel.
It looks like he's ready to fold it with his hands.
Calls 130.
Wow, calls it.
Straight.
I'm with you. The vibes felt like Nakai
Right.
was done with it, but
Right.
he just decided, show me, I gotta see it. And Wilson's all too happy to give him a glimpse as he works his way back to the starting stack. Now just 49 bigs deep into this match.
Check.
Meanwhile, Wilson has worked his way back up to $500,000 in chips, and here he is with second pair against top pair, potentially trending back down in the wrong direction.
Wow.
Trip jacks on the turn for Wilson, just what the doctor ordered. He was the aggressor pre.
Tough spot for Milliker here. You know, both players check the flop. Now you check the turn. Trying to induce your opponent to value bet or to bluff. You just have a queen. The opponent happens to have trips. No way you can really get away from this.
Yeah, and with the jack having paired, of course, you're not trying to get cute. Just call this 32. See what develops. Backdoor clubs coming in as Mühlacker checks once more. 8 not really consequential. Still just playing queens and jacks while Wilson playing trips. On the hunt for value into the 116, Wilson brings 75.
9-10 did get there also. There are busted hearts.
It is a little curious to determine what Mühlacker checked both flop and turn with, then made the call.
10 seconds.
I think for Mühlacker, he's thinking, is there a chance he's value betting worse? He's probably not bluffing unless he's bluffing clubs. I mean, hearts.
And without a heart, Thomas feels compelled to look him up. And another helping of tokens heading to Brandon.
He's taking the lead.
3 checks.
Meanwhile, Battistone up to 5.5.
Amazing.
Just after that 6-4 limp jam.
He must have doubled again and we didn't get it because he only had about, or no, he had about 400 after that.
Yeah, but blink and you'll miss it when it comes to Brian's action.
And look at this, he check calls correctly with ace high. And he snap called you. How do you feel bluffing with 9-3 when your opponent snap calls you on king, queen, 4? I think it's time to shut it down, Ding.
Well, when they snap with the full range, no matter what they've got, it does feel like we don't need to assign particular attributes to the timing. But I do hear you as a poker player. And
it's hard to keep bluffing. Hard to keep bluffing. He's going to do it, though. Dingbow gets after it.
77.
Gotta respect it.
Okay, he slowed his man down. Oh, no, not really too much. This guy is a legend. This guy is a legend. He's just dialed in. I kind of like it.
By the way, that second 4 makes the 8 less relevant. Just in case Ding had some sort of Broadway ace. That was a gut shot.
Yeah.
Out
Very
kicking
good,
him prior
very
to
good
that.
point.
Spades arrive.
Can Ding find the line and go for it? If he finds it, will it work?
7 checks. Should I?
Yeah.
Boy, this is going to feel unsavory.
And look at the stare down.
Oh, I like that. That's a man taking a stand there. Battistone.
Yeah, I imagine he was calling a lot of rivers.
Oh, did feel that way.
I think we all felt that way. Ding, too. Ding's like, yeah.
Time to hang him up with the 9 tray. Meanwhile, hanging out with Nakai and Wilson. I heard the term all in here. Out of Nakai after the limp on the button. Brock decides this is too much hand. And we're off to the races here with Wilson behind ever so slightly, a 5% dog. Nakai's 4 is trying to close things out.
Yeah, 19 big blinds. Pretty standard here for bookies to get in here at this spot.
Plate gutter here for Wilson. Aces, tens, and now queens would all do the trick.
Running spades.
Take the flush prospects off the board as we stay at 10 outs, but now just one time. As this 6-18 needs to go Brock's way.
Good game, man. Congrats.
Will not.
Thank you.
Fours. Hanging on, and Wilson broken again on day 1B.
Wow.
First at the hands of Negreanu and now at the hands of Ryuta Nakai, who makes his way into the money and washes down the victory.
And Nakai lost in the final round yesterday or the second to last round?
Thank you, yeah.
Yesterday's bracket.
Second to last, final round. He lost to Kerry Katz.
Yeah, that's right. And it was a dirty beat, too.
So it's
that El Jefe laid on him.
Got redemption. Got all the way back. 3 more matches and finally won. This guy's putting in some work.
You guys wondering what next? Who's going to come take this mic?
There were 8 matches. None of them paired an American against an American. All 7 Americans had different opponents, and they've all lost except for we still got Battistone and Wilson left. That's
a lot
crazy.
of English being spoken in the locker room as those boys are hitting the showers.
Yeah. Oh no, Battistone down to 279. What's going? Why did they leave this table?
Everybody relax. He's got ace queen, and we're going to get to a showdown.
Oh no.
It's been out flop though. Middle pair. Maybe we can't relax.
Oh no.
Ding with the check back though. Merciful for the time being. Spade draw acquired though, David.
Oh, it's probably. Oh, okay. Thought he was going to get it all in.
Back again. Okay, board pairing 7. Value available, of course, in the face of 3 checks.
Dings. Come on, you got a guy that turbo calls you down with ace high. Got to get some value here with your 8. Yeah. I guess he's just afraid. What if I get check raised all in?
Seconds.
Oh no.
We're done.
Payday. That's Battistone keeping an eye on Ding Biao there and reeling down to 200,000 now.
Down to 13 big blinds.
All right, guys, blinds are up.
Situation critical.
20,000, 10, 20.
Up 10 big blinds now. Blinds just went up.
You know, I feel like Ding could have got 3 streets of value potentially against that hand.
It's a little scary, though. I mean, not really, though. I guess when a guy just snap calls, I think you got to bet second pair there and get some value, but I get it.
Ace 9 suited on the puck at this stack depth. Insta all in from Battistone. Pocket 3s for Ding Biao, and it looks like he found the quick call. So fresh off of ace queen suited, downgrade to ace 9 for all of it. Battistone hoping for a better outcome this time.
Oh.
Ace in the window, but a 3 along with it. Bottom set versus top pair. Battistone with clear problems. A club for a potential chop. Ace or a 9 to maybe make the bigger boat. None of the above, and it's a wrap. Brian Battistone, who gave us all the excitement here in this 3rd round match, has been vanquished by Ding Biao. Inconsequential river is dealt to make things official, but it will be the high stakes crusher on to day 2 as another American has fallen.
I just hope I get that guy at my table at some point this summer and get to watch the show up close in person. I bet he's a blast to play with at a full ring table.
No commercial breaks on that show, by the way. They just wall to ball.
That guy's got heart.
Yeah, he does. Fun to watch, no doubt about it. But the fun comes to an end for Brian Battistone with no opportunity to rebuy as this is day 1B. So onwards marches Ding Biao into the redraw. heading into tomorrow. Still don't have our full 16 as Mühlacker still battling.
Is this the last match? I think, right?
We got Hamut through, Boivin through, Kuznetsov through, Sanakai. Moments ago, Ding Biao.
Wilson, top pair and a gut shot. Mühlacker's second pair.
Seabold through. And Pesci through. So yeah, this is indeed the 8th and final match. We're going to keep it here for the run of things as one pair turns into trips now.
He's got his opponent drawing dead. Checks it back again, electing to not get chips in this pot, hoping his opponent will bluff or make something instead. Got to feel good about his 4 now with his opponent checking to him twice.
Well done by Wilson as he's coaxed this fire. Wilson content to just flat. 6 on the end isn't worrisome.
I think if you're Mühlacker with a 4 here, kind of hard to seek value. What are you really getting value from? Bottom pair. Maybe some king highs. Probably not. I think he's going to check it back here.
10 seconds.
He's looking at his chips. Oh, he's going for it. Question is he? I don't think this is a bluff. What better hand are you trying to get to fold? And I guess for value, you're just hoping to get called by king high. You block the queen high, so the only hand you can really get value from is king high.
10 seconds.
Here goes Wilson's going to come out with the raise.
I'm with you though. I'm a bit surprised that Mühlacker brought this 55.
Yeah, I just don't
forward.
See, you know, don't see what's being accomplished by this bet.
What's the worst hand that's going to call you? Maybe king high gets curious for some reason. I just risk reward propositions feel limited, and of course when we hear all in declared by Wilson, it's time to go away.
Yeah, he knows he was trapped. Easily muck.
Brandon Wilson not going to be rolling over in this match. He has had his struggles against the one they call Wushu with mouse in hand. Mühlacker, prolific and deeply accomplished high-stakes pro, but Wilson no slouch. And heads up, of course, card distribution is going to play a larger role than we'd like to admit in the outcomes more often than not, but the buttons we click will have a lot to do with it as well. Wilson trying to close him out.
6 deuce, one of the bottom hands he actually lets go.
What do you think you're doing? Coffee right?
Oh, here we go. Well, sex on the beach, slippery nipple, nothing?
Isn't it buttery nipple?
Oh, my bad.
Slippery nipple, I don't know. I don't know, maybe
I think
I'm
you're
wrong.
right. I think it is a buttery nipple. What do I know, man? I don't drink.
I don't either anymore. I have wine here.
Note how you had to say anymore, though.
Well, yeah.
Your liver's still recovering.
I haven't
from the
always been a
20s.
wimp. So he's limped here, King 8 suited. I think he's with
What's this?
22 big blinds.
A suited king, by the way, is a qualifier generally. I'm not sure off of this stack depth.
Yeah, 22 big blinds is a lot. I think it's kind of on the cusp. You gotta imagine a lot of the times your opponent's doing it though with aces and a lot of hands that dominate you.
Thomas has made the call, and he's going to be a dog against Wilson now. 43% playing 56. To the flop we go. Locker at risk, but he finds the diamond draw. So eights and kings have new friends in terms of outs. 15 of them in total. It was twice. Now it's once.
Not
as
like
the
this.
deuce pairs. And Mühlacker bricks out all of that equity post flop, and he cannot manage the double. So with that, Brandon Wilson can breathe a sigh of relief, as he certainly had his hands full in that match, but no slouch. And I wouldn't call it an upset, as Brandon very capable.
Yeah, he was looking down and out early. It was going rough for him. His opponent always had a hand. But when it counted, he turned it around and picked up some big hands and played them well.
Yeah. On to that 16-man redraw and day 2. Not to mention that he's in the money. And with that, things coming to a close as match 6, the last one to wrap up here on day 2. Just some final thoughts now then, David, if you would, with the knowledge of the players who are advancing as we work our way through. Most surprising outcomes?
Most surprising outcomes were the amount of big names like the famous names that crashed on day 1B. Not to say anything about their opposition that made it through. All these guys played great, very impressive. But the difference in names in A and B is quite interesting. So we're going to get some good matches tomorrow.
Yeah, they're going to get thrown into the tumblers. We'll come back. We're going to do so at 6 o'clock Pacific time tomorrow, Sunday, with that second day of coverage. Everybody in the money. 2 rounds will be played, and then we'll move on June 1st to another 2 rounds to crown our eventual champion. But for the time being, that's it. And on behalf of our entire crew here in Las Vegas and my partner in the booth, David Williams, this is Ali Najad saying thanks for joining us, and we'll see you in Yana for more from the 25K Hold'em Championship here at the WSOP. Good night.